289. Despite being surrounded, the white-robed youth advanced instead of retreating. After several punches, he had already beaten his companion to the point where he could no longer retaliate. This caused all the people participating in the hunt to feel uneasy. If not for the burly man's warning, the formation master in the north might have died on the spot. The old man who was creating the moving mountains and draining water formation for everyone was squatting on the ground, arranging several small yellow flags. Even though he did not sense anything strange, he still unhesitatingly slapped his chest, shattering a hidden and expensive substitute talisman. Thus, his position with that of a young disciple was instantly reversed. In a flash, an unfathomable flying sword descended from the sky. Like a chopstick plunging into water, it caused ripples in the air at an extremely fast speed. The dazed youth was split in two by the huge flying sword. From his head to his waist, the two halves of his corpse fell to the ground, intestines flowing out. It was a tragic sight. The flying sword, which was far larger than the swords of ordinary swordsmen, sank into the ground and disappeared in a flash. The flying sword entered the ground, but the ground did not change at all. This was undoubtedly the life-bound flying sword of a sword cultivator. In the next moment, the formation master slapped his chest again, seemingly using the substitute talisman. He had made up his mind to sacrifice the life of his second direct disciple to ensure his own safety. Only this time, the previously unprepared evil cultivator had room to maneuver. He did not stand idly by, but stood far away. However, he had already taken out a small pitch-black clay jar covered in glyphs. Silently reciting an incantation, he gently shook it several times. A sinister black smoke soared into the sky. After leaving the jar, it split into three streams, respectively heading towards the formation master, the young girl, and Lu Tai, who was standing on a tall branch. The flying sword appeared out of thin air once more, still slashing down. However, it was not aimed at the formation master who had slapped the talisman, but at the young girl whose face was filled with shock. Countless otherworldly items gathered together to form a thick black smoke. They hovered above the girl's head as if they were holding an umbrella for her. However, the huge flying sword was truly too powerful. Like a hot knife through butter, it swiftly broke through the black smoke barrier and still split the young girl from head to toe. Thus, the young girl died prematurely on the Great Tao. She had striven so hard for longevity, but in the end, she did not live past the age of 20. Lu Tai, who had one hand on the trunk of a large tree, had an unsightly expression. Indeed, as the saying goes, 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 the array master didn't actually use the substitute talisman. The second time he slapped his chest, it was just a feint to lure him into pointing his sword at the young girl. Lu Tai, who had lost the game of chess, was not flustered and exasperated. Cultivating on the mountain, first of all, stupid people were not qualified to cross the threshold of the mountain gate. Second of all, no matter how slow-witted a person was, even if he had lived for a long time as a dog, after decades or centuries, even a dog would have become a demon. Therefore, no one was easy to deal with. Although the intrinsic flying sword was huge, its speed was inconceivably fast. Lu Tai stood in his spot, allowing the black smoke to surge at him. After the flying sword killed the girl, it instantly appeared in front of Lu Tai. It tore apart the black smoke that was filled with grievances, wails and hideous faces. The evil cultivator shook the clay jar in his hand and laughed sinisterly. "You dare to destroy my otherworldly item? Let's see how much spiritual energy you have left to squander." Strands of black smoke flew out from the clay jar, as if a huge black flower had bloomed in his hand. The array master was truly afraid that the fellow would attack him again. He had no choice but to take out a large handful of snow-white pearls and throw them out with a wave of his sleeve. Several dozen pearls hovered around him. 3 talents, 4 divisions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. The positions where the pearls hovered were extremely particular, creating protective formations. After the formations were set up, they shone resplendently, illuminating the old array master with incomparable brightness and grandeur. However, as a result, the setting up of the previous formations would be delayed by quite a bit of time. The evil cultivator knew that a few words wouldn't be able to convince the old array master, who was afraid of death. As he controlled the black smoke to attack Lu Tai, he reminded him, "Set up the formations quickly. Otherwise, our 1,000 li of running will be in vain. Moreover, if we can't kill those two, there'll be no end of trouble. Think about it for yourself." The old array master's expression flickered. He made up his mind and removed half of the small formations, taking back several dozen pearls. As a result, the speed of setting up formations in various places sped up. On the battlefield in the south, a burly man collapsed on the ground, vomiting blood endlessly as if he was going to vomit out his organs. The soil on the ground was dyed red, making for an extremely wretched sight. He was a genuine 5th realm martial artist. His martial arts had been accumulated over a long period of time, making him extremely difficult to deal with. However, he had never encountered a wise master to guide him on the path of martial arts, so his path was bumpy and difficult. His foundation of the 3 body refining realms was filled with holes. To be able to advance from the 4th realm to the 5th, he could be said to have disregarded the consequences. As a result, if nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to reach the 6th realm in his entire life. A living person could not be suffocated to death by a pool of urine. As a result, he walked the crooked path. His method of inviting a god came from the remaining half of a book. Of course, he had obtained it from hunting. Because he only had the first half of the book, he only knew how to invite a god, but not how to send one away. It was easier to invite a god than to send one away. Every time he invited a god to possess his body, he had to pay a huge price. After fumbling for close to 20 years and begging people to buy such immortal books and secret scrolls, he finally managed to control the after-effects of this god-inviting technique. Especially today, when he was halfway through inviting a god, he was actually punched by the white-robed young man, causing the god to retreat back to the altar. For the god-inviting technique, which had strict rules, it was extremely rude. As a result, the counterattack was very strong. Wisps of spirit floated out of his orifices, like 3 incense sticks, curling up in spirals. After burning 3 incense sticks, there were still no signs of stopping. Clouds and mist rose from the back of the burly man. One must know that these clouds and mist were the manifestation of the 5th realm martial artist's aura. It was the fundamental vitality of a pure martial artist. The burly man said in a hoarse voice, "Save me." The chi refinement warrior who was proficient in the wood technique of the 5 elements frowned. He had no choice but to withdraw the moving mountain and uprooting technique that was targeted at the white-robed young man. He came to the burly man's side and squatted down. His fingers formed a seal, and his face was flushed. Between his 10 fingers, specks of dim light floated out from the ground and lingered around his fingertips. Then, the Chi refinement warrior suddenly slapped the specks of light into the burly man's back. The burly man who was lying in the mud bounced up. His face instantly became rosy, and the crisp sound of soybeans bursting could be heard from all the major joints of his body. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. The burly man turned around and stood up with 2 whips in his hands. He was in high spirits and did not look dispirited at all. The Chi refinement warrior who came to his rescue said in a deep voice, "Put it on the account." The burly man gritted his teeth and looked at the white-robed young man who made a shocking move. He nodded and said, "Take down these 2 fat sheep and everything can be discussed." That night at the Fuyao Sec's Heavenly Street, that guy who looked even more beautiful than a woman was so extravagant that even a gold core realm cultivator would feel ashamed of his inferiority. It wasn't that a gold core realm cultivator couldn't afford such a small sum of money, but it had to be known that the items that the handsome young man bought were all money-burning toys such as sheep fat beasts, spring dream spiders, and paper talisman dolls. They weren't offensive magical treasures for killing enemies, nor were they defensive treasures for protecting one's life. Among the cultivators of the Tongya continent, no matter if they were orthodox immortal masters or itinerant cultivators from the mountains, who would speak the lame language of the Tongya continent. The 2 young men who obviously came from other continents only traveled through the mountains and the city. They traveled thousands of miles to the north and did not visit the immortal mountains along the way. Also, no great cultivators took the initiative to pay them a visit. What did this mean? This meant that the 2 fledglings who were born in a noble family and were extremely wealthy must have been used to living a comfortable life since young. However, they did not know the depth of the martial world and the strong winds on the mountain. If he did not take down these 2 rich hotheads, would he be able to live up to his years of hard work? In addition to looking for opportunities everywhere and licking the blood on his blade, he also had to lower his head and bow to the immortal masters on the mountain like a dog. He took their money and helped them settle the dirty things that they disdained to do personally. Then, he had to bear a bad reputation and run for his life, changing to another place and starting all over again. When would this cycle end? From the moment the brawny man was beaten half to death by the immortal drumming style 5 times in a row, to the moment the Chi cultivator used a secret technique to steal the luck of the mountains and rivers in this place and successfully treated the brawny man, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Pingan was blocked by the sword aura controlled by the middle-aged sword master and could not completely kill the brawny man with the iron whip in one go. In the martial world, using Qi to control the sword was a very remarkable divine ability of the immortals. In many ignorant mountains and rivers, poems and ancient books, the so-called flying sword that could take a head from 1,000 miles away did not actually refer to a sword cultivator, but to a sword master who often appeared in front of the world. Compared to the sword immortals on the mountain and the swordsmen in the martial world, a half-baked sword master was neither high nor low and especially liked to fish for compliments. When a sword master controlled the sword to kill the enemy, the sword that came out of his sleeve usually had both sword aura and real sword. The former was better in quantity, while the latter was better in strength. A light cavalry would gain the upper hand while a heavy cavalry would cut through the formation and achieve victory. The cooperation between the two was indispensable. The sword master who was confronting Qin Pingan was obviously an expert in this field. His sleeves puffed up and the surface of his sleeves glowed with green brilliance. Streaks of green sword aura swept out from it and were unusually fierce. Fortunately, a sword master could control at most 2 streaks of sword aura at a time. Chen Pingan was still dodging easily and was far from being in a tight spot. However, he was very restrained. Chen Pingan did not use the method that would kill 1,000 of the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. After severely injuring the brawny man earlier, due to the sword master's restraint, even if the Chi cultivator who was proficient in the 5 elements would spell saved the brawny man, he still symbolically blocked the attack. This caused the sword master to make a mistake in his prediction, and a streak of sword aura was already waiting near the brawny man. In the end, Chen Pingan suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the sword master, almost 10 feet away from him. The sword master, who was scared out of his wits, had no choice but to use his real trump card. The substantial sword did not fly out from his sleeve, but quietly appeared from his hair bun on the top of his head. It turned out that the jasper hairpin was the scabbard used to hide the small sword. It was a hiltless small sword shaped like an emerald willow leaf. It was extremely slender and spun around the sword master, bringing with it streams of tender green fireflies. The Taoist from the talisman sect reminded sternly, "My 2 dry well talismans can at most hold on for another 20 seconds. Let's end the battle quickly and kill this little bastard quickly. Once his flying sword breaks out of the cage, we'll be lining up to slit our throats." The old Taoist's face was haggard and his fingers were bony. As he spoke, his hands moved slowly. He should be controlling the 2 talisman that caught Chu Yi and Shiwu. The old Taoist was so angry that his voice trembled. "Isn't this kid a martial artist and swordsman in the secret report that you gave? Now, not only is he a swordsman, but he also has 2 flying swords, 2 flying swords. If not for the fact that I still have some money and saved up 2 talismans that I originally planned to pass down in my family, we would all be finished this time. The dividends that we previously calculated are not counted." The brawny man's expression was ugly. He strode towards Chen Pingan without looking at the old Taoist and said in a muffled voice, "About the dividends, that's easy. We won't shortchange you." The old Taoist snorted coldly. His heart was in turmoil as he stared at the white-robed youth. Since when did a swordsman have such a strong physique? As for the handsome young master who was still standing on the tree, he was also a swordsman with a natal flying sword. It was no wonder the 2 of them dared to do as they pleased in a foreign country. 2 swordsmen with 3 natal flying swords. Even if they swaggered from the Tongya continent's Yugui sect to the Tongya sect, as long as they didn't provoke those immortal residences, how many wild cultivators would dare to provoke them? This group of people was a mix of good and bad people. Of course, they couldn't walk together, but because of benefits, they gathered. Although everyone's cultivation realm wasn't too high, they each had their own strengths. Along the way, there was an expert behind the scenes who gave them advice. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill a golden core cultivator, as long as the other party didn't notice beforehand, the group could arm wrestle. Who knows, they might even get a great fortune. For example, this time, he had his eyes on that young sheep-fat beast. He was determined to get it. In fact, they had already overestimated the 2 young people, but they didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. This time, there was a middle-aged swordsman who didn't hold back the youth, and there was also a wood element chi refinement warrior who was blessed by nature in this forest. He actually drove the ancient trees to uproot from the ground, like an old man who was staggering. The burly man took out a vermilion pill and threw it into his mouth. The skin on his face turned hot and red. He wanted to invite the gods to descend once again. The branches of the big tree were like long whips, ruthlessly smashing towards Chen Pingan. In the process of dodging, Chen Pingan had to dodge 1 or 2 sinister and tricky green sword gleams in time. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. Fortunately, Lu Tai quickly transmitted his voice to Chen Pingan and taught him how to deal with those strange trees. After that, Chen Pingan's every punch accurately smashed the small string of concealment words pasted on the big tree. Only when Chen Pingan successfully smashed the words, would there be the scene of the silver light shattering. The big tree would then collapse, and the green leaves and trees would wither instantly. Lu Tai also reminded Chen Pingan that the talisman sex Daoist who imprisoned the 2 flying swords, the so-called 20 seconds might not be real. It was highly likely that it was 30 seconds, or even that the talisman could hold on for a longer time. Chen Pingan was expressionless, probably because he couldn't be distracted. After smashing all the strange trees, the burly man who had already abandoned the iron whip had successfully invited the gods. His pair of snow-white eyes were devoid of any human luster, like a god who was coldly looking down at the mortal world. However, Lu Tai was a little surprised. Because he noticed that Chen Pingan, after hearing his reminder, did not have any ripples in his heart at all. It was obvious that Chen Pingan had already seen through the old Taoist scheme, which was why he could be so calm. At such a young age, he was already experienced in the Jianghu. Lu Tai supported himself on the tree trunk with one hand. Compared to Chen Pingan, who was fighting with various heroes, he was very bored here. His flying sword, needle tip, could no longer kill the old array master, and the ghost smoke emitted from the pottery jar could do nothing to him, Lu Tai. Besides, Lu Tai also took out a colorful silk rope casually and tied it to his arm. Although it was thousands of miles away from the colorful belt worn by women, it was already quite a good magical equipment for ordinary Qi trainers. The colorful rope wrapped around his arm was respectively the life extension core, which could increase the absorption of spiritual energy, the invincible weapon puppet, which could be invulnerable to swords and spears. Of course, not all weapons couldn't get close to him, otherwise, it would be a half-immortal weapon instead of a magical equipment. The evil-avoiding rope, which could be raised high like a psychic snake and could disperse evil spirits. The sword silk, which could fly out by itself, was a bit like the flying sword driven by a sword master. The last one was a tiny, pocket-sized demon binding rope. The strength of Lu Tai's magical equipment was that it was comprehensive and had both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, at the end of the day, as long as his opponent was not a Jindan or Yuanying realm cultivator who was 1 or 2 levels higher than his opponent, he would be afraid of being bitten to death by ants. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was keeping the enemy's main force busy today. Lu Tai, who had nothing to do, felt a little guilty for the first time. He was indeed careless this time. He didn't expect that the enemy would be so bold as to summon so many people to besiege them. Their perseverance was even better. They had followed them for 1,000 miles. On the battlefield in the north, the evil cultivator probably felt sorry for the dissipating black smoke. He shouted at the old Daoist, "Do you still have any dry well talismans? If you do, just throw one out." This gave this swordsman the courage to claim that anyone below the Golden Core Earth Immortal Realm can defeat an enemy with a single sword. Anyone below the Dragon Gate can kill with a single sword. Moreover, there were few who doubted his claim on the mountain. He was famous for his fighting prowess and unparalleled. Countless women admired this swordsman who did not seek immortality. There were even rumors that Yunlu country's Empress Xiao had an affair with this swordsman. As for the heroines and fairies of the Jianghu, they worshipped this swordsman in red even more. The inconspicuous man smiled and said, "I, Ma Wanxing, am cautious. It is a habit. When I was young, I suffered too many losses and hardships. Therefore, I always remember one thing. To deal with these immortal masters with good backgrounds, we have to be like a lion hunting a rabbit. Otherwise, even if we are lucky enough to win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory." The red-robed swordsman smiled and said, "Ma Wanfa, we agreed before that I would help you hold the line in case of any accidents. The sword on the white-robed youth's back has long been mine. Now that an accident has occurred, I really need to kill the enemy personally." Then, the man nodded and said, "I can't give you the blade-strengthening gourd. Moreover, you are not a swordsman. However, there is at least a fengtsuan item on the 2 little fellows. If I want to share the items inside, you can take the fengtsuan item. How about that?" The red-robed swordsman smiled and said, "Excellent." The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Although the outcome is certain, we still have to be careful. The white-robed youth is most likely at his limit. Who knows, maybe the sissy guy still has some strength left. Why don't you deal with that guy first? The other one won't be able to jump around. The red-robed swordsman shook his head and said, the one on the tree has a Dharma treasure on his arm. He also has a flying sword flying around in the dark. It will be difficult for me to kill him silently. As for the white-robed youth, I can kill him with a single sword strike. When the time comes, he will lose his companion. His skin is softer than a sissy's and he will definitely be distracted. At that time, it won't matter if I kill him or you do it yourself. The man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That would be best. He then smiled and said, the old Taoist's two dry well talismans are about to collapse. When will you make your move? Now. The red-robed swordsman's figure had already disappeared. His voice lingered in the air. The tree branch under his feet did not move at all. It was obvious that this Jianghu Grandmaster's speed and the level of his martial arts. On the battlefield in the south, Chen Pingan and the burly man who had invited God to descend were locked in a fierce battle because the latter had the help of two people. It seemed that the chaotic battle would last for a long time. A red rainbow fell from the sky. It was as fast as lightning and tore the battlefield apart in an instant. The dense sword chi filled the air. He unsheathed his sword and thrust it at the white-robed youth's heart. The sword hit its mark. There was no suspense. The red-robed swordsman's lips curled. It was interesting and boring at the same time. He had killed another so-called cultivation genius. However, in the next moment, the red-robed swordsman was about to retreat. He even planned to abandon the immortal's Dharma treasure sword. Because his life was the most important. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The Sword Dao Grandmaster's aura was too strong. No one dared to do anything unnecessary. They all stopped, in case the Sword Dao Grandmaster killed the youth and then casually stabbed them to death with his sword. In the end, it would be called an accidental death. At that time, one less person would get a share of the loot. It meant that the rest of the people would get a little more. Who would not be willing to live? However, the next scene would be unforgettable. After the red-robed swordsman's sword pierced the heart of the handsome youth in snow-white clothes. With the sword tip as the center, the snow-white robe rippled, revealing the true appearance of the robe. A golden robe. It was as if there were flood dragons hidden in the golden sea of clouds. Chen Pingan no longer deliberately suppressed the power of the robe that was left behind by an immortal from overseas. He no longer deliberately exposed flaws and injured himself. Therefore, when the sword pierced the golden robe, it did not pierce the robe at all. Lu Tai did not say anything. However, Chen Pingan had been waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the master hiding behind the scenes to make the final decision. If it did not come, Chen Pingan would not lose out. If it came, Chen Pingan would make a big profit. Along the way, from the first time he left Lizhu Cave Heaven for the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, to the second time he left his hometown for the inverted hanging mountain. Chen Pingan had been cautious all the time and pursued no mistakes day after day. Finally, he got his reward. In the blink of an eye. As soon as the red-robed swordsman let go of the sword hilt, the youth who strode forward recklessly reached out and pulled out the long sword on his back. He cut off the head with one sword. Even Lu Tai was stunned. Then she looked around and smiled at the guys who were scared out of their wits. You guys came 1,000 miles to deliver your head. It's really the thought that counts. Chen Pingan put the long breath back into the scabbard and took a few steps forward. He gently held the long sword with his other hand and stood still. He held the sword upside down. He was a little romantic. The old formation master's heart was like dead ashes. The formation was so close to completion, but in the end, it was completely destroyed by this damned swordsmanship grandmaster. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The two outstanding disciples he was proud of also died on the spot. The two unlucky children did not have outstanding aptitudes, but they were obedient and easy to order around. The old formation master once again took out those precious pearls that he had kept in his sleeves and formed a formation one by one. The small formations formed a large protective formation. They were ready for battle. The chi cultivator who cultivated the 5 elements would spell was silent all along. He was a cultivator who could both attack and defend. In addition to being able to move mountains and uproot trees, he could also raise flower demons, insect pets, and plant spirits. He was like an auxiliary soldier on the battlefield, and he was often good at healing and detoxifying spells. They were often unable to win the battle in one fell swoop, but they were a type of chi cultivator who was popular. If they could choose to travel in a group of 3, then the most lethal and invincible sword cultivator, the unkillable weapon cultivator, and a farmer's pharmacist, a disciple of the Taoist external elixir sect, or a wood elemental chi cultivator could be said to be the best lineup for chi cultivators to travel the world together and gain experience everywhere. No one was willing to take the initiative to speak. They all had their own ulterior motives. Chen Pingan held the long sword left behind by the red-clothed swordsman in reverse and looked down. The body of the sword was like a pool of autumn water. Under the reflection of the sunlight through the branches and leaves, the water rippled. It was definitely a good sword. But he did not know how much it was worth. The evil cultivator was the only one who was bold enough to make a move. He sneakily put one hand behind his back and held up a silver-white porcelain bottle. It was 1 foot tall, with a narrow mouth and a big belly. Ferocious faces constantly swam across the surface of the bottle, like a cruel cage to imprison souls. This person silently recited the incantation. He was going to use the spiritual weapon in his hand to secretly collect the red-clothed swordsman's soul after his death. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once he succeeded, his strength would skyrocket. A martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 6th realm had a strong soul. As long as he successfully refined it into a Yin soldier and nurtured it properly, he could go to the 6th realm and stay in the mass graves and ancient battlefields to let it constantly absorb the evil energy. He might even be able to refine it into an otherworldly item of the 7th realm. By then, he would not need to care about other people's opinions. He laughed heartily and said, "Do you dare to wait for a moment and let me have a good fight?" Chen Pingan casually threw out the infatuation sword in his hand. It pierced through the burly man's heart. The sword was nailed into the trunk of a large tree. After successfully piercing through the man's heart, Chen Pingan clearly saw the red light flowing on the sword. It flashed and disappeared, like a hungry man eating a meal or a drunkard drinking to his heart's content. Chen Pingan made up his mind to find an immortal's ferry or an immortal's shop on the mountain to sell this sword. The resplendent golden light was still tirelessly melting the black smoke. It was indeed a high-grade magical treasure made from the old flood dragon's whiskers. 2 of them were already so powerful. He wondered how powerful the horsetail whisk in the hands of true monarch flood dragon and the old Taoist on the inverted mountain was. Chen Pingan collected his thoughts and hesitated for a moment before retrieving the sword. He picked up a tree branch that was as thick as an arm and sharpened it with his sword. Then, he silently dug a few large pits and buried the red-robed swordsman, the burly man, and the 2 disciples of the array formation master. Finally, he added soil to cover them up. He tried his best to hide their traces so that no one who happened to pass by would be able to see them. Chen Pingan sat on a high tree branch and patiently waited for the return of the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month and the landing platform. He casually placed infatuation, which had an additional scabbard, on his knees. In the distance, the black smoke of the Yin souls that were struggling against the golden light were retreating. Although they had already lost their intelligence, they feared death and sought life. Even the dead otherworldly items were no exception. Suddenly, a large cloud of black smoke wanted to leave this place and wreak havoc elsewhere. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a castle in the distance. If it was a person of the Jianghu who did not know spells, he would probably be implicated. Chen Pingan held the sword and stood up. He first looked around. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he poured the true meaning of soul into his robe. In an instant, an ethereal Dharma idol that was dozens of feet tall appeared in the sky. Its face was blurry, but the golden light was clear. The Dharma idol floated in the sky and stood tall, blocking the path of the black smoke. With a sweep of its sleeve, it sucked the Yin souls into its sleeve. The Yin souls seemed to have entered a pool of lightning. With a sizzling sound, they quickly dissipated into thin air. Chen Pingan sat back on the ground. His face was pale and he had a splitting headache. This time, he had unreservedly revealed his robe's golden wine. He had used up all of his true qi, and there were signs that he would not be able to continue. If he was in a fight with someone, it was best not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. If the other party had an unexpected life-saving ability, Chen Pingan would be offering his head with both hands. But to be honest, the feeling of his mind wandering, as if his soul had left his body and traveled far away, was extremely mysterious. Looking down at the mountains and rivers from above, Chen Pingan stretched out his finger and gently twirled the corner of his robe. It was soft, smooth, and cool. The battle of life and death was mainly because he was on tenterhooks and had almost exhausted his mental and physical strength. Chen Pingan was a little sleepy. He leaned against the trunk of a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. After about half an hour, Chen Pingan finally calmed down and his breathing became smooth again. Chen Pingan's wrist was tied with a golden knot made from the demon-binding rope. Soon, a dazzling white rainbow and a dark green light flew back as fast as lightning. Although the two flying swords were extremely small, the two fireflies stretched out for hundreds of feet and were still very eye-catching. The two of them entered the sword-strengthening gourd. He sensed their intentions from the sword-strengthening gourd. They should have successfully killed the enemy. Chen Pingan was relieved. The 1st and 15th day of the lunar month was the first time he had left Chen Pingan for so long. But this also led to a conclusion. These wild cultivators might not be as good as immortal disciples in killing enemies, but they were all proficient in escaping. Wasn't he the same? Since there was nothing to do, Chen Pingan began to sit and practice the sword furnace stance. Carrying a sword was cultivation. Wearing clothes was also cultivation. The golden wine, which had accompanied an immortal for hundreds or even thousands of years, was a small paradise for qi cultivators. It could gather spiritual energy. But for a pure martial artist, the golden wine was of course a rare protective talisman. But there was also a little trouble, which was that he had to resist the spiritual energy that was constantly coming to the golden wine. After all, a pure martial artist had to be determined from the beginning to disperse all the spiritual energy in his qi residence. Only then could he be considered pure and be on the path of martial arts. In the inverted hanging mountain, because of the abundant spiritual energy, it was more difficult to resist. After leaving the treasure-swallowing whale, it was much easier to walk in the forest. After all, the spiritual energy in the ordinary mountains was weak and could be ignored. Chen Pingan waited for nearly 2 hours. Lu Tai swaggered in the forest and rushed towards Chen Pingan. He was covered in dust, but fortunately, there were no bloodstains. And from the looks of it, he was a man who had returned from a rewarding journey. As he walked towards the big tree where Chen Pingan was, he casually put away the many formation flags left by the old array master into his sleeves. Lu Tai asked curiously, "You have a bodhisattva's heart. Why don't you let the corpses be exposed to the sun? The beasts gnawed on them and the birds pecked at them. That's what they deserve. Why are you pitying these villains?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm not pitying them. I'm just concerned about the matter of death is the most important thing, and being buried in the ground is peace." Lu Tai shook his head, too lazy to think more about it. He suddenly turned and ran towards the grave mound with the heaviest smell of blood. He asked Chen Pingon about the approximate location of the burial of the dead, and then Lu Tai solemnly promised that he would fill in the soil again later. Without waiting for Chen Pingon to agree and nod, Lu Tai had already slapped the ground with his palm. Dust flew into the air as he ran over and began rummaging through the corpses. He didn't even let the two disciples of the old array master go. It was hard to imagine that such a guy who liked rouge, face powder, blusher, and black eyebrows could be so adept at digging up graves without any psychological burden. It was inevitable that the platform would be stained with blood and mud. However, with the 5-colored silk rope wrapped around the arm, the entire body would be cleaned up very quickly. Immortal magical treasures had all sorts of magical uses, which were unimaginable. Lu Tai muttered to himself, "For better or for worse, you're a Jianghu grandmaster, but you're really a pauper. Look, this is Ma Wanfa's fengcuan. There's a mountain of gold and silver inside. Look at you. You should be so ashamed that you should come back to life and die again. I don't want to criticize you, but compared to your master, you're really shabby. Only this stack of banknotes can solve our urgent needs. If we go shopping at the foot of the mountain and give them snow to spend money, the shopkeeper will beat us up, you two ill-fated lovers. In your next life, remember to find a better master. Even if you're not as good, don't find this kind of master again." Chen Pingon didn't disturb Lu Tai's busy work. But looking at the back, he felt very unfamiliar. In the end, Lu Tai filled in the soil again. He clapped his hands and looked at the flat ground, somewhat satisfied. The mastermind behind the scenes is already dead. Everything is fine. Lu Tai walked back to Chen Pingon's tree. He wouldn't go up the tree even if he was beaten to death. He raised his head and waved his hand, saying, "Time to divide the loot." 291, Chen Pingon asked, "Regarding today's storm, did you divine before and already have an answer?" Lu Tai raised her hand and paused for a moment. Then, she stroked her hair and smiled charmingly. "I do it every day. This is the daily homework of Yin Yang disciples. Otherwise, I would have told you to run for your life. However, I can't tell you about this. It won't work if I do." Chen Pingon sized up Lu Tai. "Just this once." Lu Tai curled her lips and said disapprovingly, "What's wrong with taking advantage of the situation? I'll be struck by lightning if I don't take advantage of it." At this point, Lu Tai flipped her wrist and a green jade tablet appeared in her hand. Ma Wanfa's fengcuan item. His treasures are all in it. Compared to Do Ziji who practices martial arts, Ma Wanfa is doing quite well. He has a fengcuan item even though he's a Dragon Gate cultivator. However, do you know what's the best about him? Chen Pingon shook his head. Lu Tai chuckled. Ma Wanfa is a rare silkworm breeder. He's good at extracting silk from cocoons. That's why he covets the two of us and recruited such a large group to encircle us. Ma Wanfa is confident that he can capture our fengcuan item after we die. Ma Wanfa probably didn't expect us to be two sword immortals in the beginning. There's no need to think too much about my two intrinsic flying swords. As for yours, it's hard to say. Once someone snatches the blade-strengthening gourd." Chen Pingon remained silent. Chen Pingon had a general understanding of how intrinsic items, Dharma treasures, and spirit artifacts were refined into the void. Intrinsic items were like the intrinsic flying swords of a sword cultivator. They were gone after death, and even immortals couldn't keep them. However, although ordinary refined items were secretly hidden in the chi residence acupoints, there was a certain possibility that they would wander in the soul after death and would not dissipate quickly. If the quality was extremely high, even if the soul in the host body scattered, it could even jump out and return to the mortal world. There were so many secret realms in the world after the blessed paradises were shattered. After the restrictions of the immortal mansions were broken, there would often be high-grade magical treasures left in the mortal world near the remains of many immortals who were dismembered. To a chi refinement warrior, the natal item was destined to be extremely rare. As for the refined items, although there were slightly more in quantity, they could be counted on one's fingers. After all, the higher the quality of a spirit artifact or magic treasure, the more difficult it was to refine, and the amount of time and energy it consumed was sufficient to make most cultivators below the earthly immortal realm retreat in the face of difficulties. As for the immortal sword in the Heaven Master Mansion on Mount Longhu, even if the person who wielded it had been a grand Heaven Master with heaven-defying Taoist magics, he still wouldn't have been able to make it his life essence item. Second Taoist sword was the same. There were many sword immortals in the 9 continents, so there were naturally many immortal swords as well. However, there were only 4 immortal swords in the truest sense. There were only 4. It had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. That was why Ruanju of the Wind Snow Temple swore to forge a brand new immortal sword that no one had ever seen before. If modern people were inferior to ancient people in every aspect, how boring would that be? As for the reason why the great cultivators of the military school were known as the walking armory, it was because they could refine more magic treasures. Lu Tai snapped his fingers and the 2 intrinsic flying swords returned to their chi residences to rest. A bamboo fan appeared in his hand and he gently fanned himself. He laughed happily. Who told you to let those small fries go? Chen Pingon was so angry that he wanted to kick him. However, Lu Tai suddenly bent down and covered his mouth with his hand. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. It was not too difficult to hunt down a cunning Dragon Gate cultivator who had a core item. But to kill him, perhaps only a golden core cultivator could do it. Therefore, the price Lu Tai paid was definitely not small. Chen Pingon stretched out 2 fingers and pinched a corner of the golden wine robe on his body. With a slight tug, he actually peeled off the entire golden wine robe and gently threw it to the trembling Lu Tai. He frowned and said, "Try it on. I've already removed the seal on the robe." Lu Tai stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden robe. Without any movement, the golden wine robe was instantly on his body. He sat down on the ground and took a deep breath before sitting down cross-legged. He stretched out a finger and wiped his scarlet lips while cursing. But even so, it didn't seem vulgar at all. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to maintain my peak combat strength at all times and treated those medicinal pills and nectar as steamed buns and tea, how could I have ended up in such a sorry state? If we had split Ma Wanfa's square inch equally, you would have profited greatly, but I would have suffered a great loss. Chen Pingon squatted at the side and casually inserted infatuation into the ground. He said angrily, "Do Ziji's saber belongs to me. You can take the rest." Lu Tai widened his eyes and said angrily, "This sword is the most valuable one, all right? Even a martial Dao Grandmaster of the Spirit Refinement Realm can use it." In order to obtain this Dharma treasure, Do Ziji must have sold everything she had. She might have even gone bankrupt. That's why Ma Wanfa asked her to come and rob him this time. Chen Pingon grinned. "I don't care about that." After Lu Tai put on the golden wine robe, his breathing was much more stable. Alright, let's review. The array formation set up by the array master is called the mountain moving array. It can make one's soul flow stagnant as if one is carrying a mountain. It's very effective against chi refinement warriors below the golden core realm. Those small flags are not of high quality. It's just that there are a lot of them, so they are worth some money. On my way here, I bumped into that unlucky old talisman. He was almost split into two by the tip of the needle. He was so scared that he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. I asked him to hand over all his treasures. How could he be willing? He put up a desperate struggle and fought with me. I had no choice but to end his life. In addition, I also checked his soul to see if there were any Fangtzuan items or refined Dharma treasures hidden in his soul. That's why my injuries worsened. It's a pity that I only got this silkfish talisman. It turns out that the talisman that imprisoned your two flying swords is the essence of this talisman book. It's called the Dry Well Talisman. The grade of this talisman is not as good as the Scabbard Talisman and the Mountain Ceiling Talisman that I mentioned. But it's still quite interesting. I brought it back to the family and placed it in the library. If you had killed the old Daoist, we would have split the items in half and my injuries would not have worsened. I risked half my life to kill the old Daoist and still had to split the items in half with you. Don't you think that's infuriating? Chen Pingan said, that evil cultivator had nothing left to lose. Previously, Yin Qi filled the sky and black smoke billowed. If not for this robe, we would not have been able to stop it. Otherwise, the castle would have been destroyed by us. Wouldn't we have been caught in the crossfire and suffered an undeserved calamity for nothing? Lu Tai raised the jade tablet in his hand. This green jade tablet is even rarer than the Guyu coin. It can only be found by chance. Therefore, compared to ordinary Fangtzuan items, its price is much higher. The things inside aren't that amazing. There are plenty of treasures and antiques from the mortal world. Their foresight is really bad, and there are countless fakes. The few bottles of medicinal pills aren't anything special either. If you calculate them all together, even if you don't talk about the jade tablet itself, it's only worth about 10,000 snowflakes. We're both in the Dragon Gate realm, but Tongya continent is far inferior to the Central Plains. Lu Tai's words were filled with regret, as well as the pride of being a native of the Central Divine Continent. It was just like how some sword cultivators looked at other chi refinement warriors. Some people came from the North Continent and looked at the Eastern Aquarius Continent. Even Chen Pingan was secretly happy when he saw the group of Dali elite cavalry scouts who showed kindness in the snowstorm at the border. When the little boy in green and the girl in pink talked about the rotten and weak soldiers of the Huangting country, Chen Pingan was also secretly happy. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "It's only worth 10,000 snowflakes." Lu Tai asked in return, "Otherwise?" Chen Pingan remembered that the Kuan ship in the ceremonial mountain in the North Continent was one of the few Dharma treasures with the highest price in the past few hundred years. It was worth 10 to 20,000 snowflakes. To the two sisters, it was like when Chen Pingan was still an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln. He heard Lu Xianyang say mysteriously that the mansion in Fulu Street was worth a few thousand taels of silver. At that time, Chen Pingan had only seen a few pieces of silver. It was just that he did not know how many times Chen Shui and Chosher had seen Guyu money later on. Lu Tai was busy healing himself with the spiritual energy contained in the golden wine and did not notice Chen Pingan's disappointed expression. He snorted and said, "My five-colored rope was seriously damaged during the fight with Ma Wanfa. The other protective Dharma treasure was also completely destroyed. Let's not talk about the repair cost of the five-colored rope. Do you know how much the latter is worth?" Lu Tai blinked his eyes. "If we count all the treasures in the CUN object and the scattered array flags, I barely made a loss. I made a small profit." Chen Pingan said in a methodical manner, "You forgot to mention the silkfish talisman that can be kept in the family library." Lu Tai suddenly realized, aha, I forgot. Chen Pingan pointed at the CUN object in his hand, and this jade tablet. Let's take a step back and say that we really split it equally. How much is half a jade tablet worth? Chen Pingan asked, what's wrong? The well water is not suitable for brewing tea. Lu Tai curled his lips. The feng shui of the Eagle Castle has obviously been tampered with. The well water is especially gloomy. Not to mention brewing tea, even boiling water and cooking will cause problems for ordinary teachers who don't have enough yang qi. But it's not a big problem. I guess that in the past 10 or 20 years, there must be more girls than boys. If this goes on, the yin will flourish and the yang will decline. Chen Pingan frowned and didn't say anything. Lu Tai smiled and asked, are you not going to do anything? Chen Pingan glanced at him. Let's not talk about the Jianghu grudges. We don't know anything now. Are we going to help or harm people? Lu Tai smiled and said, then I'm relieved. I was afraid that you would be hot-blooded and want to help people. Chen Pingan said unhappily, I don't have a knife. Lu Tai threw the bucket aside and put his hands behind his back. He looked at Chen Pingan playfully and said, oh, Chen Pingan. Not bad. You can tell jokes now. Chen Pingan laughed it off. He began to practice the 6-step pile walking in the yard. Lu Tai sat on the steps and looked up at the sky. He waved his bamboo fan gently. It's going to rain. In the twilight, a torrential downpour soon arrived as promised. The rain fell on the stone table in the yard, in the alley, and between heaven and earth. Chen Pingan was wearing a golden robe. He didn't have to worry about the cold at all. He didn't even have to worry about his clothes being soaked. He continued to practice. Every time he punched, he felt like he was breaking a ball of rain. Chen Pingan was addicted to it. In order to hide from the rain, Lu Tai was already sitting at the door of the house. Although it was autumn and the weather was cool, he was still fanning himself. He was either in a daze or occasionally glancing at Chen Pingan's fish technique. Lu Tai saw that Chen Pingan had switched from boxing to swordsmanship. He was still holding the long sword in a strange way. Lu Tai smiled and said, the ancients have always seen rain as the meeting of heaven and earth, the meeting of yin and yang. The ancients' thinking is really interesting. I don't know how the future generations will see us. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. Lu Tai was always so mysterious. There was no need to pay attention to him. That night, the lights in Lu Tai's room were turned off. As usual, Chen Pingan read the annals of mountains and seas under the light. It was still raining heavily outside the window. It was rare to see such heavy rain. Chen Pingan's ears moved slightly. He vaguely heard the laughter of children chasing and playing in the alley outside the yard. After a while, Chen Pingan had just turned a page when he heard the soft voice of a woman outside. It sounded like she was crying and complaining. Chen Pingan was indifferent. There was a series of old men coughing and it gradually faded away. The yard was located at the end of the alley. 293. The child with a pale face and dressed in white robes thought for a long time before continuing to move forward with the adults, and his figure disappeared into the depths of the alley. Chen Pingan looked calm and did not continue to look at the strange scene. He glanced at the demon-suppressing talisman pasted on the door. It was only made of ordinary yellow paper, so it was not too painful to use it. After such a heavy rain, the door was soaked, but Chen Pingan casually pasted it on the door and it was abnormally firm. On the door were the two most commonly seen painted gods of martial arts. It was unknown whether they were the saints of the martial temple in the Tongya continent or the great generals in the history of the Agarwood kingdom. More than half of the year had passed. The painted gods of martial arts had faded greatly due to the wind, sun, and rain. They were a little dim and had a trace of decay. After Chen Pingon reached the four realms of martial arts, his chi and blood were vigorous and his soul was tough. The way he looked at the world had changed a little. Similar to the way chi trainers looked at chi, he could catch the flow of spiritual chi. Especially after he wore the golden wine, he could verify the degree of spiritual chi absorbed by the robe. He had gained a lot. He raised his head and looked at the two door gods who seemed to be wearing bright armor and dignified attire. In fact, a bit of divine spiritual light had already disappeared in the long river of time. It was nibbled away bit by the baleful yin chi in this strange alley until there was nothing left. Was this called a hero being short-tempered? Chen Pingon sighed. He stood on tiptoe and smoothed the fine wrinkles of the talisman with his fingers. According to the market price, how many pairs of painted gods of martial arts could be bought with a demon-suppressing talisman of the pagoda? Thinking of this, Chen Pingon was a little annoyed. Chen Pingon was well aware of the general meaning of those sneaky and evil spirits. It was a show of strength. They probably wanted him and Lu Tai, two foreigners with strong yang qi, to be tactful and leave this place as soon as possible so that both sides would mind their own business. Chen Pingon walked into the yard and locked the door. Since Lu Tai was awake, he didn't want to sleep anymore. Just like Chen Pingon, he moved a chair and sat by the door. Before Chen Pingon opened his mouth, Lu Tai took the initiative to explain, some weak otherworldly items can only scare people. At most, they can harm ordinary people with weak yang qi. They can scare them when they are walking at night and steal some of their souls when their souls are shivering. Or they can choose the time when the people are having nightmares to do that. Some people are looking for trouble. They don't know the rules. They pee at the crossroads of the ghost road where otherworldly items wander and bring trouble to themselves. Lu Tai took out the bamboo fan and began to fan it. The chill in the courtyard suddenly disappeared, and for some reason, there was a bit of warmth. In the rain, wisps of gray smoke rose in spirals and dissipated. Lu Tai laughed. These ghosts are ignorant. They are just like the living people of the Eagle Fortress. They can't see our depth at all. It's a pity that the demon-subduing talisman. If it was drawn by the celestial master of the Zhang family or the master of the Lingbao sect, with your material, Lu Tai paused for a moment, deliberately rubbing salt on Chen Pingon's wound. With a talisman at the gate of the Eagle Fortress, it can protect hundreds of people for at least 3 to 5 years. They won't be attacked by otherworldly items. Unlike you, a layman, who only breathed on the talisman with pure qi. You are destined to be unable to connect with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This talisman is like water without a source. How many days can it enjoy? Chen Pingon sat on the chair opposite him. Why didn't you show up earlier? Lu Tai smiled. Why would I show up? Why don't you chat with them about the local customs here? To ask them how they arranged the order of appearance in order to scare you. How they turned the rain into blood. I would only tell them sincerely that ghosts are not good enough to scare people. By then, I might not be able to resist teaching them a few tricks. Lu Tai was getting more and more unreasonable. Chen Pingon pointed out the door with the wine gourd, indicating that Lu Tai could go out and get close to them. Lu Tai sat in the same place, as still as a mountain. He closed his folding fan. Since I was young, I liked to deal with the demons and spirits in my family. You can even say that I get along with them day and night. I'm already used to it. If it wasn't for you, Chen Pingon, who found them annoying, would have a better sleep with them floating around outside. Chen Pingon was confused. You disciples of the school of Yin Yang don't have to avoid this. Lu Tai looked up at the rain and said softly, if you don't get close to evil, you won't know what's good. Chen Pingon asked curiously, Are there real ghosts hiding in the Eagle Fortress? Lu Tai nodded. Otherwise, why would I say a place with good feng shui for framing others before the fight? Chen Pingan nodded. He remembered it clearly. Lu Tai's hands rested lazily on the armrests of the chair, his sleeves hanging down. If the two of us died and became a pair of lovebirds, do you think anyone would believe us if we framed those woolly boorish men of Flying Eagle Fort? Of course, they would frame the nest of otherworldly ghosts. Chen Pingan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly stood up and walked to the door. There was a commotion in the alley outside the courtyard. The demon-subduing talisman on the door shone brightly and disappeared in a flash. Lu Tai turned his head and smiled. There's no need to go. Those ghosts won't give up. They must suffer some losses before they're willing to remember. Now that they've learned their lesson, they should stay away from us in the near future. It'll be difficult for me to hear those moving sounds of nature again and sleep well. Chen Pingan opened the courtyard door and stepped over the threshold. He looked up and sized up the demon-subduing talisman. Other than a faint stain, the talisman did not show any signs of the talisman's gall collapsing or shaking. As Lu Tai said, the ghosts that came to test the talisman did not have high cultivation. Chen Pingan returned to the courtyard and made up his mind. If they still came to provoke him, then don't blame him for being an evil neighbor. Lu Tai clasped his hands behind his head and said, "This Tongyi continent is a very conservative place. They don't like foreigners from other continents. If it was here, the heavenly monarch Xie Shi of the Ju-Lu continent would have been beaten half to death. Unlike your Aquarius continent, you can still sit down and drink tea, reason and bargain." Chen Pingan rubbed the mud on the bottom of his shoes on the steps. He thought for a while and said slowly, "The Aquarius continent is too close to the Ju-Lu continent. Dolly and Xie Shi's relationship is also very mysterious. They are both related. It is not just a matter of the customs of one continent. Lu Tai, what do you think?" Lu Tai clicked his tongue and said, "Good, good. Chen Pingan, you are becoming more and more capable of looking at problems from the top of the mountain. You are indeed someone who has passed through the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pingan was about to move the chair back into the house when Lu Tai suddenly said, "Chen Pingan, if we include Ma Wanfa, it is actually not difficult for them to deal with a half-golden core cultivator. It is actually not easy for the two of us to win this battle." Chen Pingan stood by the side of the chair and asked, "If the two of us go against a golden core Qi refinement warrior, do we have a chance of winning?" "Yes, but the chances are not high." Lu Tai smiled and said, "Almost every golden core cultivator is a person with a strong heart. Moreover, they have endless spells and divine abilities. So we either have to fight with him or we will be exhausted to death by him. You should know that the 9th realm of Qi refinement warriors, the Golden Core realm, and the 7th realm of pure martial arts, together with the previous realms, are said to be earth-shattering." Chen Pingan sat back on the chair and shook his head. "Actually, I am not too sure. Can you tell me more about it?" Lu Tai's eyes lit up. "If I tell you all these, can I give you a discount of 100 snowflakes the next time we officially split the spoils?" Chen Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You still care about 100 snowflakes spending money?" Lu Tai laughed and said, "Of course I don't care about the snowflakes spending money. I just like the feeling of taking advantage of others." Chen Pingan stretched out a hand, indicating that Lu Tai could make money now. Lu Tai was in a good mood. He kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He smiled and said, "The 7th realm of pure martial arts is called earth-shattering. Apart from the 7th realm of pure martial arts, the wind-controlling realm, which allows the martial arts to ride the wind and travel far away like immortals, there is also the ability to condense the soul, spirit, and guts into one, and display the world before one's eyes. It is a completely different scene. As for the Chi refinement warriors entering the Golden Core realm, only when you become a Golden Core cultivator can you be considered a member of my generation. This golden rule has almost been repeated too many times. The real mystery lies in the fact that before the formation of the Golden Core, there is a huge bottleneck when a cultivator uses spells and divine abilities. Based on the number of mansions they have, they can roughly calculate the total amount of spiritual energy stored. When fighting with others, it is just like you, Chen Pingan. If you want to spend money, you need to spend it wisely. But after the formation of the Golden Core, the spiritual energy stored by a cultivator is not limited to the number of Chi mansions they have. It is like a rich man building an ice house. Even in the scorching summer, one can still eat ice. More importantly, one can also temporarily borrow spiritual energy from the world. Longevity Bridge, Longevity Bridge. After all that talk, what exactly is it? Apart from embarking on the path of cultivation, it is also to be able to connect with the world, to have one's own little paradise, to be able to be a great blessed land of the world. Chen Pingan listened attentively. Then you won't have to worry about rain or snow. The more expensive ones can even protect you from fire and water. Chen Pingan said unhappily, what do I need those things for? I have to worry about whether my boots will break when I fight. What a hindrance. Another worry for nothing. Lu Tai sighed. You don't have the life to enjoy life. Chen Pingan asked, nothing strange happened after last night, right? Lu Tai nodded. There really was. It seems that someone from the Eagle Fortress saw a ghost. It's not too far from here. The two sides fought. It was quite bloody, but no one died. Chen Pingan thought for a moment. Then let's walk around during the day and see if we can find out the truth. After we know what's going on, we can decide whether to make a move. Lu Tai did not care about this. He was quite good at geomancy, searching for dragons, divination, and astrology. There was nothing he could do about it. The ancestors had given him food to eat. Even if he didn't study hard and found ways to slack off all day, he was still far ahead of his peers. This made him very annoyed. With just a few words, Lu Tai had casually summarized a bloody battle. Actually, for the people involved at that time, it was far from easy. Last night, in the rain, there was a young man dressed in black with a pedao hanging from his waist. He was traveling with a Taoist priest at night. Under the bamboo hat, one of them was ready to die, while the other was worried. After the torrential rain turned into a soft drizzle, the two walked into an alley and came to a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The young Taoist priest's face was slightly pale. The evil spirit tonight is especially strong. The other man held a pedao in his hand. His skin was slightly tanned. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. If we wait any longer, I don't know how many people will die in vain. We can't delay any longer. There were very few people living in this alley. There were only 3 or 4 families here. Most of them were elderly people who were lonely and didn't have much contact with the outside world. When the martial arts disciples of the Flying Eagle Castle were young, they would compete with each other on courage and insight. They would choose a night to see who dared to walk through this narrow and dark alley alone. It was said that there was a bloody battle in this alley. Before the Eagle Fortress was quiet in Jianghu, a group of enemies had sneaked into the Eagle Fortress when the old fort master had just passed away. Their hands were stained with blood. They were either masters of the demonic cult or masters of the evil path. They were all Jianghu heroes who had been injured and crippled by the old fort master. They accidentally leaked the news and were trapped in this alley by the well-prepared Eagle Fortress. Blood flowed all over the ground in that fight. Both sides killed each other until heads rolled down. There were not only heads of the murderers but also the heads of the older generation of the Eagle Fortress. There were broken limbs and broken bones. Almost none of the corpses were whole. It was said that when the Eagle Fortress collected the corpses, none of them did not vomit bile. The Flying Eagle Fortress was a martial arts faction whose ancestors were even more prosperous than the House of Qian. It had a glorious century-long history. Among the older generation of Jianghu people in Agarwood Kingdom, even though the Huan family had been silent for decades, they were still quite famous. Especially the late Old Master Huan, who was highly respected in Jianghu and was a well-known Jianghu hero. It was a pity that the current fort master, Huan Yang, was mediocre in martial arts and could not support the reputation of the Eagle Fortress. Huan Chang was still young, but he had a bleak situation where there was no successor. But if one casually flipped through the old almanac, there were too many things that the Flying Eagle Castle could bring to the table to talk about, starting from Old Master Huan's generation. Therefore, the 400 or so people in the huge Eagle Fortress were all very proud of themselves. Although they were located in a remote corner, the Eagle Fortress could not be considered a frog at the bottom of a well. Almost everyone had heard of the legends of the Eagle Fortress since childhood. Master Huan was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Agarwood Kingdom. Master Huan was a close friend of Master Huan when he was young. Today, there were 3 of the 10 great masters. As for the old madam, it was rumored that she was a princess of a neighboring kingdom. She fled to Jianghu and was saved by Master Huan. They fell in love at first sight. During this period, they were constantly bumpy and suffered all kinds of hardships. But in the end, they were still together. The young master of the castle, Huan Chang, had displayed an outstanding talent in martial arts since he was young. He was born with astonishing physical strength, and in the past 10 years, he had sought guidance from the heroes outside or sparred with those famous heroes of the Jianghu. His achievements were remarkable. As for the fort master's daughter, Huan Shu, it was said that she was engaged to the eldest son of one of the 10 great masters of Agarwood Kingdom. She was only waiting for that young man to come and marry her. The leader of the younger generation of the Eagle Fortress was not Huan Chang, but someone with a different surname, Tao Xiang. He was the direct disciple of the fort master, Huan Yang. Since young, he had learned Confucian classics and profound martial arts from the head butler, Master He. In terms of popularity, he was even better than young fort master Huan Chang. Tao Xiang was warm-hearted and had a good reputation in the Eagle Fortress. He was cheerful, as if he was not afraid even if the sky fell. Among the group of people who entered the Eagle Fortress, the Grand Master was a famous hero of Jianghu. Among them, there was a beautiful woman who was praised as a fairy. She had a good relationship with Tao Xiang and often traveled with him in and out of the Eagle Fortress. She could smile like a flower while drinking the cheapest wine on the street with Tao Xiang. In recent years, Tao Xiang had started to help the fort master and butler Hiya. He tried to manage the affairs of the Eagle Fortress and came into contact with a lot of inside information. His life was not easy. Guests from all over the world had to be well received. The incense sticks left behind by the ancestors of the Eagle Fortress could not be quietly extinguished. They had to maintain the incense sticks in secret. Going to the capital, going to the famous sects in the mountains, going to the powerful sects in the big cities, sending money to the rich and powerful officials, and building relationships with the local tyrants of the county, all of these required Tao Xiang, an outsider, to run errands. Therefore, Tao Xiang's knowledge and experience in Jianghu were outstanding. The machete man who came to this alley tonight was Tao Xiang. The young Taoist who came with him was a good friend of Tao Xiang's in Jianghu. They hit it off at first sight. Tao Xiang knew some of the young Taoist's secrets. He could see those evil things and had some methods that were unheard of in Jianghu. After the young Taoist received Tao Xiang's secret letter asking for help, he came to the Eagle Fortress without hesitation. After a careful search, the young Taoist's heart grew heavier. Just as Tao Xiang said in the letter, the Eagle Fortress was indeed haunted by ghosts. Their skills were so high that they directly destroyed the foundation of the Eagle Fortress feng shui. The young Taoist knew himself well. He was never a true mountain dweller. He followed his master who liked to travel around the world. He had only practiced Taoist magic for 5 years. He had only learned some superficial skills of observing qi and drawing talismans. Moreover, the talismans he drew were sometimes ineffective. The copper coin sword on his back was made up of 49 copper coins. Until now, he had not had the chance to use it. He had no idea whether it was really enough to suppress evil spirits and slay evil. The young Taoist's name was Huang Shang. He was a descendant of an aristocratic family who had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. He practiced Taoism for almost 5 years but still could not reach a higher level in drawing talismans. His master who taught him Taoism was not by his side most of the time. Huang Shang spent almost all of his savings to gather the copper coin sword of the previous dynasty Shinshu, Yuan Guang, and Jingde. His master said that these 3 copper coins contained the most yang qi. As for the talismans that Huang Shang drew, the quality was not good. He could only rely on quantity to make up for it. Letting a half-baked Taoist like him deal with the ferocious evil spirits of the Eagle Fortress was indeed a tough task. However, he was a close friend of Tao Xiang and was driven by the spirit of brotherhood. Seeing that Tao Xiang was determined to come here and get rid of the evil for the people, he couldn't just watch his brother die here. The two of them called each other brothers. It was not like the Jianghu heroes who exchanged cups at the table. It was an exchange of lives. Before this house was abandoned, the original owner must have been from a well-off family. The threshold was quite high and the door was made of high-quality cypress wood. It was also decorated with a beast-faced knocker, ancient and profound. The Taoist priest Huang Shang took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. It was raining heavily earlier. At this moment, the Taoist looked at the wet door and high wall and smiled bitterly. The time and place are not on our side. The machete man Tao Xiang nodded and stared at the door. With one hand on the hilt, he suddenly turned around and patted the Taoist priest's shoulder with the other hand. "I'll go first. If the situation is serious and you can't save me, you don't have to worry about me. Just go back and find me a haunted house with good feng shui." Huang Shang was about to speak. Tao Xiang grinned and smiled brightly. "I'm not being polite. If the two of you die here, won't I be fighting for the wine down there?" Tao Xiang withdrew his hand and concentrated his qi in his dantian. He slashed at the door. "Open for me." The momentum of the blade was ferocious and it directly split open the door. Tao Xiang strode in resolutely. 294. 2 things. First, the official WeChat account released the first issue of the 1655 journal. Those who like Jian Lai and Shui Zhong should read it. Second, there are a lot of things to do this month. I can only try to update 120,000 words. There are always helpless things in the world. However, since Jian Lai started writing, there's a phrase that I've deeply felt. It's ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. Chen Pingan wasn't blind, so he could tell that Huan Shu, the daughter of the Eagle Fort, was interested in Lu Tai. As for the lingering haze between the two siblings' brows, Chen Pingan could also see that while the siblings were being courteous and warm, they couldn't get rid of that haze between their brows. It seemed that this place was haunted by ghosts and unscrupulous people, which brought a lot of trouble to the Eagle Fort. Even if you were from a rich family or a big sect, you still couldn't deal with this kind of thing. The group of people went to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. The building was built in an imposing manner. There were plaques and couplets written by famous people, painted door gods that were as tall as a man, and white jade lions on both sides of the door. All of these reflected the glory and heritage of the Huan family of the Eagle Fortress in the past. The banquet hall was brightly lit. There were red candles as thick as a baby's arm. There were also many old objects, large landscape paintings, and screens with immortal scenes. The fort master Huan Yang and his wife, the old housekeeper Hiya, and several elders of the Huan family were waiting at the entrance of the hall to welcome the two young people who came to the Eagle Fort for the first time. Behind them stood many young people from different families and branches. They were curious about Lu Tai and Chen Pingan. After all, it was rare to see such a big scene. Lu Tai told Chen Pingan telepathically, "Don't hit a smiling face. Believe it or not, if the Huan family of the Eagle Fort is smart enough, they'll apologize to us after 3 rounds of drinking." Lu Tai soon became serious. He looked around and said in Chen Pingan's mind, "There are many old antiques here. The ancestors of the Huan family of the Eagle Fort are quite generous. It's not bad to be at the foot of Tonggishao Mountain. If it weren't for the accident that forced them to hide here, we wouldn't even need to show up. We would have asked the immortals of the Agarwood country or the surrounding areas to deal with those otherworldly items." Lu Tai had mentioned before that the business people in the world called it old money and new money. There were old and new banknotes. There were old and new banknotes that were issued and circulated by the two groups. Naturally, there were old and new banknotes issued and circulated by the two groups. Before he sat down, Chen Pingan was keenly aware of the abnormality of the Madam of the Castle Lord. Her aura was shrouded in clouds and mist, and it was the kind of dark clouds and black mist that was obviously tainted with a filthy aura. The woman looked gorgeous and well-maintained, but in fact, her vitality was exhausted and she was on the verge of death. Lu Tai didn't even look at her. There were no exotic delicacies in the banquet. Huan Yang didn't put on any airs from the beginning to the end. He was very humble. Even Chen Pingan could clearly feel the discomfort of the Huan family's descendants. They were very perfunctory when they raised their cups to drink and picked up food. Most of the time, it was only when the lord of the castle suggested a toast that they would make a move. However, Lu Tai guessed wrong. Even when the banquet was coming to an end, Fort Master Huan Yang didn't mention the strange alley where they stayed. He only said that the Eagle Fort was poor and didn't take good care of them. He hoped that the two young masters would forgive him. A half-baked person like me, who relied on my years of cultivation to reach this level, would never be seen as a fellow immortal in the eyes of a real immortal master on the mountain. Huang Shang still didn't quite believe it. He always felt that his master was a noble master who didn't care about fame and fortune. He didn't like to brag about his immortal cultivation. The old man didn't say anything more. Compared to those immortals who rode the clouds and rode the wind, he was like a dog who had lived for so many years. It wasn't a comfortable thing after all. On the other side, Chen Pingan pasted another demon suppression pagoda talisman outside the courtyard. Both of them didn't feel sleepy, so they chatted in the courtyard. Chen Pingan's expression was solemn. Lu Tai was still smiling as he sat on the chair and fanned himself. Chen Pingan was just about to speak when Lu Tai raised his hand to stop Chen Pingan from speaking. "It won't work if you say it." Lu Tai changed the topic and joked, "A golden necklace Daoist robe, 2 flying swords in the blade-strengthening gourd, and a demon-binding rope that is ranked as a magic weapon. When you become a 7th-tier martial artist one day, what will happen?" Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and said cheerfully, "The bitterness of it is not worth telling others." Lu Tai sighed and said, "Are you curious why I don't think I'm a sword cultivator?" Chen Pingan said unhappily, "What's so strange about it? Isn't it because you're afraid of heights? From Old Dragon City to Inverted Hanging Mountain, we took the Osmanthus Island. From inverted hanging mountain to Tongya continent, we took the treasure-swallowing whale. Then have you taken the Kuan boat? Lu Tai's face turned red. He threw the bamboo fan in his hand to Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon stretched out 2 fingers and spun them lightly. The bamboo fan seemed to be pulled by a thread and started to spin. It flew around Chen Pingon and returned to Lu Tai's side. Lu Tai caught the bamboo fan and said, applying what you've learned so quickly. The sword master's sword control technique might be very mysterious in the Jianghu, but to Chen Pingon, who had reached the 4th level of martial arts, it was easy. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. Since I have found this place and found the balcony in the Eagle Fortress, then you will have to travel alone in the future. Chen Pingon sat beside him and nodded. After this matter is settled, I will go north alone. You don't have to worry. Lu Tai asked, what are your plans? Of course. Chen Pingon smiled and said, the nearest is to find the ruins of an ancient battlefield. I will look for the souls and spirits that are still condensed after death. I will refine the 3 souls and strengthen the foundation of the 4 realms of martial arts. As for the distant, after I return to my hometown, I will continue to learn martial arts from the elders. If I walk step by step steadily, the possibility of reaching the 7th realm will be greater. Lu Tai nodded. Don't worry about me. I am fine. This bit of retaliation from the heavenly Tao is just a common occurrence for the disciples of the Lu clan. After Chen Pingon confirmed that Lu Tai was not puffing himself up at his own cost, he relaxed. He held the back of his head with both hands and said leisurely, there is also something that I have thought about before but did not have the time to do. I will pave a road for my hometown, the kind where there is a pavilion every 3 to 5 li. No matter how much money it costs, I will not feel the pinch. Lu Tai said unhappily, it is just a road. It will not cost much. No wonder this fellow's 2 life-bound flying swords were called Needle Point and Wheat On. It seemed that he was born to compete with other people's thimbles. Chen Pingon did not argue with him and continued, when you return to your hometown, try to personally manage the 2 shops in Dragon Rider Alley. As long as you can make money, even if it is only a few copper coins a day, it is fine. Then there are those broken statues in the Immortal Tomb. Although I have already done some things on my previous trip back home, such as building many sheds and repairing some, it is still not enough. I still need to formally reconstruct their golden bodies. Is that why you bought those books on statue creation? Yes. Try to know more taboos and rules to prevent yourself from doing bad things out of good intentions. Lu Tai said with a smile, you are really busy. Chen Pingon kept looking into the distance. If it is further, are you willing to listen? Go ahead. If you say something bad and dirty my ears, I will plunge into a well and wash myself. Chen Pingon ignored his sarcasm. I want more buildings to be erected in my hometown's Luopa mountain other than the bamboo buildings. From the foot of the mountain. Forget it, from halfway up the mountain, all the way to the top of the mountain. There must be those tiles, water droplets, cornices, caisson wells, mortise and tenons that you mentioned. When Chen Pingon said this, he stretched out his hand and gestured fiercely. Lu Tai rolled his eyes. What a terrifying ambition. Chen Pingon was somewhat discouraged. Lu Tai hurriedly raised his hands. All right, continue. I won't make fun of you anymore. Chen Pingon then continued, I want to buy a lot of books. I want some of the writings of the saints of the 3 religions, the 100 schools of thought, and the predecessors. Before the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was destroyed, it was hard to find a book in a marketplace like my clay bottle alley. You can't imagine it. It is rarer than seeing a piece of silver. I want to have a lot of spiritual artifacts and magical equipment in the buildings on the mountain. I also want to collect the specialties of various countries in the world. I want to raise some of them. 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 Exotic flowers and herbs, high mountains and flowing rivers, pavilions and terraces, dense forests and tall bamboos. Every day, there will be a sea of clouds and fog surging over the mountain like a river. Li Baoping and Li Huai can study in peace there. Lin Shi can concentrate on cultivation. Yu Lu can reach the peak of martial arts and ask the old man surnamed Shui about fish techniques. Xia Xia can be there, and not be bullied by Cui Dongshan. The little boy in green and the girl in pink can cultivate and slack off as they want. There is a girl named Ruan Xiu who can often come to my house as a guest. I can take out the pastries made by my shop to entertain her. Every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, many people will go to the mountain temple of Luopa Mountain to burn incense. I want to make the mountain path wider and have the same bluestone as Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. People won't be afraid of mud on their shoes when it rains. I will prepare many straw raincoats and bamboo hats in the mountain temple. Even if it rains suddenly, the people won't be afraid. They can just borrow them and go down the mountain. They will return them the next time they burn incense. No matter what the world is like, how people live at the foot of the mountain, or how other people live on the mountain, I only hope that everyone on my side can love each other and live a more comfortable life every day. I hope that I and the people around me won't be like Lu Xianyang, feeling that we can't do anything. When we are in the right, if others don't listen, then let them listen, no matter whether it is by fist or sword. Lu Tai had been listening quietly the whole time. It was like watching Chen Pingon build his own snowman in the summer with his own eyes. 296. This chapter is not a long one. It only has 7,000 words because there is one more chapter later. Lu Tai pointed at the entrance of the courtyard and said that there was a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. Outside the door is the Jianghu, but inside the door is the mountain. Chen Pingon wanted to drink. After that, the Eagle Fortress became lively and lively. Compared to the dead silence and tranquility before, the Eagle Fortress now obviously made people feel more at ease. This was because 2 foreign masters had come to the Eagle Fortress. They were not the wandering heroes that the Eagle Fortress was familiar with, nor were they the famous gurus. Instead, they were the mysterious old master He, who was already strange enough. They were even more interesting than him. The middle-aged man who was invited by the fort lord was leading a white horse through the streets and alleys of the Eagle Fortress. 2 large bundles of pine and cypress branches were hung on both sides of the saddle. Every time the horse stopped, the man with the horsetail whisk would burn a branch. He did not use a flint, but when he rubbed his fingers, the pine and cypress branches would burn. Waves of fragrance rose into the air. Some of the people of the Eagle Fortress who were watching from afar, some white-haired old men who knew a little about the ancient history began to show off their knowledge. They said that this was called Tingliao, which was an extraordinary celestial spell that could drive away evil spirits. Because pine trees were the tallest trees, they were known as the 18 Dukes, which was equivalent to the Duke of the Imperial Court. Cypress trees were second only to pine trees. Especially some pine and cypress trees from famous mountains, they were very expensive. Therefore, by burning pine and cypress trees together with the celestial spell, they could be connected to the gods. Compared to the tall man's horsetail whisk and white horse, the other sloppy old man was much more vulgar. He did not look like his peers, and his methods were also rustic. Therefore, there were not many people of the Eagle Fortress who came to watch the fun. The old man's identity was said to be the young Taoist Huang Shang's master. He was a Taoist who lived in the mountains and was an old friend of the fort lord. This time, the old man calculated that the Eagle Fortress would be in trouble. Therefore, he came down the mountain to help the Eagle Fortress. The sloppy old man did not wear a Taoist robe, nor did he know how to draw talismans. He only asked people to catch 7 or 8 roosters and hung them at the gate of the Eagle Fortress, the ancestral hall, the well, the martial arts field, and other places. Then, he stared at the roosters all day long. He had a small rice bag on his waist filled with glutinous rice and a pot of water to serve the roosters. The pot of water was not the well water that the Eagle Fortress drank daily, but the spring water that his disciple Huang Shang fetched from the distant mountains. Chen Pingan and Lu Tai parted ways. Lu Tai liked to watch the so-called celestial master of Taiping Mountain play tricks, while Chen Pingan observed the old man's methods. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Chen Pingan was in between the two. Although he did not know the origin of the old Taoist's behavior, he was sure that after hanging the roosters everywhere, the evil spirit would be weaker. It was like 2 armies facing each other, and one side would avoid the sharp edge. However, this kind of retreat did not cause any casualties. They just hid in the dark to accumulate power. When the old man was feeding the roosters with glutinous rice and water, it could be seen from his worried face that the old Taoist was not relaxed. As for the flamboyant man with the horsetail whisk, he had a complacent expression, as if he could destroy all evil with a snap of his fingers. He raised his head to look at the decaying authentic alchemy script and muttered to himself, in an era extremely long ago, the talismans drawn by people who were equivalent to 7th realm martial artists were only scratching the surface. Only those who were 9th realm martial artists could draw talismans. Therefore, it is easy to imagine how powerful the talisman of that time was. He also had the obscure title of Mr. Marquis of the 3 Mountains and 9 Marquises. He was regarded as the authentic talisman. Unfortunately, we descendants don't even know whether he was a person or just a nickname. Chen Pingan stood on his tiptoes, took off the talisman, and put it into his sleeve. Suddenly, there was a clamor all around. Fog rose from the muddy alleyway and quickly spread out. The fog first reached the ankles, then the knees, and soon the waist. It was as if Chen Pingan had opened the lid of a pot. Fog immediately rose up. However, the fog on the stove was the fragrance of hot rice and coriander. On the other side of the alleyway, there was a sticky, damp fog, suffused with a faint fishy smell. Chen Pingan turned his head to look. Fortunately, the fog did not surge into the courtyards of the city gates in one go. It was just that the various door gods, martial saints, martial gods, and so on that were pasted on the doors of the houses gave off a faint sizzling sound. The originally thin and scattered spiritual chi vanished like smoke into thin air, no longer able to protect the owners. In Chen Pingan's field of vision, at the end of the alleyway, a pair of figures dressed in white appeared again. The child continued to stare at Chen Pingan. Blood constantly seeped out of his scarlet eyes, flowing onto his snow-white face. However, the blood did not leave the face. It crawled in and out of his eyes like worms, as if the child's eye sockets were their nest. The adult holding the child's hand had no facial features. It was as if a thick layer of white cloth covered his face, making it impossible to see his ears, nose, eyebrows, eyes, and mouth. There were also many filthy otherworldly items walking toward the courtyard at the end of the alleyway. There was an old woman with a pair of dead fish eyes on her hands and feet on the ground, nimbly climbing the wall of the courtyard. She looked at Chen Pingan and kept repeating that she wanted to eat meat. There were also many children squatting by the wall, hugging their knees with their hands and pressing their heads against their knees. They let out intermittent whimpers from between their teeth, swaying with the wind. It was as if they wanted to tell a sad story, but they were too young and couldn't articulate it clearly. Although Chen Pingan had been worshipping ghosts and gods since he was young, he was not afraid of them. Imagine a 4 or 5-year-old child daring to run into the immortal tomb alone, rain or shine. Then, he would practice martial arts and travel to the Tongyi continent 3 times. Along the way, he had seen a lot of strange things. How could he be scared by this kind of situation? Therefore, even though the adult and the child had already walked to the alleyway facing the courtyard, Chen Pingan was still indifferent. Instead, he took a step forward and stood at the edge of the stairs, as if he was waiting for them to make a move. The child with the blood-stained face stared at Chen Pingan. When he turned his head and looked at Chen Pingan, he said, "Your meat smells good. Can I have a few bites? I only want half of your heart. Is that okay?" The child spoke very slowly, and his footsteps didn't stop. When he said the word heart, his back was already facing Chen Pingan. However, his head had already turned around, and he was still looking at Chen Pingan. He even stuck out his pitch-black tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. The old woman who was walking along the wall was the first to make a move. She jumped up and pounced on Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan didn't even look at her. He took a step forward and walked down the stairs. Without waiting for his boots to touch the ground, he casually threw a punch at the old woman's head. The old woman was sent flying backward, crashing into the opposite wall and shattering into pieces. She didn't even have time to cry out in pain. Seeing this, the otherworldly items in the alleyway became ferocious. Black smoke surged, and the otherworldly items formed by the resentment of their dead bodies madly pounced on Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan put one hand behind his back and kept it in his sleeve. He only used his right hand to fight. His fist intent was still limited. It only flowed in his right arm, and his earth energy condensed and didn't leak out. However, every time he punched, an otherworldly item would be destroyed. To the current Chen Pingan, this little bit of fist intent was like a bucket of water from a deep well. On the other hand, in the eyes of the group of otherworldly items, the white-cloaked young man's arm was like a small section of sunlight that cut through the curtain of the night. It was scorching and dazzling. In just a few blinks of an eye, most of the otherworldly items in the alleyway were gone. Lu Tai was sitting on the threshold, watching with a smile on her face. The child who had threatened to eat Chen Pingan's half of his heart got rid of the adult's hand. He flashed and appeared behind Chen Pingan. He used his palm as a knife and stabbed Chen Pingan's back. He wanted to cut Chen Pingan's heart from his back. His hand knife was swift and fierce. However, the child thought that he was about to succeed and screamed in pain. It turned out that when his 5 fingers touched the white robe, he felt like he had bumped into a stove. He didn't have time to withdraw his hand, and half of his arm was gone. Chen Pingan's left hand, which was still behind his back, didn't move. The corner of his eyes was still watching the otherworldly item that didn't have any facial features. He leaned back and bumped into the otherworldly item. When his golden robe touched the otherworldly item, the child melted like a candle and turned into a wisp of extremely pure black smoke. He wanted to fly away. However, Chen Pingan turned around, twisted his wrist, and punched him. The black smoke had no head or tail. Lu Tai joked, "That's a little bullying." Chen Pingan curled his lips. "What kind of person is that?" Chen Pingan abruptly turned his head and looked at the end of the alley. The gloomy water from the well on the other side of the street climbed up the wall of the well. Using the fog on the street to cover the yang energy, the water quickly flowed out of the well and poured into the alley where Chen Pingan was. After entering the alley, the water saw Chen Pingan subduing the otherworldly item. After hesitating for a while, the water from the well flowed back. Under Lu Tai's guidance, he began to draw the yang lantern lifting talisman for the first time. Because his state of mind was unstable, he failed in the end. Lu Tai didn't say anything. Chen Pingon took a deep breath and took out the talisman paper again. Unexpectedly, he still failed at the last step. For Chen Pingon, who had practiced boxing, this was extremely rare. Chen Pingon was a little confused. Lu Tai sighed. Because a fragment of Chen Pingon's state of mind, the heart mirror, was shaking. Lu Tai simply took out the bamboo fan and gently fanned it. He didn't look at Chen Pingon and said with a smile, "Don't put yourself in their shoes for everything. You have to learn to stay out of it. You don't have to rush to draw the talisman. They have suffered for so many years. Those little guys shouldn't mind waiting for a while." Lu Tai fanned the breeze, helping the dark wind to disperse the fog in the alley. He covered up the invisible yang energy that seeped from the dark clouds above. He said slowly, "When I'm done here, I will go directly to the bamboo house to find the wife of the fort master. Chen Pingon, you don't need to come with me because I need you to help me disperse the dark clouds and the otherworldly items that are hiding in the dark. Your cultivation might not be too low. You don't need to worry about me." Chen Pingon nodded. Lu Tai looked up at the sky and said, "We can more or less confirm the truth now. The Eagle Fort's yin has been flourishing and the yang has been declining. It was deliberately done by someone behind the scenes to let the madam of the fort, who was born with an extreme yin body, give birth to a ghost baby that is hard to come by in 100 years. It takes several years to be born from a woman's heart aperture and feeds on a woman's qi, blood, and vitality. It is not like an ordinary woman who carries a baby for 10 months. As the saying goes, the heart has ulterior motives, and in this situation, the madam of the fort is not a cultivator, so her vitality is insufficient. This is why there are so many strange things happening in the Eagle Fort in order to maintain her life and wait for the ghost baby to break out of her heart. That is when the madam of the fort dies. She has committed too many sins, so after death, the madam of the fort can no longer hope for peace." Chen Pingon frowned. Lu Tai said slowly, "According to the records of several Taoist classics in my family's library, the moment this filthy thing is born, it will have a cultivation level of the 6th realm. It is very difficult to deal with, and it will gather and disperse erratically. Unless it is killed in one blow, it will be very difficult to destroy. It likes to devour the organs of living people. If no one restrains it, it won't even need 100 years. As long as it is given a few cities and tens of thousands of people, it will be able to smoothly ascend to the nascent soul stage. A ghost baby is already very difficult to kill. So for an Earth Immortal ghost baby, I'm afraid that without 3 Earth Immortals joining forces, there is no hope of eliminating it. If a nascent soul stage cultivator were to go alone, it would be more likely that he would become its food." Lu Tai sneered, "This is nothing in the Earth continent, but in the Tongyi continent, it is very big." Lu Tai did not say anything else. He waved the bamboo fan in his hand, and a cool breeze brushed his face. Chen Pingon was silent for a moment, and said softly, "You can continue to draw talismans." Lu Tai glanced at Chen Pingon beside him and smiled. This time, it was finally done. Chen Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to put away the Yin Qi guidance talisman. Lu Tai was confused. "What is this for?" Chen Pingon answered, "The talisman paper's material is not of high quality. It is just for practice." Lu Tai snatched the talisman paper and said unhappily, "Silly, a bunch of little things." Dozens of children's otherworldly items walked in one after another. Some were jumping, some were swaying, and some were holding hands with the younger ones. After they entered the door one after another, all of them suddenly squeezed their heads behind the threshold and smiled at the white-robed young man standing outside the door. Although they were otherworldly items, their smiles were so innocent and bright. Lu Tai couldn't see Chen Pingon's expression. She was wearing a man's green robe. In fact, her real name was Lu Qian. She raised her head high as if she was angry with the ancestor Lu Qin. She only saw Qin Pingan waving goodbye to the children. It wasn't easy for a woman to have such a martial cultivation. He slowly walked forward, squatted down, and pinched her chin. The woman's expression was firm and her eyes were sharp. He smiled and took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a young man who looked like a woman. His body was weak and he had already fallen to the ground. His limbs twitched, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. He didn't have long to live. The man's eyes lit up. This was interesting. He actually had some aptitude for cultivation. If he was thrown into a third-rate sect, he might even be an important direct disciple. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give him a hand. Whether this kid succeeded or not and whether he could live to become an external disciple of his sect would depend on his luck. However, before that, regardless of whether the young man lived or died, he had to enjoy his good fortune with women. As for the other people in the lobby, they were going to feast their eyes. The man disguised as a Mount Taiping cultivator extended a finger and pressed it between the young man's eyebrows. Then he raised his hand casually, bringing out a wisp of stinky dark green smoke. It condensed into a round ball. With a gentle flick of his finger, the ball of smoke dissipated in the lobby. The handsome young man immediately came to his senses. Just as he was about to say something, the man slapped a scarlet pill into his mouth. He threw the young man into the middle of the lobby and waved his horsetail whisk again, dispersing the pure qi in the woman's body that was struggling to resist the poison mist of pine and cypress. Then he moved her to the young man's side. The man said with a smile, "Everyone, enjoy this." The young man's face was flushed. His body was curled up and he was trembling like a pendulum. When he saw the woman, his eyes gradually burned with desire. He slowly crawled towards her. The man clicked his tongue and said, "Our crooked path can't compare to those sects and schools that are steady and step by step. Some of the visualization methods can only be unconventional and go against the etiquette of the secular world. The most hateful thing is that our final achievements are limited. Even touching the threshold of the Jindan realm is an extravagant hope." Speaking of this, the man was somewhat resentful. Then he smiled at the young man and said, "But don't look down on the Sea View realm and the Dragon Gate realm. Little guy, you've eaten my Nank pill with endless effects. Now your mind is relaxed. It's a rare feeling of immortal ascension. However, one of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in your heart will be infinitely magnified. This is also the secret of our sect. As for what emotions and what desires, the Nank pill has a corresponding response. The one I rewarded you is the most expensive. Don't waste it. As long as you maintain a trace of clarity from beginning to end, you can enjoy yourself during this period. If you survive to the end, I will take you as my disciple. Your early path of cultivation will be smooth. There is a certain possibility that you can enter the middle 5 realms." The woman panicked, but her body was unable to move. Finally, she revealed a trace of despair and fear. The man said to the young man bewitchingly, "Don't worry. Everyone in the hall will die, so you don't have to have any scruples. The heavenly Tao is merciless. There is no good or evil in cultivation." The tall man's heart trembled. He suddenly raised his head and gripped his horsetail whisk tightly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Languid yawns could be seen on the beam. He lowered his head and looked at the evil cultivator. He took out a bamboo fan from his sleeve and fanned it slightly. "You're really bored. You like to talk to yourself so much." It was Lu Tai. Every time he waved the horsetail whisk, there would be a thread made from the tail of some mountain or swamp spirit beast that would leave the horsetail whisk and shoot towards the beam above Lu Tai. The threads of the horsetail whisk turned into white snakes that were as thick as arms in the air. They had a pair of wings and emitted a cold air. They moved as fast as lightning. Lu Tai did not pay any attention to the dozens of white snakes. He closed the bamboo fan and began to use it as a brush to write talismans on the beam. Under the brush tip, at the top of the bamboo fan, ancient silver characters and patterns constantly flowed out. Then, the characters that were like living creatures began to flow along the beam, the pillars, and the ground. They soaked into the alchemy book talisman that originally existed and covered them one by one. The guest overshadowed the host. As for the white snakes that left the horsetail whisk, as long as they came within 20 feet of Lu Tai, they would automatically turn into powder. The man could not tell what kind of Dao technique this was at all. This was the most terrifying part. However, something even more terrifying than this happened. The green-robed man who was more beautiful than a woman revealed the heavenly secret himself. He smiled and said, "I just set up a small array around here. It's common in the blessed enclave. It can block all kinds of Dao techniques from outsiders. I'm a saint in the middle. Doesn't it sound amazing?" The man's heart was surging. He hesitated for a moment and stopped the horsetail whisk in his hand. He placed it heavily on his arm and said, "Immortal Master, not only do you have a long history of learning, but you also have great abilities. I admire you. As long as Immortal Master is willing to be magnanimous, my master and I are willing to show enough sincerity. For example, all the secret treasures of the Eagle Fortress will belong to you two Immortal Masters. I can also make the decision on my own and privately give you a reward. When I return, I will ask my master for a superior spiritual weapon. What do you think, Immortal Master?" Lu Tai did not answer the question. "Your master is in the Golden Core realm." The man smiled and nodded. "To show my sincerity, I'm willing to tell you my master's Dharma name. He is the one who killed the 2 Dragon Gate realm cultivators of Peace Mountain." Lu Tai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop. You are too scheming." The man had an innocent expression. "Why do you say that, Immortal Master?" Lu Tai sighed. "A mere golden core wild cultivator from the Tongya continent was used by a sea-viewing realm cultivator like you. You can't scare me to death, but you can make me laugh to death. You almost succeeded." Then Lu Tai started to laugh while holding his belly. Of course, whether the mastermind behind the scenes was really in the Golden Core realm was another matter. The man's face was gloomy. Motherf *Ker, he had met someone with a hole in his head. Most importantly, this person who was neither male nor female had a very deep cultivation base. Lu Tai restrained his smile and even wiped the corners of his eyes. It seemed that he was really happy. "Apart from you and your master who are raising that ghost infant, do you have any other experts as allies?" The man was shocked and said with a bitter smile, "The people at the foot of the mountain think that this kind of rebellious behavior is very far from the Fuyao sect. However, in our eyes, it is not far. Do you think that just the 2 of them would dare to set up such a big trap? That they would be able to control this scheme?" Lu Tai said, "It seems that you and your master want to eat it all by yourselves." The man pretended to be calm, but he was already cursing in his heart. Lu Tai joked, "Isn't it very awkward? You can't give me the reward I want, but fighting to the death with us 2 foreigners might ruin your decades of painstaking effort." Having his thoughts exposed, the man's face was filled with murderous intent. "If you are really determined to interfere, aren't you afraid of dying together?" The man's chest was filled with anger. "Indeed, as you said, my master and I can't give you enough benefits. But then again, what benefits do you get by interfering? The ghost infant was raised by my master using a secret technique. It is unique in the world. Moreover, the ghost infant has already recognized its master. Even if you were lucky enough to snatch it, would you be able to raise it? Lu Tai flipped the bamboo fan and gently tapped the beam with the end. He was very relaxed. Can't I do some righteous good deeds? The man was so angry that his lips were trembling. If it weren't for the fact that the woman with ulterior motives was on the spot, even the slightest injury would affect the growth of the ghost baby after it was born and ruin his master's great plan for the next 100 years. If it weren't for all kinds of concerns, he really wanted to fight this guy to the death with all his strength. Lu Tai added fuel to the fire. Now you don't feel bored, right? How are you going to thank me? This time, it was the man's turn to become livid. He was not much better than the people of the Eagle Castle who had been poisoned by the sinister secret technique. Lu Tai suddenly lost interest in chatting. He put away the bamboo fan and poured out snow-white pills from his sleeve into his palm. Then, he threw them into the burning pines. It wasn't that the man didn't want to stop him, but that exaggeratedly huge flying sword appeared again and again. It fell from the sky again and again, sinking into the ground and then reappearing in the air. It was very difficult to dodge. Then, true killing intent flashed and disappeared. The man with the horsetail whisk was almost hit. He roared angrily and left only the long handle of the horsetail whisk. The snow-white threads all fell off and transformed into countless white snakes with wings. They quickly spun and buzzed, piercing the eardrums. They densely covered him and protected him in the middle. The man touched his cheek. There was a bloody groove that was deep enough to see bone. If he hadn't turned his head fast enough, his head might have been pierced through by the sword. 2 life-bound flying swords. They were also proficient in array formations. And they boasted shamelessly, claiming that their family's array formations were unparalleled in the world. Lu Tai sneered. You walked right into the trap. You can't blame anyone. On the pillar, the silver runes shone brightly. Then, they pulled each other and formed a net in the hole. The fishing lines of this fishing net were the words and pictures that were floating in the air. In the net, other than the man who had carelessly drawn a prison, there were also Lu Tai's needlepoint and my Mang's life-bound flying swords. Lu Tai floated down from the beam. He ignored the cage and walked toward the pale-faced wife of the castle master. The woman's eyes were lifeless and she was sweating profusely. There was a faint smell of blood coming from her seat. He passed by the woman in the center of the hole. The woman who had been sneaking around the fourth realm martial artist was already able to move freely. She held the withered and lifeless youth in her arms. When Lu Tai had thrown the beads into the brazier, the snow-white dust had scattered in all directions. After being inhaled by the old and young members of the Huan family of Eagle Castle, color gradually returned to their faces. Everyone's bodies were fine, but their spirits had been greatly damaged. It was inevitable that they would lose their lifespan. The woman suddenly turned her head and questioned Lu Tai's back. Why did you say those things? You are also the culprit. Lu Tai turned his head and glanced at her. He asked with a smile, why don't I kill the 2 of you right now? Once and for all, there will be no more worries. The woman held the youth and quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Lu Tai again. Lu Tai walked in front of the wife of the castle master. He put his hands behind his back and bent down to look at her. You don't have much life left. You will die no matter what. Now it depends on whether you choose to die a worthy death or be killed for the sake of the people. In Lu Tai's eyes, the woman's seemingly beautiful face had long been shattered. Her ravines were crisscrossed, and wisps of black death aura seeped out. Her pair of watery eyes, which were very lively in the eyes of an ordinary teacher, were pitch black. This pampered woman was ignorant and didn't react. Lu Tai smiled. Stop pretending. I know you've come back to your senses. Take advantage of the fact that you still have the energy to make your own choice. I'll respect your decision. In another half an incense stick's worth of time, you won't be able to control yourself. At that time, I won't be courteous with you. Huan Yang was about to stand up and speak when Lu Tai waved his sleeve and sealed his 5 senses. He sat there like an obedient puppet, but his eyes were filled with pain and pleading. The woman slowly raised her head and murmured, "Can I not die?" Lu Tai sighed and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long silence, Lu Tai turned to face the door. He leaned against the chair the woman was sitting on and said softly, "Then live a little longer." Outside the main building of the Eagle Castle, the sloppy old man watched the roosters that ate glutinous rice and drank clear spring water die one by one. Today, Huan Chang and Huan Shu happened to be with Taoist Huang Xiang and Tao Xiang. The brother and sister didn't want to hide in the happy nest of the main building. They didn't want to hide under the protection of the immortal Master Taiping Mountain. Since the old man was still outside, they wanted to help him. The old man looked up at the black clouds that kept pressing down. He gritted his teeth and had to use his trump card. He took out 2 big white bowls and held one in each hand. He turned to the brother and sister and said, "I need to borrow 2 or 3 liters of your blood to move the 2 stone lions at the gate of the ancestral hall. They are the treasures your grandfather asked for from a master to guard the house. They are the real trump card of the Eagle Castle." The old man raised his hands and said in a low voice, "Hurry, then let's hurry to the ancestral hall. We can't delay any longer." Huan Chang and Huan Shu looked at each other and then cut their palms without hesitation. Their blood flowed into the white bowls in the old man's hands. The old man turned his wrist and the 2 white bowls disappeared. "There may be ghosts and other worldly items on the way. I can't take care of you. You 4 should take care of yourselves. You even have to help me clear the way. If you die, no one will collect your bodies. So, now is the time to decide whether you want to go or not." The brother and sister, the 2 good friends, nodded at the same time. The old man shouted, "Let's go." As the old man expected, the otherworldly items hiding in the Eagle Castle seemed to know the old man's intention. They finally stopped hiding and rushed out. A young man in a white robe suddenly appeared on a roof. He stood on top of a raised eave and looked into the distance. He was looking at the old man and his companions who jumped on the roof and rushed to the ancestral hall. Chen Pingon held a talisman in each of his hands. He gently let go and said, "First day, 15th day." 2 sword lights carried the 2 talisman and rushed to the Huan family's ancestral hall. In an instant, they nailed the demon suppression talisman onto the 2 pillars. 2 balls of dazzling golden light exploded from the beam. Then, the 2 sword lights returned to Chen Pingon's side. Another 2 yellow talisman were brought to the 2 roofs not far from the old man. The last round trip, on the 1st and 15th day, brought 2 more demon suppression talismans to help the sloppy old man open the way. Chen Pingon had used up all the demon suppression talismans. He didn't care about what was happening in the ancestral hall. In the Jianghu, one had to be responsible for one's own life and death. It was the same for doing evil and the same for doing good. The dark clouds above were about to press down on the city. It was as if the sky was hanging low and people could touch it. A few loud words in the marketplace could alarm the immortals in the sky. Chen Pingon looked up. The Jianghu people in the Eagle Fortress couldn't see the scene above the dark clouds, but he could. An unknown laurel old man was sitting cross-legged on a red futon. He was chanting and controlling the sea of dark clouds that covered the Eagle Fortress. He was falling bit by bit into the human world. The time had come. The old man was going to massacre the Eagle Fortress and absorb all the essence of flesh and blood to feed the newborn ghost baby that was about to break out of the heart. Chen Pingan began to skim across the roofs. His figure flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Because he was wearing a white robe, he seemed to stretch out a snow-white rainbow. He finally landed on the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. Other than Chen Pingan, there was no one else. Chen Pingan lightly stomped his feet and took a deep breath. Both of his knees were slightly bent, and he slowly formed a majestic and ancient fish stance. The clouds steaming great swamp style. Chen Pingan's robe, the golden cloth that had been used as a camouflage, also revealed its true appearance at this moment. On the golden robe, a flood dragon swam. Chen Pingan closed his eyes. The pure qi in his body flowed rapidly through the circulation method of the 18 halting sword qi, like the water of a great river flowing into the sea. Chen Pingan suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily. Not only did the entire martial arts field shake, countless weapons on the wooden racks fell to the ground. Dust flew up from the nearby streets at almost the same time. He punched towards the sky first. Then, he punched out. It was the fist stance of the steaming cloud swamp style, but the fist intent was the drum-beating style of the deity. The old man surnamed Shui in the bamboo house had never taught Chen Pingan this fist technique. Chen Pingan punched again and stomped his feet to borrow strength. The earth shook and rumbled, like an earth bowl turning over. The old man once said that he had comprehended the steaming cloud swamp style. When this fist appeared for the first time, it forced the rain curtain in the sky to retreat 1,000 feet, not daring to touch the human world. Chen Pingan did not think too much. He only wanted the rolling sea of clouds at this moment to be like the heavy rain curtain above the old man's head in the past. Before his fist technique, it would all roll back to the sky. Unknowingly, there was no one in front of him. 298. Before Chen Pingan threw the first punch. The old man on the cloud wore a crown of 5 mountains on his head, which was painted with the true shape of the 5 mountains. The crown was shining and colorful, and the sound of pines, cranes, and flowing water could be vaguely heard. The old man controlled the sea of clouds to descend, as if he had thousands of soldiers and horses in his hand. Naturally, he was confident. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. He couldn't help but laugh. How dare an ignorant kid try to shake a big tree? The master and disciple had been plotting for nearly 40 years to get the ghost baby in the heart of the lady of the castle. They were determined to get it. The hardships and difficulties, the extravagance, and the mysterious coincidences were not something outsiders could know. The original intention of the Flying Eagle Fortress, which was hidden in the forest, was probably buried with the first owner of the fortress. The old man knew that 2 earth-level deities of the Fushuan sect and the Taiping Mountain, the 2 largest immortal clans in the central area of the Tongya continent, had a conflict and fought with each other. The golden core cultivator of the Fushuan sect had never thought that the cultivator of the Taiping Mountain he had provoked was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator. The latter knew that his life was coming to an end and there was no hope for him to break through, so he left the sect and began to travel around. Although his body and soul had decayed, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He almost killed the golden core cultivator of the Fusho sect. The latter fled all the way but was still intercepted by the nascent soul cultivator of the Taiping Mountain in the area of today's Eagle Fortress. He didn't care about the Fusho sect at all and was determined to kill the golden core cultivator of the Fusho sect. When the golden core cultivator saw that there was no hope of escaping, he had the resolute thought of burning both jade and common stone. Thus, he used a forbidden technique of the Fuho sect. At that time, the golden core cultivator was an arrow at the end of its flight, and the orthodox inheritance of the sect had no hope of summoning those powerful gods. Thus, he didn't hesitate to use all of his life essence and blood to summon an ancient demonic creature recorded in the Fuho sect's secret scriptures. The demonic creature was over 100 feet tall, and its yin chi had condensed into a solid substance, as if it was wearing a pitch-black heavy armor. In fact, after the Golden Core cultivator summoned the demonic creature, he had already died. His hollow skin had long turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. It wasn't impossible for Taiping Mountain's nascent soul to retreat from the battlefield, but in the end, he still chose to fight the ancient devil to the end. Magic treasures appeared one after another, and magical techniques rained down on the ancient devil. The old cultivator's skin was lacerated, and his soul was shaken. Even after his golden core was shattered and his yin spirit, which had left its body to fight, was killed, the nascent soul cultivator still cried out in joy as he perished together with the ancient devil's avatar. It was an earth-shattering battle that caused yin chi to condense within a radius of 100 miles under the feet of both sides. It was no less than an ancient battlefield where hundreds of thousands of warriors were buried. The nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain was still worried about the secular world. He was worried that the yin chi here would spread and affect the fate of the surrounding mountains and rivers. His remnant soul struggled to survive and found a young woodcutter who had entered the mountain to chop firewood. He taught him a secret technique and a fighting technique. It was a blade technique with the purest yang energy. The nascent soul cultivator also asked the young woodcutter to build a castle here and spread the leaves. He wanted to borrow the power of the descendants of the pure martial artist to suppress the yin chi. At the same time, the descendants of the Huan family practiced the blade technique here. Because of the formless yin chi, it was like the best whetstone. The Huan family's martial arts progress was often twice the result with half the effort. This also contributed to the Eagle Castle's position in the Jianghu in the future. Old Master Huan and the other lords of the Eagle Castle all liked to travel the Jianghu on the surface after they achieved success in martial arts. In fact, they secretly traveled the famous mountains and rivers in search of immortals. They might have wanted to solve the problem of yin chi in the Eagle Castle once and for all. However, Old Master Huan died in a strange way. His son, Huan Yang, who was not very talented in martial arts, took over as the lord of the Eagle Castle in a hurry. Soon, the demon cultivators of the Agarwood Kingdom joined forces to attack the Eagle Castle. Therefore, there were no clues about the fate of the nascent soul immortal and the ancestor woodcutter. Many of the relationships that the ancestors worked hard to build were also lost. For example, the relationship between Old Master Huan and the master of the young Daoist Huang Sheng was completely unknown to Huan Yang. Instead, he had to run to his friends in the capital for help. Even the existence of the two stone lions at the entrance of the ancestral hall was unknown to everyone in the Eagle Castle. Then, this disaster happened. The Laurel Old Master was a notorious demon cultivator in the central part of the Tongya continent. He used to be a top Jindan cultivator with outstanding combat ability. As a wild cultivator, he was not inferior to the Jindan cultivators of the Fuyang Sept and the Taiping Mountain. However, after the magnificent feat of killing two Dragon Gate cultivators of the Taiping Mountain, he was soon hunted down by the Taiping Mountain. A young Jindan cultivator of the Taiping Mountain went down the mountain alone and chased him for thousands of miles. The old man was beaten to the point that he lost all his fortune. Even the only thing he had left was broken. In the end, he had to give up half of his cultivation and body to deceive everyone and escape death from the young cultivator who looked like a god from the heavenly court. The old man, who hated the Taiping Mountain, always wanted to take revenge. Therefore, he had the meticulous plan of the Flying Eagle Fortress that lasted for decades. First, he had the wife of the fort master who had the potential for cultivation but had fallen back to the Dragon Gate realm when she was young. He had personally broken her longevity bridge. Thousands of cracks had appeared on the bridge, but only the bridge section at the heart was intact. It made her like a porcelain pot that constantly absorbed the yin qi from the ground. Moreover, the yin qi flowed into the spring at the heart of the heart. Finally, under the guidance of the old man's secret method, the ghost infant who was crying for food was born. Once it was done, the ghost infant would break out of the heart and find a few remote small countries far away from the site of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm could be an imperial tutor at will. He could also support a few palace puppets or even secretly control the monarchs of the small countries and start wars to feed the ghost infant. After 100 years, the ghost infant would become an earth immortal. Even if the deep-rooted Taiping Mountain would not be destroyed because of the ghost infant's attack, it would definitely hurt the Taiping Mountain and weaken its vitality. 100 years was not a long time for the grudges of the cultivators on the mountain. As for the grudges, some people did not care about the life and death of the ordinary teachers at the foot of the mountain, such as the old man on the cloud. However, some people also cared, such as the nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain. However, such a compassionate earth immortal still could not enter the upper 5 realms. In the end, he could only wait for death. It could be seen that the great Tao was ruthless and did not distinguish between good and evil people. The old man with the tall crown on the cloud still found it comical after the young martial artist threw out 3 punches. No matter how strong his aura was, if he didn't have a solid state to support it, then it was just a beautiful pavilion in the sky. However, the old man really coveted the golden robe on the young man's body. It was simply an unexpected surprise. There was actually such a Jianghu fledgling who didn't know how to cherish his life despite having such a precious treasure on him. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. It might be a real magic weapon of the immortals. Could it be that the wheel of fortune had turned and it was his turn to make a meteoric rise? He no longer needed to be a rat who dug holes in the ground and would recover his former glory earlier than expected. As for whether the young man in the golden robe was a disciple of the immortals, the old man Laurel did not care about that. He had even fallen out with Taiping Mountain. As the black cloud sank, almost everyone in the Eagle Castle began to feel dizzy. Some weak old people, women, and children who did not have strong yang qi began to vomit at home. In the streets and alleys, in the high houses and low courtyards, there were endless cries. Many young and strong men of the Eagle Castle who practiced martial arts looked up at the dark sea of clouds pressing down on their heads. They only felt that their limbs and bones would be crushed into powder. Some young warriors who did not have a strong state of mind did not even have the heart to resist. They trembled all over. Even if they had the chance to escape today, their future in martial arts would be ruined. Following the huge movement that seemed like an earthquake, some people also found that in the direction of the drill ground, in the flying dust, there was a magnificent scene shining with golden light. Streaks of fist force were like rainbows and became bigger and bigger. At first, they were as thick as an arm, then the size of a bowl, and then the size of a well. They increased in succession and rushed to the sky with irresistible force, as if someone was punching at the sea of clouds. Some people could not help but think, that person must be relying on his high martial arts to dare to punch. On the drill ground, Chen Pingan did not stand in the same place and punch toward the sky. After each punch, he would quickly move. He used the 6-step pile walking stance of the mountain-shaking fist, the 18 halting sword chi, the great cloud steaming swamp style, and the deity drumming style of the fist intent. After the 10th punch, the momentum of the punch had completely suppressed the movement of his feet stomping on the ground. The fist force rushed to the sky with the roaring sound of wind and thunder. The roof tiles around the drill ground, from inside to outside, layer by layer, suddenly cracked and cracked. With Chen Pingan as the center, cracks appeared on the walls around him like a spider web. The bluestone floor of the drill ground was already full of potholes, and there were 10 pits of different depths. Although the first 9 punches were more powerful each time, they only pierced through the sea of clouds. However, the 10th punch directly hit the praying mat that the tall crowned old man was sitting on. Although the old man was slightly frightened, he had already silently regarded the young man as a person that must be killed and must be killed first. However, in the face of this powerful punch, he still did not feel that it was too difficult to handle. Instead, he felt a little competitive. With a cold smile, the old man stretched out a palm and a large ball of dark green light suddenly bloomed. He flipped his palm and pressed it down, just in time to meet the punch that broke through the sea of black clouds. With a loud bang, the futon shook slightly, but the entire sea of clouds under the old man Laurel shook violently. The fist force from the drill ground and the brilliant green light around the old man's palm shattered at the same time, turning into thousands of specks of starlight. The fist force scattered into the nearby sea of clouds, making the dark sea of clouds, which was originally heavy with death chi, like a layer of ink that had been ground out, sprinkled with a pinch of golden dust, making sizzling and burning sounds. The old man shook his wrist, and through the hole in the sea of clouds created by the fist force, he looked down at the drill ground that was less than 300 feet away from his head and laughed eerily. "Good boy, at such a young age, you can be considered a master of martial arts at the foot of the mountain. You don't want to mingle in your jianghu, but you have to go against me. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." While speaking, the old man Laurel raised his hand, put 2 fingers together, and gently drew near the laurel with the painting of the 5 mountains. From it, he extracted a touch of the true meaning of an ancient Donghua mountain, and quickly fell into the hole. When he left the 5 mountains crown, it was a pocket-sized mountain peak, and when it fell to his feet, its size was no less than that of the futon. After sliding out of the hole in the sea of clouds, it was as big as a table. The old man laughed wildly and was extremely pleased. After being a coward for so many years, God didn't let me down. Finally, my luck has changed. As long as I grind away your chi of flesh and blood, Ghost Baby may be able to break through to the sea viewing realm the moment he appears. On the drill ground, Chen Pingon saw the mountain coming from the sky, but he was not afraid at all. When he was in the ancestral house of the Sun family in the old dragon city, the flood dragon in the sea of clouds swooped down, and its momentum was no weaker than this immortal supernatural power. Didn't he also punch out? Chi was born, and it was mighty. The fist intent was vigorous, and he firmly believed that one punch could break all laws. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, making the young man of Clay Bottle Alley look like a mountain immortal for the first time in his life. $2.99. The 11th punch was extremely fast. The true strength of the deity's drum-beating fist intent lay in the fact that as long as the puncher's body and spirit could withstand the intense pain brought about by the circulation of chi within his body, he would be able to deliver a new punch. Then, he would be able to accumulate the power of each punch and topple mountains and cities. It was absolutely not a fool's dream. Chen Pingon's punch caused the house-sized, exquisite mountain to fall back several meters. Without another word, he stomped his foot and punched upward. Old Man Laurel's expression turned serious. He no longer had the intention to play around and silently recited an incantation, drawing down 4 times near the 5 peaks crown with 2 fingers. Even though it would consume a fair amount of spirit energy, the 5 peaks crown on his head would temporarily lose its abilities. He was determined to kill this troublesome youth in one go. As a rogue cultivator who did not ask for help and had no one to rely on, this was the only magical treasure that the old man had. He had obtained it in a secret realm. In order to monopolize this item, he had killed his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Before the latter died, he had begged him to take good care of his children and ensure that they could enjoy 100 years of glory in the secular world. The old man had nodded and agreed. However, when he turned around, he had used some small tricks to quietly eliminate the 100 or so people in the mansion. Back when the young golden core cultivator of Mount Taiping had chased him for thousands of miles, this priceless 5 Peaks crown was still perfectly preserved. The damage wasn't serious, and after 100 years of repair, it had been restored to its peak condition. Unfortunately, the old man couldn't find the root of the true form diagram on the 5 Peaks crown despite looking through countless ancient texts. As a result, the old man could only bring out half of the magic treasure's power. It was truly regrettable. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would be the one chasing after the little bastard of Mount Taiping back then. The 2 mountains stacked on top of each other and fell down as fast as lightning. Chen Pingan's 13th punch only caused the east peak below to rise several meters. Very soon, another mountain came crashing down. Was it the weight of the mountain that gave him the advantage, or was it the height of his fist art that made him invincible? The 5 great mountains' crown on the old man's head had already dimmed, and there was no longer the melodious sound of cranes and pines. Chen Pingan's qi and blood were surging, showing no signs of exhaustion. However, Chen Pingan didn't want to be trapped by these 3 mountains. God knows what other secret techniques old man Laurel had. Taking advantage of the deity's drum-beating fist intent, he was temporarily able to stay connected. Therefore, he prepared to leave the martial arts field and change the battlefield. Then, he hurriedly threw out the 14th punch. However, Chen Pingan, who had prepared the mind talisman in advance, was surprised to find that in the shadow of the mountain, he felt as if he was standing on a platform, the so-called lawless land. The mind talisman, which had performed miraculously in several great battles, did not react in the slightest. As a last resort, the 2 flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the sword-nourishing gourds scattered to the left and right, soaring high into the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, had no choice but to throw out a new punch, causing the falling mountain to slow down slightly. Then, he rushed forward, trying to leave the area covered by the shadow of the mountain. Laurel laughed out loud. "You want to run?" He pressed down with his palm, and the 4th mountain came crashing down. Middle Peak just happened to smash towards Chen Pingan, who was rolling on the ground. At the same time, the previous 4 mountains began to scatter, surrounding Middle Peak, and one after another, took root. Some crushed the buildings of the martial arts field, some crushed the high walls, some fell on the street outside the martial arts field, and some smashed into a private courtyard next to the martial arts field. Once the 4 mountains stood on the ground, and with Middle Peak in the center, it would form a natural formation. The 2 flying swords above the sea of clouds seemed to be connected to the youth's thoughts, and they attacked the 2 true meanings of the river with all their might. Laurel laughed heartily. "I'm afraid of you 2 little things." Good. This old man will play a game of tag with you too. Let's see what you 2 will do when your master dies." The old man reached out with both hands, grabbing 2 black clouds. Then, he clapped his hands heavily, and the clouds covered the old man's figure and disappeared. Chen Pingan, who was surrounded by the 5 mountains, was already on the verge of death. Although Chu E and 15's sword energy was awe-inspiring, they were helpless against the hiding old man Laurel. They could only do their best to reduce the sea of clouds. Even though Chen Pingan had summoned the demon binding rope that was made from the 2 whiskers of the old flood dragon, it shone with a golden light and suddenly grew in size. It was like a golden flood dragon that coiled around the middle mountain, forcibly raising it up by several feet. It was not pressed down and connected with the earth, causing the 5 great mountains formation to be temporarily unable to take shape. However, even though the demon binding rope continued to shrink, squeezing the middle mountain, causing it to continuously crumble and fall, the middle mountain was still slowly sinking. The sea of clouds above Eagle Fortress was less than 10 feet above the ground. If someone stood on the viewing terrace of the main building and looked around, it would be like standing on the peak of a mountain thousands of feet above the ground. It was magnificent, with wind and clouds surging, and raging waves crashing on the shore. In the main building of Eagle Fortress, the man with the horsetail whisk who had drawn a circle around the ground was exhausted from being chased by the two natal flying swords, one big and one small. The members of the Huan family of Eagle Fortress had personally experienced the dazzling methods of the immortals on the mountain. While everyone rejoiced, some inevitably felt hopeless. They were martial artists of Jianghu, but they were not worth mentioning in front of the immortals on the mountain. Lu Tai didn't wait and see. He didn't let the two flying swords of high quality slowly exhaust the Qi cultivator of viewing sea state. Instead, he took out the magic weapons that he had plundered from all over the place from the colorful ribbon one by one. Through the gap of the cage created by the flying swords, he penetrated the cage and attacked the guy who turned the horsetail whisk's silk rope into a white snake insidiously. For the Qi cultivator, this was no different from adding fuel to the fire and making him suffer unspeakably. The tall man first begged for mercy and persuaded Lu Tai that everything could be discussed. As long as Lu Tai stopped, he was willing to hand over all his belongings and let Lu Tai do whatever he wanted to his spirit. Seeing that Lu Tai was indifferent, the man who only had the iron handle of the horsetail whisk in his hand began to threatening to destroy Lu Tai's two life source flying swords. He must damage Lu Tai's soul and make it difficult for him to progress in his cultivation in this life. Lu Tai leaned against the chair of the lady of the castle and waved the folding fan in his hand. He did not pay any attention to the viewing sea realm cultivator who was struggling to make ends meet. The door of the hall had been forced open by him. Therefore, the scene of Eagle Fortress outside could be seen clearly. The sky was dark. Presumably, the hundreds of people in Eagle Fortress would never forget the scene today. The feeling of helplessness was deeply engraved in their bones. And this kind of influence was destined to be far-reaching. As long as these people could survive, today's incident about the immortals fighting and the mortals suffering would be passed down from generation to generation. If the 9 great continents of the vast world were all so lawless, they would have long been in a state of utter chaos. That was why the 3 Confucian academies and the 72 academies appeared. The purpose was to prevent the immortals on the mountain from destroying the mountains and rivers with one punch and smashing the cities in the mortal world with one magic weapon. After all, the people on the mountain came from the mortal world after all. If the mortal world was gone, what was the point of being on the mountain? Therefore, this was the boundary between good and evil, the difference between good and evil. Some Qi cultivators pursued the freedom of immortality. Since they were already standing on the mountain, they did not care whether the mortal world was dead or alive. Some cultivators either had a pure heart and few desires and did not care about the affairs of the mortal world. Or they abided by the rules and were willing to live less happily for the peace of the mortal world. They did not pursue absolute freedom. The world was full of different states and everyone had their own desires. Right and wrong were a mass of paste. Because there were too many people who only spoke the truth for others to hear. They did not use it to restrain their own hearts. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Lu Tai was a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu. He had a deeper understanding of human nature. Moreover, his family background and himself were very special. Not only was he not a sword cultivator, but he had raised 2 natal flying swords casually. He did not even get that strange colorful belt when he was playing in the ancestral hall of the family when he was young. Lu Tai's existence in the Lu clan of the Central Plains was somewhat restrictive. To those silent and lethargic old ancestors of the Lu clan, this junior was too awkward. At the same time, he was stunning. It was as though he had been born from the Tao. There was almost no precedent in history. Therefore, the massive Lu clan's attitude towards Lu Tai had always been ambiguous. The sage said, "The big man changes into a tiger, the small man changes his face, and the gentleman changes into a leopard." Lu Tai's body was like a magic weapon. It was even more wonderful than the body that the young Cui Dong, Chen Pinggan's student, had stolen in his early years. Lu Tai paid attention to the sea of clouds outside the building, looking for the best time to make a move. The scene in the lobby of the main building had been covered. It was almost impossible for the man with the horsetail whisk to send a message out. The lady of the castle said softly, "Immortal master, I've made up my mind." Lu Tai was puzzled. He looked down and asked, "What do you mean?" The lady's face was sad, but her eyes were resolute. She put her hand over her heart and asked, "Can he survive?" Although the lady was not a cultivator, the strange feeling in her heart had lasted for several years. She was not a fool. Connecting the disaster of the Eagle Fortress and the conversation between the man with the horsetail whisk and Lu Tai, she had guessed most of the situation. Lu Tai shook his head and said, "The little guy has deviated from the great Tao. He is violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Even if you die and he survives, he will still be a disaster in the future. When the time comes, a small Eagle Fortress will not even be qualified to be buried with him. It may very well be the entire Agarwood kingdom," the lady cried sadly, "but I want him to live. I can feel his existence. After all, he is like my child." Lu Tai was neither moved nor disdainful. She just smiled indifferently and stated a fact for the poor woman. "Then do you know that the little guy has already developed spiritual intelligence? That's why it can deliberately transmit false emotions to you. It can even subtly influence the host's mind with its instinct. Otherwise, why didn't you tell your husband about it when you knew that your body was strange?" The lady covered her heart with one hand and raised the other hand to cover her mouth. Her face was full of pain. She was at a loss and just shook her head at Lu Tai. The lady silently endured the heart-wrenching pain. She looked at Lu Tai with eyes full of pleading. Lu Tai sighed, "Why did you do this? Do you really want to abandon the hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress? Think about it. Your husband Huan Yang, your children Huan Chang and Huan Shu, and the castle that gave birth to you and raised you. Just for this filthy thing that has yet to be born and already belongs to the evil path." The lady just shook her head with tears in her eyes and put down her arm. Blood immediately gushed out of her mouth. It was as black as ink and extremely terrifying. The lady couldn't care less about her appearance as a housewife. She was already in a daze. She begged Lu Tai, "Let him live. I beg you, immortal master. What did he do wrong? Now, he only killed his mother. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. So, immortal master, please teach him more in the future and persuade him to be good. Don't go astray. Immortal master, you are omnipotent. You can definitely do it. My child will definitely be a good person." The lady was like a porcelain piece that was full of holes. As her heart trembled violently, it couldn't bear the burden and finally shattered completely. But she still stared at Lu Tai's face. Lu Tai smiled and nodded, "All right, he can live." The corner of the lady's mouth twitched and she slowly closed her eyes. Shocking black blood still gurgled from her eye sockets. It turned out that her eyelids were broken. Her eyeballs also fell in front of her, then slid down from her dress to the ground and rolled behind the chair. In the hall, there was dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Only the owner of the Eagle Castle, Huan Yang, whose 5 senses were sealed, was tied to the chair. The man's eyes were red. He was full of unforgettable anger towards the woman who slept with him day and night. How could she be so selfish? She must have been possessed by the devil and gone mad. She didn't die unjustly at all. She should die together with that little bastard, the freak in her heart. Lu Tai came to the front of the dead lady. He bent down and stared at her blood-soaked chest. He murmured, "Your mother sacrificed so much for you. She gave you everything and even gave up her conscience. What about you? Why are you still crazily absorbing the corpse's spirit and soul? When she was alive, you already tormented her enough. Now that she's dead, can't you let her have a moment of peace after death?" The lady's undulating heart suddenly stopped. It was as if there was a faint cry that came to the mortal world, just like all the babies in the world. She came crying. "It's too late." Lu Tai suddenly stabbed the bamboo fan in his hand, piercing through the lady's heart and nailing it to the back of the chair. He said expressionlessly, "The mortal world is very boring. It's better not to come." An ear-piercing scream suddenly resounded in the hall. The candlelight was extinguished and the sound of pillars shattering sounded at the same time. Everyone's courage was torn apart. Only Huan Yang was relieved of a heavy burden. Then, he was disappointed. His eyes were empty as he stared blankly at the chair beside him. That gentle girl, his childhood sweetheart, had died an ugly death. This man didn't even know that he, who was unable to calm down, was already crying. At that time, it would not be as easy as consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He no longer poured spiritual energy into the talisman formation. As a result, the blood was like a stream, stretching out into a long river from the main hall to the old man with the tall crown on the sea of clouds, pouring into the old man's palm. The old man was like a starving man. His eyes shone with bloody light. He waved his sleeves and 2 streams of red qi surged out from his sleeves. For a moment, the astral wind blew, and the 2 flying swords drifted in the sea of clouds. Laurel's face was ferocious. He lowered his head and looked at the central mountain that hadn't touched the ground. He said angrily, "What a last-ditch struggle. I thought the ghost baby was just born and didn't have enough appetite, so I pressed you under the millstone of the mountain and squeezed your blood bit by bit. Now that you have ruined everything, I don't need to be so particular. Go to hell." Lu Tai had already arrived at the observation platform of the main building of the Eagle Fortress. He drove the 2 flying swords to the old man and laughed heartily, "Old bastard. My Taiping Mountain has been waiting for this day for a long time." The old man's face froze, and then he laughed crazily, "Even if I die here today, I will bury the 2 genius cultivators of Taiping Mountain with me." The old man kept waving his sleeves, trying his best to stop the 4 flying swords of Chu 1, 15, Needlepoint, and Mai Mang. His other hand clenched into a fist and smashed down fiercely. "Little bastard, you won't die even if you die." Lu Tai's eyes changed slightly, and he silently said, "Go." A colorful ribbon flashed from the balcony, and together with the demon binding rope that wrapped around the mountain like a golden serpent, they pulled up together. They could not let this middle peak join the other 4 peaks that were rooted in the ground. When the 5 peaks formed a formation, Chen Pingan would probably be crushed into a pile of meat paste, let alone a 4th realm martial artist. Even if he had a 6th realm physique, he would probably be crushed alive. Lu Tai shouted angrily, "Rise." The mountain began to rise a few feet. Who doesn't know how to risk their lives? The old man Laurel was indeed a wild individual cultivator who was famous for his ruthlessness. He laughed wantonly and stood up. After putting away the futon, the lower half of his body began to rot like dead wood and ashes kept drifting away. The old man still didn't care. He rushed to the central mountain and pressed down after his feet touched the mountain peak. The mountain peak that was bound by the colorful belt and the golden demon binding rope was successfully pressed to the bottom. When the central mountain fell to the ground, the entire Eagle Fortress began to tremble, and cracks began to appear in the mountains outside the fortress. The golden demon binding rope slid down the mountain to the ground. After that, the demon binding rope also faked his death. Lu Tai had a hard time holding back his laughter. Following the example of the old man, the platform also lost control of the multicolored belt on purpose, allowing the old man to take it away. The old man left very quickly, but Chu Yi and 15, who had been hiding nearby, were even faster. One on the left and one on the right, they instantly pierced through the futon, causing the old man Laurel's fleeing speed to slightly stagnate. There was also Lu Tai's flying sword, Wheat On, blocking the old man in the air. Most importantly, Lu Tai's multicolored belt and Chen Pingan's golden demon binding rope had come alive again. They bound the old man Laurel's arms at the same time, like two pythons coiling around a person. As for Chen Pingan, he stepped on the tip of the flying sword and chased after the old man Laurel and Yun Hai in the air. Flying sword. Under the suppression of the mountains, he had used Lu Tai's ribbon to buy time. In addition, Chen Pingan had already calculated the largest pothole. Before he punched, he had stamped his foot and cracked the ground, forcibly opening up a large hole that could allow him to lie down and escape the fate of being smashed to pieces. However, under the pressure of the 5 mountain array's majestic chi, Chen Pingan, who felt like he was in a sealed coffin, did not feel good at all. A few of his ribs had already been broken. If he had not gotten used to this in the bamboo house, he would have only been able to watch the old man Laurel leave. Before Chen Pingan stepped on the sword and ascended, he used the sword master's sword controlling technique to grab the long sword infatuation that had been thrown to the side earlier. With the ribbon and demon binding rope binding the old man's 2 coins, the 2 items could break through the cover of Yun Hai and accurately guide the 3 flying swords to pierce through the futon. This allowed Chen Pingan, who was using sword controlling technique for the first time, to quickly catch up to the old man Laurel. He swung his sword at the back of the old man's head. The old man had truly used all his strength to move forward with the sea of clouds. Only then did he manage to dodge the attack with great difficulty. However, sword chi overflowed and left a bloody wound on the old man Laurel's head. On the balcony, Lu Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Blossom again." His green robes fluttered as he chased after the old man with the wind. His speed was even faster than the tip of a flying sword. Lu Tai drew an arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he quickly blocked the path of the old man from the Dragon Gate realm, Laurel. The old man suffered greatly and did not dare to force his way through. He took a detour, but in the end, he was pierced through by the golden-robed boy, who had attacked 2 times slower than him. His heart felt cold. Furthermore, the sword was extremely strange. His life force and spirit chi were suddenly drained away by the long sword that had pierced through his body. The old man stopped, and the sea of clouds under the futon stopped as well. He lowered his head to look at the tip of the sword and smiled mournfully. The ones who took my life were not the 4 life-bound flying swords. The one who helped the long sword take my life was actually a mind talisman that I looked down on. Why are these little immortals from the Zone clan even more cunning than us uncultivated cultivators? Chen Pingan originally wanted to take advantage of his victory and strike again. He wanted to break the old man Laurel's head, but Lu Tai had already roared in his mind to remind Chen Pingan to use the tip of the flying sword to quickly retreat as far away as possible. Laurel touched the crooked 5 great mountains crown on his head. He did not pull out the infatuation that had pierced his heart. Instead, he looked at Lu Tai with a sinister smile. His hands were still tightly bound by the 2 magic swords, doing his best to restrict the old man's spirit chi flow. The futon was already broken. Dozens of holes had been pierced by the 3 flying swords. Air was leaking out everywhere. Lu Tai and Laurel stood facing each other with lingering fear. At that time, they purposely called themselves cultivators from Mount Taiping in order to scare this old man away. Who would have thought that once he heard that they were from Mount Taiping, he would bite people like a mad dog? Chen Pinggan's situation at that time was truly a matter of life and death. Lu Tai steadied his mind and said calmly, "We are actually not cultivators from Mount Taiping." The old man's mouth twitched and he said with a fake smile, "I thought it through just now. Mount Taiping can't teach you two children." The sea of clouds in the surroundings gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth without accomplishing anything. Immortals always fought in the sky. But the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were mostly in the human world. The atmosphere in the main hall of Castle Flying Eagle was strange. Castle Lord Huanyang was already able to move freely, but he did not even look at the corpse of the woman on the chair beside him. The old housekeeper, Hiya, glanced at the castle lord's wife with a complicated expression. He could not bear it and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Huanyang's cold gaze. Huanyang placed one hand on the chair and said in a low voice, "No one is to spread what happened in the hall today. Whoever dares to leak a word will not only be punished according to the family rules, but will also implicate everyone in the family. Their limbs will be broken and they will all be expelled from Castle Flying Eagle." Huanyang did not turn his head and only casually pointed at the chair beside him. Madame fell ill from overwork and was seriously ill. She could not be cured. Huanyang paused and said coldly, "Her memorial tablet will not be placed in the ancestral hall of the Huan family after her death. She is not allowed to be buried in." Everyone in the hall kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to question him. The old master, Hiya, finally could not help but step forward and interrupt Huanyang's second half of his sentence. He said sadly, "Castle Lord, Madam is at fault, but I hope that you will allow her to be buried in the back mountain on account of her years of assisting her husband, teaching her children, and managing the family business. Castle Lord, I beg you." In the end, the old steward who worked hard for the Eagle Castle and explained the Tao to a group of children was actually sobbing uncontrollably. Huanyang flew into a rage and slammed the chair's handle, causing the entire chair to break and collapse. His face was dark as he thought for a moment and snorted coldly. "We will discuss this later." Huanyang, who had always been kind to people, was now like a hungry eagle. He looked around, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. No one dared to look him in the eyes and lowered their heads. It's still hard to say whether Castle Flying Eagle can survive. Don't leave this place for now. Hiya, kill anyone who dares to leave the gate. After saying this, Huanyang left the hall alone and went up the stairs. In the end, he came to a place that even his father did not know why it was called Upper Balcony. The man who had never been so cold-hearted in his life looked into the distance, trying to see the result of the battle earlier. Unfortunately, his martial arts cultivation was average and his eyesight was limited. He could not see anything at all. He could only vaguely see the sea of clouds dissipating and the sword light crisscrossing. Huanyang lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. If that ghost baby is really as powerful as they say it is, it will be great if Castle Flying Eagle has full control over it. The old Taoist led the three of them out of Castle Flying Eagle smoothly and went all the way to the depths of the mountains in the north. This trip was unimaginably smooth. Other than the occasional otherworldly item that came out to disturb the situation, there were not many twists and turns. Not to mention the three young people who survived the disaster, even the old Taoist himself felt that it was unimaginable. For a moment, the four of them felt as if a lifetime had passed. Standing on the hillside, Huancheng suddenly said, "I want to go back." The sloppy old man nodded inwardly. With such thoughts, regardless of whether it was childish or not, there was hope for the Huan family to rise again in the future. If he only focused on escaping, the old man would not look down on the girl Huan Shu. However, he would look down on old brother Huan's grandson from the bottom of his heart. The sea of clouds that was originally as black as ink had dissipated. Although it was still hard to say that Castle Flying Eagle had escaped death, it was still a good sign. The old Taoist looked over and used his sect's Daoist techniques to roughly observe the atmosphere. The dense yin qi in Castle Flying Eagle had almost completely dissipated. Thus, he comforted Huan Chang. Don't be in a hurry to go back. The situation seems to be on our side now. At this time, you must not cause any trouble. Huan Chang gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He said in a muffled voice, "My parents are still in danger, and as a son, I have to stand by and do nothing. I'm not a son." The old man laughed involuntarily. He was not impatient and patiently explained, "Fearless sacrifice is not true courage. Huan Chang, if you want to be a man like your grandfather, only when there is no way to retreat and when there is a sense of righteousness, then you will do the magnificent feat of cleaving the Ling official statue with a knife." Even us cultivators who live in seclusion on the mountain would praise you and call you a hero after hearing this. This courage is not the bravery of an ignorant person. It is not sending yourself to death for nothing. Huan Chang nodded silently. This young martial artist who had high hopes placed on him by the family was not someone who would go to a dead end. If he was not broad-minded, as the next castle lord of Castle Flying Eagle, he would not have tolerated Tao Xiang, who was a foreigner who was rising day by day in Castle Flying Eagle. Huan Shu lightly tugged on Huan Chang's sleeve. Huan Chang raised his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry." The old man was gratified. Only this way would the pugilistic world be interesting. The young Daoist Huang Shang murmured, "Master, can those two foreigners really kill that devil in the sky?" The old Daoist did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, "To have the ability to set up such a huge trap and reverse the feng shui of 100 miles, it is very likely that it is a great devil in the Golden Core realm. Let alone me, even your talented grandmaster would not be able to move mountains when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Those two youngsters would be extremely lucky if they could chase away the strong enemy. They don't even have the extravagant hope of successfully killing the enemy." After escaping from the danger zone, the old man's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. Instantly, he appeared dispirited. Today's battle had caused this Daoist who lived in the mountains to be physically and mentally exhausted. The old Daoist leaned against a big tree. Unless a great cultivator of the Fusho sect heard the news and rushed over, and his seniority must not be low. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to stop that devil who controlled the sea of clouds. The three people's expressions were heavy. Huan Shu bit her lips tightly. Her mood was especially complicated. Her parents were still in a difficult situation, and there was a fool who was willing to wait for death outside the ancestral hall. Even if she and her brother were to live, their future was still uncertain. Huan Shu really did not know where to go. Huang Shang's expression was gloomy. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, he did not dare to slack off for a moment. He originally thought that he had achieved a small success in Daoist techniques and that he would be able to cross mountains and meet rivers easily. Who would have thought that he would almost lose his life in this paradise-like Flying Eagle fortress? The old man broke the depressing atmosphere. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "But don't worry. As long as the devil returns defeated this time, he will definitely attract the attention of the Fusho sect. Within 100 years, the devil will absolutely not dare to stir up trouble again. The Fusho sect has two immortals who have become Daoist companions. Once he angers them, either one of them will go down the mountain to kill the devil. It will be a piece of cake." The old man seemed to be still angry. He made a gesture of turning his hand and said with a smile, "A piece of cake." Outside the ancestral hall, Tao Shiyang was deeply worried. He was not worried that Flying Eagle Fortress would become a purgatory in the human world. Instead, he was worried that his family's ancestor, who had been thrown here when he was young, would suffer too heavy a loss in this battle and prevent him from becoming the #1 Grandmaster in the Agarwood Kingdom step by step. He wanted to keep the beauty he admired in his arms. He really liked Tuan Shu, who he had watched grow from a little girl to a young girl and then into a graceful woman. He wanted a beauty. He also wanted Jianghu. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery. Occasionally, he would take the opportunity to run around Jianghu for the Huan family and meet with the ancestor in private. The ancestor once taught him that as long as it was something he liked, he should hold it in his hands. If he really could not hold on to it, he should just forget about it or directly destroy it. Tao Shiyang deeply agreed. There was no one around. Tao Shiyang, who had taken off his mask, looked uncertain. He put away his messy thoughts and finally felt that the pair of stone lions, which had been useless for a long time, were an eyesore. He chopped the 2 stone lions in half and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. After venting his anger, the young man immediately realized that he had done wrong. Once the ancestor's plan failed, he would have to return to his nest to recuperate. His active peek would easily reveal some clues and the damned old man would find out something. Therefore, the meticulous Tao Xiang quickly stepped forward and used the pure genuine qi on the hilt of his saber to smash the stone lion statue on the ground bit by bit. Then, he quickly walked to the main building of Flying Eagle Fortress. Halfway there, he slapped himself in the chest and did not stop until blood spurted out of his mouth. The mountain was dangerous and Lord Feng fell easily. Jianghu was dangerous and deep water was easy to capsize. The ups and downs of people's hearts were the most difficult to calm. It was very difficult to be calm and sincere. According to the celestial records, the Tongyi continent was full of mountain gods, demons, and spirits. Even though Qin Pingan had deliberately avoided scenic spots with abundant spiritual energy, or filthy and dangerous places, sometimes he would still be tricked. For example, one night, Qin Pingan saw a brightly lit small town. Qin Pingan didn't have a map, so he thought he needed food, so he followed the lights. This was because geomancy maps had always been banned by the dynasties and countries, and were even more strictly controlled than weapons. The small town didn't have a night ban, but there were guards at the gate to check the customs documents. When Qin Pingan entered the town and found an inn that hadn't closed yet, the innkeeper shook his head and said that the money Qin Pingan gave was wrong and that they wouldn't accept it. Every country had their own copper coins, so this was normal. But it was strange that they didn't even accept real gold and silver. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way, saying that there was a place where they could exchange gold and silver for their money. After exchanging, they could come back to the inn and stay. So, Qin Pingan found a shop with a very high counter, almost as high as a person and a half. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qin Pingan stepped on a small stool and said that he wanted to exchange money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper notes. The copper coins were heavy and of high quality. Qin Pingan saw that there were official imperial and bank seals on the paper notes, so he didn't think too much about it. He returned to the inn, paid the money, and showed the customs documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded them for the local officials to check. The next day, when Qin Pingan was ready to leave, the innkeeper was still calculating on his abacus. He smiled and reminded Qin Pingan that there was a custom here. When chatting with others, one must not mention the word paper, such as armchair strategizing or empty words. Otherwise, don't blame him for not reminding you if you get kicked out of the town. Chen Pingon kept it in mind. After thanking the innkeeper, he went to buy fuel and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn, he found the food bland and tasteless. Then, he left the town and walked for dozens of miles before he could see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Chen Pingon stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly practiced martial arts. Then, he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain melted in the rain like a pile of mud. Chen Pingon quickly took out the things he bought in the town, as well as the copper coins and paper notes. Suddenly, his scalp went numb. They were all cut from white paper, as if living people were burning paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Chen Pingon's embarrassment. Inside the wall of the pavilion, someone snickered. The sound passed through the wall and echoed inside the pavilion. Before, Chen Pingon was just amazed by the unimaginable small town, but he was not really afraid of these strange things. So, when someone in the mountain pavilion played tricks, Chen Pingon quickly calmed down. He just sat on a bench made of old wood deep in the mountains, looked at the pale white wall opposite him, and drank silently. Unless he was extremely unlucky and met a mountain demon or a demon who was good at disguise, he was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Chen Pingon to kill it with a slap. That person still did not know that he had hit an iron plate. He was deliberately mystifying, and his voice pretended to be more gloomy. It was more to break through the barrier of love and increase their realm and cultivation. Therefore, Chen Pingon did not expose them on the spot. He did not want the scholars to find out that the so-called luxurious house in front of them was actually a tomb. Chen Pingon just quietly stayed by the tomb. As expected, the scholars left the rich and powerful mansion safely the next day. They were all overjoyed and felt that it was a good encounter and that their lives were not in vain. Chen Pingon left with a smile. 300 miles later, Chen Pingon arrived at a small country called North Jin. When he passed by a city, he happened to encounter a market. Chen Pingon really bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. He had heard that the Rushu temple in North Jin was very famous. There was a large stone, which was said to be one of the places where a bodhisattva comprehended the Tao. It was called the Stone Lotus Platform. The stone was 15 feet wide and could accommodate hundreds of people. No one could explain why a single person was able to make it sway. The Emperor of North Jin was visiting the West. After he tried it himself, he was very happy and made the Rushu temple famous. However, when Chen Pingon asked a few people, they all said that they did not know what the Rushu temple was. Chen Pingon then remembered that the boy mentioned this incident. It should have happened 200 years ago. 200 years in the human world was enough to change many customs. Chen Pingon hesitated for a while, but he still persevered. He only stopped when he asked about the ruins of the Rushu temple. He went there. Weeds grew everywhere. There was neither human nor demonic aura. It was gloomy. Under the setting sun, Chen Pingon found a large stone. He could not see anything strange about it. Chen Pingon finished the last candied hawthorn, threw the bamboo stick, and turned to leave. After Chen Pingon walked out of the dilapidated gate of the Rushu temple, a small person popped its head out from the top of the large stone. It sat on the stone, silent. It turned out that the reason why the lotus platform swayed was because it had given birth to a small lotus person who liked to hide and giggle. Every time someone tried to shake the large stone, it would immediately become excited. It swayed left and right, and the large stone would sway with it. Thus, it was misunderstood. But one day, it felt a little bored, and the stone lotus platform's shaking began to sometimes not. Finally, it became completely as still as a mountain. It turned out that it had left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go to a faraway place to find its companions. After being alone for years and years, it felt lonely. In the end, it found two companions, a snake spirit and a water deer spirit. The pure and innocent little lotus person was cheated by them of a small arm formed by the cloud root and the earth spirit, and a yellow lotus leaf. But it persisted in looking for companions. In the end, Chen Pingan went there out of admiration, and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Chen Pingan saw that a few traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He was tied up and brought to the back of the shop, and was thrown on a long pork chopping board. Then, a shop assistant carrying a boning knife walked towards them, yawning. In a nearby provincial city, the executioner was about to execute a bandit, and there were actually dozens of people who came to the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who was holding a pair of axes, and he killed his way over. He was in high spirits and laughed loudly. Whether it was the commoners watching the show or the soldiers, they were all chopped in half by a broad axe. A short, dark-skinned man reprimanded him, and only then did he resentfully stop. He looked ashamed and drooped his eyes, and there was not the slightest bit of killing intent. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man, and then waved his hand to let him leave. The man looked around, his face full of exhaustion, but even more gratification and joy. Just now, when he reprimanded the burly man with the double axes, his words were harsh, but now he looked at the back of this trusted general, and there was a smile at the corner of his eyes. This group of people had successfully saved the person in the execution ground. Not far away, they had already prepared their horses, and they galloped away from the chaotic provincial city at top speed. The soldiers actually did not dare to go out of the city to pursue them. When everyone turned over and dismounted, they were high-spirited, and walked into their own shops amidst loud laughter. However, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop, and there was only a white-clothed youth. On the table in front of him, there was a long sword. The sword chi was dense. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Chen Pingan left the shop. In the shop behind him, there were people who died, and there were people who lived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world, and indeed, almost all of them died without hesitation. Even when death was imminent, they were still heroic. On the contrary, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end, or took the initiative to stop when they were slightly injured. They did not speak arrogantly, and there was not much intention to take revenge in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of blankness, as if saying that life had already come to this, and this was the only way. Chen Pingan did not care about this. After leaving the shop, he found that there was a group of horses by the side of the road. After thinking for a while, Chen Pingan led a large horse from the side of the road, and flipped over and mounted it. It was actually very natural, and he was very skilled. He wanted nothing more than to extend a finger and point it at Chen Pingan's nose, cursing, "You can even open your eyes wide to see your own flesh and bones grow back, so why can't you get over this? Chen Pingan. If you still have such a stubborn character, it's fine if you don't cultivate the longevity bridge. I advise you to concentrate on being a pure martial artist. Don't dream of being a great sword immortal. With your character, even if you have the longevity bridge in the future and become a chi cultivator, your inner demon before breaking through the bottleneck of the upper 5 states may be even greater than the sky. Do you know that every chi cultivator in the nascent soul realm in the world has the ambition to fight against the heavens and earth? Their magic skills, perseverance, and tenacity are already very impressive. However, why is the upper 5 states so difficult? The key lies in this barrier. The danger lies not in the misconception of the heavens tribulation. Those are just on the surface. The real enemy is your own heart. The higher your Taoist heart is, the stronger your temperament is, the higher your heart Dharma form can be as high as 1,000 feet and as indestructible as the golden body of the ancient gods. How can you break through it? Chen Pingan did not refute anything. He just pointed at Lu Tai's nose and whispered, "Here we go again." Lu Tai stopped talking and fiercely wiped the blood from his nose. It had nothing to do with the general trend of the world. It only involved Chen Pingan's personal Taoism. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu Tai suffered much less than the previous time. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Someone is coming from outside." Lu Tai glanced at Chen Pingan. With such a keen divine sense, he was probably not inferior to a sixth-state martial artist. Was he really just a fourth-state martial artist? He became more curious about the person who taught Chen Pingan the fist art. A group of 4 people carefully entered the martial arts field. They were the old Taoist, his disciple Huang Shang, and the siblings Huan Chang and Huan Shu. The reason why they did not go to the main building was the idea of the slovenly old man. In the northern mountain forest, he accidentally saw Chen Pingan and Lu Tai returning to the Eagle Fortress. The old man decided to meet here and ask about the devil's whereabouts first. It was obviously safer for the 2 groups to go to the main building together. The old man made a Taoist bow and introduced himself. "I am Ma Feifu, cultivating at the Yuanyang mountain. I am honored to meet Immortal Master Lu and Immortal Master Qin." When Chen Pingan and Lu Tai entered the Eagle Fortress as guests, they only introduced themselves. Lu Tai casually stretched out his hand and a bamboo fan appeared out of thin air. He gently waved it. "I am from the Central Divine Continent." Chen Pingan thought for a while. "I am from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent." The old Taoist asked carefully, "Do the 2 immortal masters know the whereabouts of the devil?" Lu Tai closed the bamboo fan and pointed it at the old Taoist. Just when everyone was confused, a 5 mountains crown appeared on the top of the folding fan. Lu Tai's wrist shook slightly and the 5 mountains crown undulated. He smiled. "He is already dead. We have a small harvest." When the old man Laurel descended from the sea of clouds on the futon, he moved the 5 mountains crown to suppress the martial arts field. The old Taoist had a glimpse of it and was frightened. The 5 mountains crown left a deep impression on the old Taoist. Now that he saw the ancient laurel on the top of the bamboo fan, his heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that the 2 young people could successfully kill an earth immortal who was most likely in the Golden Core realm. However, he also hoped that the handsome young man's words were true. Ma Feifu, the Taoist living in the Yuanyang mountain, was an experienced Jianghu cultivator after all. Even though he was skeptical, his face was still filled with gratitude and reverence. He bowed solemnly again and said, "Immortal Masters, you were just passing by this place when you encountered a devil who was committing a crime, but you were still willing to lend a helping hand and save hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress. Your contributions are immeasurable. On behalf of the Eagle Fortress, I thank you for your great kindness." The 2 siblings, Huan Chang and Huan Shu, had tears in their eyes. They quickly cupped their fists and bowed heavily. They said to the 2 young masters, "I can't thank you enough. If the 2 immortal masters don't mind my dullness, Huan Chang is willing to do anything for the 2 immortal masters. I won't hesitate to go through fire and water." Huan Shu thanks Mr. Lu and Immortal Master Qin. "I really don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart." The young Taoist, Huang Shang, stood at the back with a complicated expression. A thought flashed through his mind. If he became their disciple, would his cultivation journey be smoother? He wouldn't be as useless as he was now. He would encounter demons and otherworldly beings and be in danger everywhere. Huang Shang looked at his master's back. The young Taoist who had been through a rough cultivation journey lowered his head silently. He felt a little guilty and felt that he was even worse than those demons and otherworldly beings. However, the thought in his mind had already taken root and couldn't be removed. Instead, it became more and more intense like a raging fire. It burned his heart and made his eyes red. The doubt and relief of the Taoist in the mountain abode, and the fatigue after the battle. After the disaster, Huan Chang tried to change his path. He wanted to work hard and change from martial arts to cultivation. Huan Shu's two forms of address were different. And the young Taoist's thoughts. The corner of Lu Tai's mouth curled up. He had already seen everything. The disciples of the school of Yin Yang were the best at reading people's minds. Chen Pingan didn't feel much about it. He only remembered the subtle expressions and eyes. He didn't understand the meaning behind it. The bits and pieces of life weren't words in a book after all. The group rushed to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. Although Lu Tai said that the dust had settled and there were no casualties, Huan Chang and Huan Shu were still trembling in fear. They were afraid that the moment they opened the door, they would see a bloody scene. When they arrived at the main building, they found that the door was closed. Huan Chang knocked on the door with all his might. After waiting for a long time, an old man from the Huan family opened the door. When he saw that the siblings were safe and sound, he burst into tears. Huan Chang was shocked. He thought that his parents were killed by the man with the horsetail whisk. After some explanation, he found out that immortal Master Lu had already killed the impersonator. For a moment, all the survivors in the hall felt as if a lifetime had passed. Huan Chang and Huan Shu didn't realize that their parents weren't in the hall. When they asked about this matter, everyone's eyes were a little uncertain. Lu Tai was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. He just took Chen Pingan to the balcony on the top floor. The lord of the castle, Huan Yang, was no longer on this strangely named upper balcony. Lu Tai sat on the railing. Chen Pingan imitated him. After taking off the blade-strengthening gourd, he drank the strong wine. He raised his head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with the smell of alcohol. Lu Tai swayed his legs and slowly fanned himself. His hair flew in the air. He started to divide the spoils. He was familiar with the process. After the battle with Ma Wanfa and Do Ziji, plus today's battle, we're really lucky. We've earned a lot. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have had such a harvest. You know, I have the title of treasure hunting immortal in my family. Chen Pingan smiled. He couldn't help but think of the female Taoist priest of the Xingyao sect who was known as the most fortunate person in a continent. Do Ziji's spiritual sword, infatuation, is yours. The 5 Mountains crown is mine. You can't say it's mine, but I bought it from you. Other than the demon binding rope that I'll help you refine and repair, the damaged armor pill you mentioned earlier is the one you bought from the Lingji shop on the inverted mountain. Didn't you always complain about the armor taking up a lot of space? I can repair it for you free of charge and turn it into a military armor pill. Don't worry about how I did it. I have my own plans. Lu Tai smiled brightly. So you might need to stay in the Eagle Castle for a while. It won't be too long. You can recover here and then go find that Taoist temple. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. He wouldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with a rich man like Lu Tai. Lu Tai slowly said, for a high-grade magic treasure, the 5 Great Mountains crown, I need to give you 20,000 snow coins. If converted to grain rain coins, it would be 20 grains. Chasing after Ma Wanfa and the cultivator with the horsetail whisk in the main building, I actually had some gains. I roughly calculated that I should need to pay you another 20,000 snow coins, still 20 grain rain coins. The long handle of the horsetail whisk engraved with the word worryless is not bad. You can take it and treat it as a little bonus. Chen Pingan was shocked. So much grain rain coins. Lu Tai kept looking into the distance and smiled. I still have some immortal coins on the mountain. Ordinary nascent soul earth immortals of the central divine continent wouldn't dare compare their wealth with mine. Chen Pingan was so angry that he slapped him. Then why did you complain about being poor at the inverted mountain? Lu Tai, you're quite good at acting, aren't you? Lu Tai was a little guilty and said angrily, I was afraid that you wouldn't be tempted by my beauty, but by my wealth. By your grandpa's wealth and beauty. Chen Pingan slapped him again and Lu Tai flew into a rage out of humiliation. Chen Pingan, be careful or I'll fall out with you. Chen Pingan laughed and slapped him again. Lu Tai's eyes flashed and he was about to use his trump card when Chen Pingan gestured for Lu Tai to stop. He took a sip of wine and said, continue. Lu Tai flipped his palm and an exquisitely embroidered bag appeared. He passed it to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan frowned. What? Lu Tai laughed and said, it's just a little toy, a gift for you. Open it and take a look. You'll definitely like it. This is a bag of elm money seeds with a special origin. When you return to your hometown, you can plant it on a mountain with good feng shui. It must be sunny. In 3 to 5 years, there might be an unexpected surprise. Although Chen Pingan took the bag of elm money, he still said, let's make things clear first, or I'll return it to you. Lu Tai gave a rough explanation. Chen Pingan was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly put it away and pretended that he didn't say anything about not returning it. It turned out that this bag of elm money was very magical and was to Chen Pingan's liking. They were precious seeds from an ancient immortal elm tree in the Central Plains. They got their name because they were round and thin like coins. It was a homonym for surplus money. Thus, there was a saying among the people that one could have surplus money after eating elm money. Most people thought it was a rumor. Actually, there was no other way. One only needed to find the golden spirit hidden in the elm money and soak it in a jar of wine. After getting drunk, one could take it out and eat it. Every year, one could increase one's income. Wealthy families would hold an elm money banquet at the beginning of spring in order to get some good luck. They hoped to make a lot of money in the new year. Chen Pingan liked this kind of long-term income. In Chen Pingan's heart, he always believed that a sudden wealth came and went quickly. It either required a lot of perseverance and hard work to hold on to it. However, benefits and income like elm money that weren't particularly eye-catching made Chen Pingan feel at ease. Chen Pingan only started to show off after receiving benefits. He smiled and said, isn't it a little too precious? Lu Tai used his thumb and forefinger to open and close the bamboo fan. He sighed and said, Chen Pingan, when I went to the balcony, I was seeking the Tao. Do you know how important the word Tao is? I don't even know how to convert it into money. However, since we're friends, why don't we let it go? Otherwise, no matter how rich I am, I won't be able to afford it even if I go bankrupt. How about it? Chen Pingan handed him the blade-strengthening gourd and nodded with a smile. How else can it be? That's it. Lu Tai took the wine pot and raised it high. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. The blade-strengthening gourd was a few inches away from his face. He drank the wine boldly. He wiped his mouth and returned the ginger pot to Chen Pingan. It's time to refill the wine. I'll ask the Eagle Castle to fill it up for you. Chen Pingan certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Lu Tai suddenly said helplessly, why do you all like to drink? What's so good about wine? Chen Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. He just drank. After drinking, he dared to think about things that he didn't dare to think about. He dared to say things that he didn't dare to say. He dared to do things that he didn't dare to do. 10 years later, Chen Pingon still lived in that small house. However, there were no otherworldly items or ghosts to disturb him. Occasionally, Chen Pingon would sit on the steps in front of the courtyard and look at the wall at the end of the alley. He thought about the pitiful ghost children and their last smiles in this life. Lu Tai lived in the main building. Occasionally, he would come to the courtyard and sit for a while. However, he didn't stay for long and went back to work. After 10 days, Lu Tai brought back a repaired military armor pill. Chen Pingon loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. His arm had recovered, but he still couldn't use much strength. In addition to the armor pill from Lingji Zhai on the inverted mountain, Lu Tai also brought a narrow saber with a snow-white sheath to Chen Pingon. He said that it was a reward from the Huan family of the Eagle Castle. The Huan family would feel uneasy if he didn't accept it. This time, Lu Tai didn't leave in a hurry. He made himself a pot of tea in the courtyard and told Chen Pingon about the origin of the narrow saber. In order to suppress the gloomy feng shui here, the Yuanying Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping gave a saber to the forefather woodcutter of the Eagle Castle. The saber was called Stopping Snow. None of the descendants of the Eagle Castle had the aptitude for cultivation. It was passed down from generation to generation and could only be used as a decoration. Chen Pingon knew how precious the narrow saber was. It was most likely the favorite item of the Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping. Lu Tai thought about it and didn't want to be the child of wealth. He converted the narrow saber into 20 pieces of grain rain money and threw a bag of grain rain money to Chen Pingon. There were exactly 20 pieces of grain rain money left. In the following 10 days, Chen Pingon's daily routine was to practice his stance, practice his sword, and sleep. He didn't look at the wall anymore. After all, meeting and parting were short. Even if it was a matter of life and death, he would slowly let it go. It was like a cup of wine in a wine shop. No matter how good it tasted, could it make one drunk for days. In this 10 days, Lu Tai only came once. He said that he had taken in 3 disciples. Tao Xiang, a young man called Huan Yin, and a young Taoist who had changed his sect, Huang Shang. As for the reason, Lu Tai didn't want to say much. He only said, if you don't approach evil, you won't know good. It was an old story that Lu Tai had mentioned in the treasure-swallowing whale. Before Lu Tai left, he said that he might have to stay here for a long time and wouldn't return to the central divine continent in a short time. When Lu Tai brought the demon-binding rope for the last time, Chen Pingon had almost recovered. Parting was imminent. There was no sadness. One had a dream, the other was the beginning of the great Tao. There was no reason to be too sad. So they parted just like that. One stayed in the Eagle Fortress in a foreign land, the other carried his sword and headed north. Lu Tai didn't even send them off. He just stood on the balcony and watched the white-robed Chen Pingon slowly leave. Previously, he had urged Chen Pingon to hang up the longsword infatuation and narrow saber ceasing snow. He was sure that he would look like a pugilist. It was a pity that Chen Pingon didn't fall for it. Lu Tai felt a little regretful. If Chen Pingon really did it, Lu Tai could openly laugh at him for being a fool. Walking out of the door and on the main road, Chen Pingon couldn't help but look back at the Eagle Fortress. But he wasn't looking at Lu Tai. Instead, he thought of something and found it strange. In the end, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. On the way out of the Eagle Fortress, he passed by a middle-aged man on the street. He couldn't remember seeing him before, but he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. That simple and honest man also noticed Chen Pingan's gaze. He grinned and blushed a little. He was just like a common man. After Chen Pingan left the Eagle Fortress, the simple man who was wandering around lightly stomped his foot. There were no longer any forbidden spells in the 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Otherwise, with the huge commotion caused by the Cloud Sea battle, the Fuho sect wouldn't have been indifferent. Lu Tai leaned on the railing and smiled as he watched the chi of the mountains and rivers turn upside down. He was indeed worthy of being his teacher. Compared to his other teacher, he was much stronger. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, Chen Pingan was walking. For some reason, he missed the taste of Tanghulu for the first time. This made Chen Pingan feel a little funny. Now that he had a big family and business, when he went to the next town, he would find a stall selling Tanghulu and buy 2 sticks. One in his left hand and one in his right hand. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Chen Pingan to slap it to death. The person still did not know that he had run into an iron plate. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a gloomy voice, "Are you not afraid of me?" Chen Pingan fastened the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist. He stood up and walked slowly to the wall. Paw! He stuck a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman on it. Immediately, there was a crying voice begging for mercy. It sounded a little childish. Chen Pingan did not take off the yellow talisman. He asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm not afraid of you?" The guy shouted, "Yes, yes, I'm so scared that I almost came back to life. Come out. If you keep hiding, I won't be polite to you. Tell me, what's going on with that small town?" Chen Pingan took off the demon-suppressing pagoda and put it in his sleeve. He sat back in his original position. A young boy with lingering fear walked out from the wall. There was an official patch embroidered on the front and back of his body. However, it was not colorful like the ones in the secular imperial court. It was only black and white. He stood at the foot of the wall timidly and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he bow, but he also made a strange sound to announce his identity. It turned out that he was a lord of the land who was appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the surname of the country, he was automatically classified as an old official. Without his official position, his cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a feudal official. Not even 7 days after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the mourning hall. He helped his father with some operations and became a mediocre lord of the land. There were many incense sticks, all in order for him to protect the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Later on, the mountains and rivers changed, and everything became a passing cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. On the contrary, it was rather interesting. Chen Pingan asked the lord of the land who had lost his official position in the imperial court about the origins of the small town of paper dolls. As it turned out, more than 10,000 residents of the small town had died in a huge disaster overnight. To prevent the people from panicking, the imperial court ordered the surrounding provinces to seal off the news. They even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual, which prevented the town from becoming a dangerous land of evil. Chen Pingan asked what would happen to the small town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, the town would return to its original state. Chen Pingan squatted on the ground and faced the small town. He burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. In the end, it completely stopped moving like a mountain. It turned out that it left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go far away to find its companions. It felt lonely after being alone for years. In the end, it found two companions in succession. One was a snake spirit, the other was a deer spirit. The little lotus figure with a pure heart was tricked by them. It had a small arm made of cloud root and earth spirit and a yellow lotus leaf. However, it still insisted on looking for companions. In the end, it finally found a flower spirit who didn't ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform to play together and tease the tourists together. However, when it woke up one day, it found that the spiritual energy of the stone lotus platform was gone. There was nothing left. The flower spirit was also gone. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was no longer cared about. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Only a one-armed little spirit was left. It often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently shaking its feet. Occasionally, it would feel sad because it didn't know if its three companions were doing well. If they weren't doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. It didn't understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the foreigner in a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the setting sun. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up and jumped directly into the huge rock. Chenpingon laughed and jumped down from the stone. He really left this Rushu temple and stopped teasing the little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around and after confirming that the person was gone, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and found a coin with spiritual energy lingering around it. Most spirits in the world liked the immortal coins on the mountain and ate them. Chenpingon just casually put down a piece of snow to spend money. However, when Chenpingon left the city and walked out of the official road, just as he entered the mountain, he found a little thing with tears in its eyes standing in front of the path. It was holding the piece of snow with both its hands and looking at Chenpingon. The little thing seemed to be nervous and happy at the same time. Chenpingon slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid and disappeared on the road in an instant. After repeating this several times, the little fellow followed Chenpingon for nearly 100 miles on the mountain road. Chenpingon didn't take the initiative to approach it and let it follow him at a distance. An adult and a child walked together like this. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest that the child mentioned, the mountain was really steep. When Chenpingon was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone crazy. Its clothes were ragged and it was staggering. It was muttering a sad sentence repeatedly, with such a heart, "How can you become a Buddha? How can you become a Buddha?" The little fellow was so scared that it didn't care about anything else. It ran all the way and hid at Chenpingon's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It was either jumping around Chenpingon or squatting on Chenpingon's shoulder. Later, Chenpingon brought this new companion who couldn't speak and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were in a terrible situation and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a big flag. Along the way, Chenpingon heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes. After leaving the shop, he found a group of handsome horses by the roadside. After thinking for a while, Chenpingon led a tall horse from the roadside and mounted it. It was a natural process and he was very familiar with it. First, it was swaying. Then, it was galloping. (304) Chenpingon did not expect that this trip to Jianghu would take half a year. It was not because the path to the Taoist temple was too far, but because Chenpingon followed the instructions of the Long Qi behind him. He walked in circles in a majestic city and spent a full 3 months, but he still could not find the so-called Taoist temple. In the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chen Pingan asked all the peddlers, Jianghu warriors, leaders of the escort agency, officials of the yamen, and so on, but he did not hear of any Taoist temple. Chen Pingan flipped through various historical records, county records, and personal writings, but still could not find any clues. The only gain was that Chen Pingan could speak the official language of the Nanyuan kingdom fluently. In this way, from the late autumn to the heavy snow, to the pitter-patter of the spring rain, until the arrival of summer, Chen Pingan could be sure that the entrance of the Taoist temple was in the capital, but he still could not find the door. Even if Chen Pingan had a strong will, he began to waver and become irritable. During this period, Chen Pingan had seen many strange things. He saw a floating green dress at night. It was like a beautiful woman dancing, and its sleeves were like flowing water. He inadvertently saw through a camouflage. He saw a section of the inner city wall supported by bones, and every green brick was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. He also met monks that were not easy to see in the Aquarius continent. Buddhism was popular in the Nanyuan kingdom, and there were temples everywhere. Chen Pingan learned about the many kasayas of the monks, and the differences between chanting monks, preaching monks, teaching monks, and guarding monks. Once when he left the capital for a breath of fresh air, he followed a group of monks with secret orders from the imperial court to a tragic battlefield. Chen Pingan saw more than 100 chanting monks sitting on lotus praying mats. Several chanting monks took off their boots and walked barefoot. They lowered their heads and put their palms together. When they walked and when their lips opened, snow-white lotus flowers bloomed. The monks had a string of prayer beads wrapped around their palms. If there were malicious spirits, they would be repelled by the golden luster of the prayer beads. The prayer beads shone with golden light, the monks looked solemn, and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. They led the tens of thousands of resentful souls to follow them into the gates of hell that bordered the yin and yang. In the end, Chen Pingan sat in the distance, put his palms together like the monks, and bowed his head in silence. After returning to the capital, Chen Pingan still could not find a Taoist temple. Chen Pingan gritted his teeth and prepared to secretly go to the palace. On this day, the sun was high in the sky. Chen Pingan came to a well and looked down. It was bottomless and dark. Chen Pingan looked at it for a while. But he could not see the door, so he retracted his gaze and continued to wander. He looked back at the well. When he stood there just now, it seemed to be cool. Since the battle with Kai Jingshan, the consecrator of the Great Sui Kingdom, Cui Dongshan had won the title of the ancestor of the Kai family. He was very popular in the Cliff Academy. Plus, Cui Dongshan's current appearance, the red mole between his eyebrows, and his handsome appearance, was very likable. Cui Dongshan could walk freely in the academy, and he was always accompanied by a personal maidservant named Xie Xie. Today, the two of them went to listen to Master Ji's lesson. Cui Dongshan, who was lying on the windowsill outside, fell asleep halfway through the lesson. Xie Xie stood aside, not daring to disturb her master's dream. All the students in the room had to hold back their laughter, which was very difficult. Master Gu wanted to beat Cui Dongshan with a ruler, but when he thought of Kai Jingshan, who had moved out of the capital with his family, he held back his anger. He must go back and talk to the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong, and forbid Cui Dongshan to come near his class in the future. Cui Dongshan shuddered as if he had a nightmare. After opening his eyes, it took him a long time to recover. He swaggered back to his residence with his maidservant, Xie Xie. After Xie Xie closed the door, Cui Dongshan took off his boots and stepped over the threshold. With a wave of his sleeve, fog rose, and finally a map of the Aquarius continent appeared. Cui Dongshan crossed one hand and pinched his chin with the other. He first stood at the northernmost point of the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom. His gaze moved down south, past the Huangting Kingdom, the Great Sui Kingdom, and stopped at the central part of the Lakeview Academy, the Cai Kingdom, and the Shushui Kingdom. Finally, he suddenly lay on the ground and looked around. Xia sat on the threshold. This map of the continent almost took up the entire room. If she went in, she would definitely be scolded, or even beaten. Cui Dongshan had been lying there the whole time. He asked casually, "Do you think that in the Great Sui Kingdom, in the Jianghu, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there is no one who scolds the emperor? Is he an incapable ruler who begs for mercy without fighting?" Xia answered honestly, "I don't know about the things outside. In the academy, the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom only frowned and sighed. I have never heard of anyone scolding." Cui Dongshan climbed up and smiled. "There is one good thing about being a scholar. You don't scold the emperor. You only scold the treacherous officials, powerful officials, fox spirits, and relatives. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are definitely people who dare to scold the emperor. But those who scold well and hit the nail on the head are very few." Xia was already used to interacting with Cui Dongshan. She said perfunctorily, "Young master is wise." She was really being perfunctory and did not bother to hide it. Not to mention the great Li's state preceptor who was like an old fox spirit, even someone like Li Huai, who was not smart, could see through it at a glance. But Cui Dongshan did not mind. Cui Dongshan put his hands on his hips and opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled and swallowed all the fog on the map. Then Cui Dongshan raised his hands and bared his fangs and claws. He opened his mouth and roared like a fierce tiger. The corner of Xia's mouth twitched. Cui Dongshan patted his sleeves and said proudly, "You are really like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Amazing, amazing." The maid Xia hated that she did not dare to roll her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the high wall of the courtyard. No matter how the Great Sui Kingdom's court was surging with undercurrents, this East Mountain and the academy were peaceful again. Even the identity of the chess players and the style of the chess were all at a loss. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought of taking root in Dolly's Dragon Spring?" Xia shook her head, "Never thought of it." The tall old man Mao Xiaodong strode into the courtyard. It was a nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin. He escaped. Cui Dongshan didn't care at all and smiled, "This is just a test. You should be more careful of the teachers and students of the academy. There are always some so-called good people in the world who think they are infallible. They feel that the world should operate according to their ideas. Once the Cliff Academy and the capital of the Sui dynasty become enemies, the two mountain alliances between the Gao family and the Song family may be nullified." Mao Xiaodong frowned. "Are we really going to seal the mountain?" As for today's assassination, it did not make much difference whether it was the intention of some mountain forces in the Great Sui Kingdom or the work of Cui Dong's enemy. Cui Dongshan was not joking when he mentioned the possibility. Cui Dongshan sneered, "Why? Do you feel embarrassed?" Mao Xiaodong made up his mind and turned to leave. Cui Dongshan laughed, "Mao Xiaodong, if you say that you are a piece of shit and something happens to you, I can help the academy." Mao Xiaodong turned his head and said expressionlessly, "I am a piece of shit." Cui Dongshan said resentfully, "If I say that I am two pieces of shit, can I take back what I said and watch the fire from the other side of the river comfortably?" The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, spat out the word "no," and quickly left. Cui Dongshan sighed and fell backward, falling to the ground with a thud. He clasped his two fingers in front of his body and stood up, muttering, "Urgent as ordered by the law," and rolled around in the room. Xia gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cui Dongshan stopped his childish behavior and lay on the floor like a corpse. He said something even more childish. Sir, when will you come back? I was bullied. Xie was helpless. Cui Dongshan raised his head and asked, do you think your child is joking? Xie hesitated for a moment and nodded. Cui Dongshan lay on his side and held his head with one hand. He sneered, with Chen Pingan here, no matter how high his cultivation is, I only need to do my best. If I am right, I won't be scolded. If I am wrong, I will be scolded. Anyway, I don't need to think too much. As for you, you can take less of my beating. Yu Lu is such a heartless person, he can just watch the show. Lin Shui will turn more to cultivation. As for Li Huai, he is timid, so he has more reason to be timid. Anyway, Chen Pingan will protect him. In any case, all the worries will be shouldered by this mister of mine. Languid, Cui Dongshan did not speak anymore. Xie was a little curious and missed a little girl who liked to wear red. Cui Dongshan sighed, probably only little treasure bottle will feel sorry for my child. With a cry, Cui Dongshan began to roll around on the floor again. He held his heart and shouted, when I think of this, my heart aches. After the short incident of the assassination, Cliff Academy began to seal the gate under the insistence of the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong. Teachers, students, and servants were all not allowed to leave. The headmaster in name, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, disagreed with this. However, the emperor supported this and secretly sent a few more consecrators to hide near East Mountain. He also allowed Prince Gao Xian to officially enter the academy. Today, Gao Xian accompanied his good friend, Yu Lu, to fish by the lake. As time passed, Yu Lu finally opened up to Gao Xian. First, because of his identity as the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty. Second, because of his martial cultivation, level 7. After Gao Xian heard this, he only said, oh, and wow. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom's eyes were shining. He was proud of his choice of friends. Yu Lu did not think there was anything wrong with this. Gao Xian also said a lot of sad things about his family. When he was with a girl, he wanted to be perfect. It did not mean that he really liked her. When he was with a guy, he did not care about his shortcomings and treated him with sincerity. It was most likely that he really treated him as a friend. The two of them were of the same age. They each held a green bamboo fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Gao Xian asked, didn't you say that the treasure bottle assembly would hold a martial arts circle assembly? Why haven't I seen you attend it since I entered the academy? Yu Lu smiled and said, the treasure bottle assembly held it 3 times. After that, they stopped gathering heroes. It's hard to say about the others, but I'm a little disappointed. Gao Xian pointed to the path by the shore and smiled, Li Huai is over there. Yu Lu did not turn around to look. He did not even need to look to know that Li Huai must be playing with his 2 friends. One was a cheerful and somewhat mischievous child from a humble family, and the other was a timid and introverted Gongsun. The 3 of them somehow got together and were inseparable every day. It was said that under the suggestion of the child from a humble family, the 3 of them even cut off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. The so-called chicken's head was just a bird caught from a tree, and the yellow paper was a page secretly torn from a book. After this was exposed, the 3 of them were even beaten up by the teacher. The 3 of them used the branches in their hands as swords by the lake. They fought back and forth, whistling through the air. Li Huai naturally saw Yu Lu fishing by the shore. However, he hesitated and still did not greet Yu Lu. If it were Lin Shui, Li Huai might have chatted with him. However, Li Huai was not particularly close to Yu Lu and Xie. In the Great Sui Kingdom's traveling team, Li Huai, Li Baoping, and Lin Shui were classmates and also from the same hometown. Their friendship was more important than that of Yu Lu and Xie Xie. Lin Shui went less these days. In addition to attending classes every day, he spent most of his time cultivating in his own small courtyard. This courtyard was obtained from the academy by a respected old teacher. The old teacher was a cultivator and was willing to teach Lin Shui everything he knew. Not only did he explain the many subtleties of the Cloud Gem book that Lin Shui carried with him, but he also brought several treasured immortal secret books to the small courtyard for Lin Shui to read. Whenever the old teacher had time, he would come to the small courtyard to solve problems for Lin Shui. Although the old and the young were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. In addition to studying the boring classics, Lin Shui spent more time on peaceful cultivation. Axian asked. In the cold autumn, there was a girl in the academy who changed her thin red dress into a heavier one. As for the cotton-padded jacket, she did not need it for the time being. She would often go to the tall tree at the top of East Mountain alone and sit there in a daze or eat some snacks to satisfy her cravings. When the homework was complicated, she would also sit on the tree branch with a book in her hand to memorize so that she would not be punished by the teacher the next day. Fortunately, when she had a little free time, she would prepare the articles that the teacher needed to punish her. They were stacked neatly and had accumulated a lot in the school. Therefore, she now had the nickname of Book-Copying Girl in the Cliff Academy. Today, Li Baoping swung her feet on the tree and counted with her fingers, counting how long she had been separated from her youngest uncle. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Li Baoping's eyes were gloomy. Since it's been so long, does it mean that the next time we meet is near? Li Baoping was happy again. Therefore, the girl in red stood up and jumped on the tree branch, trying to look as far as possible. Maybe youngest uncle is already standing at the foot of the mountain. Thud. Li Baoping fell to the ground. His face was covered in dirt and his body was covered in dust. Fortunately, she was experienced and knew how to make the fall less painful. In the end, Li Baoping was not injured, but her body was sore and swollen. Grimacing in pain, the little girl hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her embarrassed state, she staggered down the mountain. Along the way, many people took the initiative to greet her. Li Baoping agreed to them one by one. After returning to the school, she had nothing to do and began to copy books again. Li Baoping glanced at the belongings on the desk and smiled brightly. The next time youngest uncle comes to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can skip classes for 10 days. After that, when the teacher comes to settle the score, I'll move this mountain of books to him. The more Li Baoping thought about it, the smarter she felt. She skillfully copied books with one hand and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Her eyes lit up and she said, as expected of the leader of the martial arts world. So domineering. On Luopa Mountain in Longquan County, after receiving a letter, the little boy in green who rarely went out went to the small town to reply to the letter. He was full of confidence. Then, for the first time, he went to MD Padding Cloud and Dolly's North Peak Palace to look for Wei Pai. However, after returning to the bamboo house, the girl in pink found that he was not in a good mood. Although she did not know what he wanted, it probably did not go well. The little boy in green did not want to complain to her. He just sighed alone at the edge of the cliff. Soon, his fighting spirit was high. He went down the mountain and went to the small town again. He braced himself and visited the county government and the kiln supervisor's office. When he came back, he was sick again. 2 days later, he went to the newly built Longquan County outside the mountains in the north and looked for County Governor Wu Yuan. The little boy in green was so busy that the little girl in pink was confused. Although he was not serious usually, she knew that he was proud and arrogant. In the past, he did not even like Wei Pai. Although he would be very flattering when he met mountain god Wei, after flattering him, he would turn around and spit, not to mention County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chow, or County Governor Wu. The little girl in pink could not help but ask. He only said, "What do you know?" Then, he moved a bamboo chair and sat alone at the edge of the cliff. Finally, one day, the little boy in green began to walk with a swagger. The little girl in pink was afraid that he would find her annoying again, so she did not ask. This time, the little boy in green was in a good mood. He took the initiative to move 2 bamboo chairs under the eaves. He crossed his legs and ate melon seeds. The little girl in pink thought to herself, "Is he stupid?" The little boy in green was in high spirits as he said with a smile, "The matter that Brother Water God entrusted to me has been completed. I have already sent a letter to Huangting Country's Imperial River Water God Temple." The little girl in pink was stunned. "What did Imperial River Water God want you to do?" The little boy in green grinned and said, "Didn't Huangting Country become Dolly's vassal state? Brother Water God heard that I was doing well in Dolly, so he wanted me to help him build a bridge. Other than ensuring that the Water God Temple would not be demolished, it would be best if I could get him a peace token from Dolly. This trivial matter is nothing. Isn't it done?" It turned out that Imperial River Water God had sent a letter from Huangting Country, asking him to do something. The little boy in green had patted his chest and promised that he would do it. In the letter, he said that Brother Water God could rest assured that it was a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. He just had to wait for his good news. The little girl in pink cursed in her heart, "Trivial matter. Previously, you were always scratching your head and looking like you had nothing to live for. What is this? Besides, how can you have the nerve to say that you are doing well in Longquan? Even your diligent cultivation is only to be killed by 2 punches. Every time you muster the courage to go down the mountain, you must be trembling in fear." The little girl in pink asked softly, "Did Mountain God Wei help you solve it?" The little boy in green's expression changed slightly. His smile was a little forced as he pretended to be heroic and said, "Of course. What kind of relationship do I have with Wei Pai? We are so close and we call each other brothers every day. This is just a small matter. How would Wei Pai dare to say no? The first time I went up in the Padding Cloud to visit the North Mountain Palace, Old Wei had some matters to attend to. You don't know how courteous the auxiliary deities of the North Mountain Palace were to me. They prepared a big banquet to entertain me." The little girl in pink did not say anything. She just did not want to expose him. After all, he was so prideful. The little boy in green was full of joy as he spoke. However, in the end, he lost his spirit and stopped talking. He silently ate his melon seeds. During their second meeting, Wei Pai indeed nodded and agreed. As the North Mountain God, he asked the Dolly Imperial Court for 2 protective talismans for his brother, Imperial River Water God. Then he looked at the girl who was slightly taller and asked, "Shi Chuanjia, when did you come back?" The little girl no longer tied her hair into a ponytail. In the past, Shi Chuanjia had followed Li Baoping and Dong Shuijing on a short, soul-stirring trip. After returning to the small town, these children were divided into 3 groups and went their separate ways. Each of them had their own choices. Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui followed Chen Pingan to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Dong Shuijing stayed in the small town. After attending school for a period of time, he quickly left. Of the 2 ancestral residences in the small town, he kept one and sold the other. Not only did he buy a luxurious mansion half a street long in the county city, he used the remaining money as capital to start a business on his own. Only Shi Chuanjia's family sold the ancestral shop in Dragon Riding Alley and moved to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with her family. It was unknown whether she returned to her hometown this time to worship her ancestors or something else. Shi Jiachuan's parents had only heard of Dong Shuijing but had never seen him. Seeing that their daughter was reluctant to leave, they took the opportunity to say that they wanted to eat a few bowls of wonton. Dong Shuijing personally cooked and brought them to the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to behind the counter. Shi Jiachuan finished eating hastily and ran to Dong Shuijing's side, quietly asking if there was any news about the treasure bottle. Dong Shuijing could only repeat some of the things that Chen Pingan had said. Shi Jiachuan pricked up her ears and did not want to miss a single word. Dong Shuijing looked around and saw that the wonton was almost finished. He asked seemingly casually, "Are you coming back to stay here this time?" Shi Jiachuan nodded and said, "I heard that the new school here was founded by the Qin family of Dragontail Creek. My grandfather let me and my parents come back. Anyway, the shop is sold, but the ancestral house is still there. There is a place to stay." Dong Shuijing nodded. In the end, Shi Jiachuan and the others still took the money, but compared to usual, each bowl was less copper coins. Shi Jiachuan was a straightforward girl. Seeing that Dong Shuijing dared to take the money, she glared fiercely at this classmate who only cared about money. Dong Shuijing smiled slightly and did not mind. Watching them leave, he knew that there would be many opportunities to meet in the future. When doing business, when acquaintances come to the door, you must not kill them, but you can't not take money. It's best if you don't earn or lose money. Otherwise, the more business you do, the fewer friends you have. If you lose money every time, that person still likes to come to the door from time to time, which proves that the other party does not treat you as a friend. If you earn more than usual every time, then it's even more clear that you don't treat that person as a friend at all. If that's the case, it's more straightforward. If it's the former, it's more worrying. After confirming that there would be no more customers, the two shop assistants were already exhausted. Dong Shuijing made 2 big bowls of wonton for each of them and watched them wolfing it down. Dong Shuijing looked at the night outside the shop and then saw a man with a long sword hanging on his back, crossing the threshold. The Maoist hero named Su Ruo had just returned to the ferry of Longquan County from Old Dragon City and came here directly. He smiled and asked the tall young man, "I've already told you about her information against the rules. So, have you decided now?" Dong Shuijing nodded. Since she was already a celestial, he could not live like this anymore. If he did that, he could live for decades or even hundreds of years. Some of the Dragon Gate cultivators and Gold Core bigwigs who rushed over were frightened when they saw this scene at close range. Previously, when the Green Canyon Island was fighting among themselves, they were far away. At that time, the beast did not show any skills similar to those of Chi trainers. But today, they saw that the beast seemed to have enlightened its mind and comprehended its natal power from only a few hundred feet away. If the ancient books about the flood dragon tribe were not wrong, would it not be a veritable flood dragon of the earth immortal realm as long as it made further progress? Being able to take human form, in the ancient era when flood dragons flourished, would have been qualified to own a dragon palace in a great river. This group of famous great cultivators from the Book Lake still thought that they were lucky in the beginning. They wanted to secretly save 1 or 2 of their disciples, but when the beast waved its claws gently, a huge claw mark appeared on the old cultivator's body hundreds of feet away, and he exploded in the air. Even if there was a gap of 1 or 2 realms between the cultivators of the middle 5 states, the outcome of the battle was not suspenseful. But generally, it would not be so decisive. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, no one saved the disciples of the sect who fell into the water. They chose to protect themselves and quickly retreated. After that, some people sneaked into Verdant Canyon Island and tried to assassinate the devil Gu Kan. But they were all killed by Lu Jimao. In half a year, 5 or 6 assassination attempts were made, but they were all stopped by Verdant Canyon Island. Half a year later, with Lu Jimao as the leader, Gu Kan and the Beast as the main force, they killed the island sects where the assassins were from. Without exception, only some young boys and girls with good cultivation talent were selected. The rest were all killed. They searched 3 feet deep and collected all the treasures and artifacts. For a time, Verdant Canyon Island vaguely became the master of the islands of Slip Lake. Those who followed it would prosper and those who opposed it would perish. Now, Gu Kan and his mother lived in the most magnificent mansion on Verdant Canyon Island. Several times, the master and disciple joined forces to destroy the mountains of other sections. After the battle, Gu Kan would ask the senior sister who had tipped him off to help him select some outstanding beauties. They were all young and would be the candidates for the future open-clothes girls. He also specially asked someone to teach him how to play zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Today, it was rare that Gu Kan didn't go out to play. He accompanied his mother to the back hall and knelt respectfully on the futon. He kowtowed to a memorial tablet and offered incense. The woman had been living like a princess these years. Her appearance and figure had become more and more plump and moving. After the woman got up, she closed her eyes and put her palms together. She murmured softly, as if she was telling her dead husband that she was safe. Gu Kan stood in the solemn and silent hall. He raised his head and looked at the incense in front of him. This child whose hands had been stained with countless blood was speechless. When the mother and daughter crossed the threshold together, Gu Kan suddenly called out, "Mother." The woman holding Gu Kan's little hand looked down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Gu Kan squeezed out a smile and shook his head, saying that it was nothing. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a starving, skinny little girl. Her clothes were tattered, and her eyes were cold. She carefully walked to the Qinghe district where the nobles gathered. She was familiar with the place and came to the back door of a luxurious mansion. Under the scorching sun, the skinny little girl was sweating profusely, but her expression was still cold. "305, Chen Pingon looked at the skinny child with cold eyes. Even though she was only a child and was far from Zhu Lu's age, Chen Pingon still felt disgusted with her. Chen Pingon stopped looking at her and turned to look at the back door of the mansion. The seemingly amiable and weak old housekeeper happened to be holding the young master's hand as they crossed the threshold. The housekeeper turned to look at Chen Pingon, and their eyes met. Chen Pingon nodded slightly in greeting. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment before nodding back. Everything was understood without words. If Chen Pingon did not appear today, the skinny child would have died quietly. Moreover, the old man was obviously willing to show kindness to a fellow who he could not see through. He chose not to punish the ungrateful little bastard and let Chen Pingon deal with her. Chen Pingon withdrew his gaze and said to the child, "Don't come here again, or you will die." The little girl grinned and did not speak. Chen Pingon turned and left. The skinny girl spat in the direction where Chen Pingon disappeared. She did not forget to spit at the high wall and the gate. However, after doing these 2 small actions filled with resentment, her stomach, which was already rumbling with hunger, became even hungrier. She felt a little dizzy. She went back the way she came and tried her best to walk along the base of the wall. Not to mention the middle of the road, she did not even let the carriages and pedestrians on the road look at her. If she angered them, she would really die. As for the man in the snow-white robe, she was not afraid. She had a keen intuition about malice since she was young. She was very clear about who she could provoke and who she could not. Chen Pingan did not go far. He quietly observed the little girl who was covered in thorns. She walked and rested along the way, walking weakly. She looked around cautiously and waited for a moment. Then she skillfully climbed over the wall and stole pickles from a family. She wolfed them down and quickly ran out of the alley. After that, she was thirsty. She climbed over the wall and tiptoed to scoop water from the water jar. Before she closed the lid again, she quickly grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sprinkled it into the water jar. Then she quietly left. Chen Pingan could see that the skinny little girl's legs were a little lame. She often reached out to rub her ribs. Most likely, she had suffered when she did these bad things in the past. Just as Chen Pingan was about to leave, the little girl came to a shabby alley full of crows and barking dogs. A group of men standing crookedly were waiting there. They seemed to be waiting for her arrival. The men were not very old. There were 13 or 14 years old youths and the oldest was in his early 20s. They were sloppy and roguish. One of them saw the skinny little girl trotting towards them. He did not say anything and kicked her without any strength. If the kick was solid, the little girl would probably be kicked away. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to have expected it. She did not avoid it. Instead, she intentionally or unintentionally slowed down while running. She was kicked, but the kick was not heavy. Then she fell backward without any flaw. After struggling for a while, she stood up with a miserable expression. She looked at those people and her expression was full of flattery and fawning. One of the ruffians, who should be the leader, did not want to waste time and let the little girl lead the way. The group of people walked around and spent a lot of time before they found a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The little girl quietly stretched out her finger. The ruffian leader grinned and said, "If you point the wrong way, I will break your legs later." She shook her head vigorously and then timidly stretched out her hands and held them in front of her heart. The Yuan and Chao families had been incompatible with each other for nearly 100 years. Everyone knew that they were at loggerheads everywhere. As the saint of this small world, Yuan Zhao, who was born in the Wind Snow Temple, founded the Longquan swordsmanship sect. Its territory was vast, including a large number of mountains including the Xinqiu mountain. However, there were still very few disciples who could enter the sect. A woman who abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and cut off her thumb was in charge of the old sword shop outside the town. She rarely entered the mountain of the sect. Her name was Su Xiaoqiao. A taciturn young man who only wore black clothes all year round was Dong Gu. There was also a long-browed young man who came from the Lizhu cave heaven, Xie Ling. Even with the addition of the only daughter, Wan Xiu, the Longquan swordsmanship sect still had very few disciples. However, Yuan Zhao did not seem to care about this. Other than going to the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform on the Dragon Spine Mountain and dealing with her family, the Wind Snow Temple, and the Jinwu Mountain, she did not care about worldly affairs. Whether it was the governor Wu Yuan or the North Mountain god Wei Pai, she almost never paid attention to them. She did not care about the preaching of the disciples and usually let her daughter Wan Xiu keep an eye on it. On the Xinqiu mountain, the sea of clouds was surging. The sun was hanging in the sky, illuminating the sky and the sea in red. A young girl in green with a ponytail, or rather, she could no longer be called a young girl. Compared to when she first entered the Lizhu cave heaven, she was now slender and taller. Her eyebrows and eyes had already grown. Miss Ruanxiu had already grown into a slim and graceful woman. Beside her stood the 3 disciples of her father, Yuan Zhao. They were Su Xiaoqiao, Dong Gu, and Xie Ling. It was rare for them to meet. Among the 3 of them, Su Xiaoqiao addressed Yuan Xiu as senior sister while Dong Gu addressed her as Miss Yuan. However, there was respect from the bottom of his heart. The young man, Xia Ling, always liked to call her sister Shuxiu. There was a dog lying beside Ruanxiu's feet. The old dog that was originally sick and lying on the street of the small town waiting for death had now become energetic. Its eyes were full of spirituality. This was all thanks to the elixirs that Ruanxiu often threw to it. They were all extraordinary items and each of them was worth thousands of gold pieces. There was once a qi cultivator who saw this scene and felt desolate. He only felt that he was worse than a dog and could not wait to pounce over and fight with the dog for food. In the dazzling sea of clouds, there were a few sparse mountains that broke through the sea of clouds. They stood tall and towered like islands. Ruanxiu pointed to a mountain. My father said that as long as you all enter the Golden Core realm, he will give you a mountain and announce to the world that he will hold a peak opening ceremony for you. Then, she looked at Donggu. Although you are born in the spirit realm and compared to the three of us, it is harder for you to break through the realm. However, with your longevity, you have built a good foundation. You have entered the Dragon Gate realm long ago. It is time for you to give it a try. Donggu wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously, he was not very confident. Among the 5 middle realms, the Golden Core realm was the most difficult for cultivators to break through. It had blocked countless qi cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Donggu left his hometown and gave up his identity as the Grand Tutor of the country and the riches of the mortal world was that he wanted to make use of the extraordinarily abundant aura in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven to increase his chances of entering the Golden Core realm. As for the grade of the Golden Core realm and the number of paintings in the elixir chamber, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Only when one becomes a Golden Core expert can he be considered as one of my generation. This sentence attracted countless qi cultivators in the world. Year after year, they did not care about worldly affairs and only cultivated tirelessly. In the process of breaking through the realm, I will use some methods to help you hold the line by borrowing the luck of the mountains and rivers in my family. Ruanxiu pointed to Xia Ling. Your junior brother has previously obtained a treasure that is close to an immortal weapon. It is an exquisite pagoda. It is a reward from an expert and can reduce the risk of you breaking through the realm. The long-browed young man from the Xia clan had a long face. He even had the thought of jumping off the cliff to commit suicide. My dear sister Shuxiu, sigh. This is my biggest secret. How could you say it so casually? Donggu, who always had an old-fashioned and expressionless face, finally showed a hint of excitement. He bowed to his junior brother Xia Ling and thanked him. Junior brother Xia, Donggu will never forget this great kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Ruanxiu dismissed the resentful Xia Ling with a few words. Since you have such a good thing, you should make the best use of it. Don't always think of hiding and stealing. She smiled. At the end of the day, the cultivation of the great Tao is to cultivate oneself. If you rely too much on external things, it will be very troublesome whether it is in the face of an enemy or in the mind. The reason why many old nascent soul stage cultivators died silently in seclusion was because they placed too much emphasis on Dharma treasures and artifacts during the cultivation process. Ruanxiu finished these words in one go as if she was reciting a book. Xia Ling laughed. Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu also had a strange look in their eyes. Ruanxiu sighed, a little discouraged. My father asked me to memorize these principles. It is so hard for me. Xia Ling was grinning from ear to ear. Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu smiled knowingly. Ruanxiu said, Donggu, pick a good place and an auspicious day later. Xia Ling and I will be there on time. Donggu nodded vigorously, his mood surging. Ruanxiu took out an embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and did not open it. She said to the three of them, let's go back. Xia Ling lived on the mountain, Donggu cultivated at the foot of the mountain, and Su Xiaoqiao lived in the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Ruan Xiao set a rule that cultivators were not allowed to travel on the wind, so poor Su Xiaoqiao and Dong Gu had to walk down the mountain. Ruan Xiao said casually, "Disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, if you want to ride on the wind, you can ride on the wind, if you want to ride on the sword, you can ride on the sword. Who cares about that in their own territory? My father. He doesn't care about that." There began to be a sizable number of enemy troops, either in open areas, gathering elites and taking the initiative to fight to the death with the Dali border army, or relying on the impregnable passes, high cities and huge towns to defend and not come out. There were also a few small states that formed an alliance to fight against the Dali border army. Dali, in addition to a few head-on battles outside the city, used the strategy of driving the wolf to devour the tiger. During this period, countless Dali death warriors and spies hidden in various countries played a huge role. Countless family members turned against each other, close friends brandished their swords at each other, and groups of Jianghu forces in the country started to rebel. Many of the pillars of the country, civil and military officials, suddenly died. Thus, Dali went south and achieved countless military achievements. The achievement of destroying a country that people once thought was unattainable was now within their reach. Groups of Dali elites that showed off their abilities advanced from the north of the Aquarius continent to the south, advancing side by side. Using battle to nurture battle, they became more and more unstoppable. Emperor Dali issued a secret edict, which was passed to all the generals' tents. Before they reached the northern border of the beautiful clothes country in the middle of the Aquarius continent, the Dali army's attack on the cities and land would be carried out by all the generals, and there was no need for a document from the Ministry of War. Everyone, just step your hooves towards the south. For a celebration, first use the enemy's head as a bowl, blood as wine, the capital as a table, and drink to your heart's content. The emperor, who rarely revealed his true feelings, actually used such emotional words in the edict. This made the Dali generals, who were already in a killing frenzy, how could they not feel their blood boiling? Behind the thundering hooves of the great Li's horses was the vassal King Song Changjing, leading an army of his direct subordinates, slowly advancing. Behind them was the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, who was secretly going south. He was personally in charge of arranging for the Dali civil servants to enter the cities that had changed their flags. The northern countries of the Aquarius continent were like a puddle of mud, being trampled to pieces. The cavalry gathered the elites of the northern Shiha country, and finally broke through the city. This battle lasted for 3 months. The Li border army fought very hard. Only the soldiers and horses from other countries who joined the army on the way, plus the mixed forces from the north of Shiha country who surrendered, were left with less than 30%. But after breaking through the first border town of the Shiha country, the Shiha country Han family's throne was broken, and that was the truth. After a hard battle, they finally won, but the atmosphere of the Dali army was somewhat heavy. Because that important figure had lost his power, he had no choice but to leave the capital to earn some military merits. This person was used to seeing the influential people of the capital, so he didn't have much respect for a relative of the Song clan who had been stationed at the border for many years. The burly man shifted his gaze and looked at the man and horse beside Song Feng. "Pretty boy Chow, as long as you wash your butt clean and come find me, I will give you this military merit for free. How about it?" The young cultivator who had been humiliated like this only squinted his eyes and smiled. He didn't forget to wave his hand at the man, indicating that he should hurry to the battlefield and not waste any time. The burly man laughed loudly and raised his butt high on the horse's back. He stretched out his hand and slapped it fiercely. He shook it a few times before landing back on the saddle and galloping towards the place where the sword gleams originated from. The elite cavalry around Song Feng were all extremely angry. Only Song Fong and the cotton-clothed man didn't take it to heart. This cavalry troop slowly moved towards the general's residence in the city. In a simple and crude shop near the city gate, there were 3 people who had chosen to hide their presence from the beginning to the end of the battle. They did not participate in any battle and allowed the city gate to be broken. They allowed those bastards from the Dali dynasty to kill their way into the city and kill anyone who dared to wield a weapon. One of them was the #1 cultivator in this huge town in the north. Before the Dali army besieged the town, the general guarding the town had already announced to the outside world that he had gone to the capital to seek help from the emperor. As for the other 2, one of them was the leader of an immortal sect in Shiha country and the other was a royal consecrator from the neighboring country with a cultivation of golden core. A golden core immortal and 2 dragon gate cultivators were secretly hiding here. If this situation wasn't to save the town, in fact, it couldn't be saved. Including Shiha country, there were 6 small countries nearby. This secret plan was to assassinate Song Fong. They wanted to kill a member of the royal family of the Song clan on the battlefield. Once they succeeded, even if the country was destroyed, it would greatly inspire the people. Even if the 6 countries were crushed by Dali's cavalry, there would still be countless righteous people who would stand up for them. They would definitely tire Dali and those bastards out. They wouldn't be able to smoothly digest the resources of the 6 countries in a short period of time and turn them into resources to invade the south. As for whether their plan could really achieve their expectations, the 3 people present and the rulers of the 6 countries were not willing to think too deeply about it. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't care less. The mountains and rivers were destroyed and the people were in a terrible situation. They had to do something. Once they succeeded and became famous, they would abandon their base in the north and flee to the south. Their status would skyrocket and they would become the distinguished guests of the great dynasties. What was so difficult about that? There was no hope of breaking through to the next realm and their lifespans were about to end. They had cowered in the mountains for 300 years. It was time to do something heroic before they died. The 3 people present on the mountain each had their own thoughts. In the group, Song Fong seemed to be idle and casual. In fact, his palms were sweating as he gripped the horsewhip. The handsome man with the face of a fox smiled at Song Fong. "With me, Chao Jun, around, you won't die." The man who called himself Chao Jun suddenly asked, "Since I've helped you this time, you have to help me this time as well." "It's not difficult. We just have to report to the imperial court and add a Qi refinement warrior to the list of casualties. How about that? It's very simple. Just say that he died in the hands of the enemy cultivators who were hiding. He sacrificed his life to protect his master loyally." Song Fong nodded. Chao Jun pulled out his hands from his sleeves and pressed on the hilts of the long and short swords respectively, slowly pulling the swords out of their sheaths. There was a loud bang. The back of the mount broke and it died on the spot. Chao Jun had already swept away and his figure disappeared instantly. 2 streaks of colorful rainbows hung in the air. 15 minutes later. When the last core formation stage cultivator with broken limbs had to choose to explode his core formation stage cultivator in grief and indignation, the sword cultivator whose combat ability was so powerful that not even a drop of blood was stained on his cotton-padded robe. When the core formation stage cultivator committed suicide, he flew away gracefully on his sword. The houses within a radius of 1,000 feet under his feet were instantly razed to the ground. The flying dust covered the sky and the sun. Song Fong raised his head and looked over, feeling relieved. Only then did he feel at ease and charge forward on his horse. After hesitating for a moment, he did not go straight to the general's residence. Instead, he went to the battlefield where the sword light soared into the sky. When he arrived there, he discovered the corpse of the Dolly immortal who wielded a pair of battering hammers lying in a pool of blood. His buttocks were pierced by a long spear. A handsome sword cultivator in a cotton robe stood at the top of the long spear and was yawning. When he saw Song Fong, he smiled and waved at him. After that day, the sword cultivator named Xiao Jun took the initiative to join an ordinary scout team and no longer stayed by Song Feng's side to waste time. A Dragon Gate genius cultivator who wandered around and had little but continuous battle achievements, used this insidious method to quietly reap the lives of Dolly's scouts on another battlefield in the neighboring country where Dolly's troops were marching south. Every time he took action, he would stop and did not reveal his identity. In just half a year, he had killed 160 Dolly's elite scouts. It should be known that every Dolly scout was the best of the best. Because the previous close combat battles were not concentrated on one battlefield, this young military cultivator did not attract the attention and encirclement of Dolly's cultivators. However, Dolly gradually became vigilant and constantly increased the number of cultivators following the army, hiding among them, hoping to be a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when the two sea-viewing realm cultivators following the army were killed, Dolly's higher-ups finally paid attention to this guy. However, this military cultivator directly ran away. He took a big detour and moved to the battlefield of Shihe Kingdom led by Song Fong. It was a coincidence that Xiao Jun met him. It was inevitable that he met Xiao Jun. After all, if you often walk by the river, how could your shoes not get wet? Xiao Jun watched helplessly as he killed the 7 scouts beside him and then slaughtered him. It seemed that a cultivator who was good at killing joined the army to make a name for himself and be conferred the title of Marquis. However, this was not the case. There would always be a higher mountain. Xiao Jun learned from the strong man who held the battering hammer and cut off the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator who had a promising future. However, he did not hang it on his waist but on the side of the saddle. Then he went south alone. He wanted to learn from this person and single-handedly assassinate the generals of Shihe Kingdom. He did not think that his luck would be better than the owner of the head beside the saddle. However, the only difference between the two was that Xiao Jun had a Taoist protector. He did not have to worry about his safety and could just kill to his heart's content without thinking of any retreat. He smiled and lowered his head. He patted the head that died with its eyes wide open. The blood had long dried up and the hair was as dry as grass. Xiao Jun smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you don't." A voice sounded with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you save those scouts? You are a comrade on the battlefield." Xiao Jun smiled and said, "If I was not among them, they would have died in vain. With me here, at least someone helped him to avenge. Shouldn't they thank me?" Immortals were heartless. Cultivating on the mountain was far away from the mortal world. It had been too long and the distance was too far. Naturally, over time, many cultivators would become heartless to the mortal world. At most, they would not make things difficult for the mortal world, but they should not expect them to treat the mortal world well. Somewhere in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, a little girl in ragged clothes stood in front of a meat bun shop. She drooled as she stared at the steaming steamers. They were layered and emitted a fragrant smell. The shopkeeper found her an eyesore and angrily chased her away. The little girl straightened her back and spread out her palms, indicating that she had money. 5 copper coins, 5 copper coins. The shopkeeper did not look at her and still told her to get lost. Seeing that she was unwilling to leave, he picked up a stool and was about to hit her. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly ran away. After running far away, the little girl looked at the shop with gloomy eyes. She grinned and turned to a stall that sold pancakes. She bought 2 pancakes and still had 1 copper coin left. She could have gotten through the day by eating 1 pancake. At the beginning, she only ate 1 pancake. But as she walked, she began to feel conflicted. In the end, she found a corner and ate the pancake that was supposed to be tomorrow's meal. After eating, she seemed to regret it and pinched her arm hard. But after getting up, the little girl, who rarely had a full stomach, began to jump for joy. She ran all the way and occasionally looked up at the kites in the sky above the capital. She was full of envy. That night, she did not return to her home. The summer night was cool and she could sleep anywhere. She would not die. It was just that there were many mosquitoes and it was a little annoying. There was a wealthy family that was relatively well off. There was a pair of clumsy stone lions at the door. Their shapes were strange. They were not squatting, but they were on all fours and looked into the distance. The stone lions were neither high nor low, just enough for the little girl to climb onto their backs. She first sat on them and looked at the summer night sky for a while. Then, she took out the remaining copper coin. Through the small square hole, she looked at the vast starry sky. At that moment, her face was full of smiles. After that, she hid the copper coin and lay down to sleep. Soon, she let out a light snoring sound. On the stone lion next door, Chinpingon sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. His brows were tightly furrowed, unable to let go. Chinpingon did not think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and practiced the sword furnace stance. The little girl lay on the back of the stone lion, sleeping soundly. Early in the morning, the door creaked. The skinny little girl woke up instantly and jumped off the back of the stone lion. She tiptoed and bent her waist like a cat as she escaped along the wall. Chinpingon obviously woke up earlier than her. After watching the little girl leave from afar, he did not follow her and returned to his residence. Chinpingon rented a side room of a house in the south of the capital. There was a striped yuan alley nearby. It was very famous, but in fact, it was not as famous as Apricot Alley in his hometown. There were many shabby scholars who were on their way to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They failed the imperial examinations and could not afford the travel expenses to return home. In the capital, they could exchange knowledge with the friends they had just made, so they settled down just like that. Chinpingon only had the key to the house and did not have the key to the courtyard door, so he returned to his residence on time. The courtyard door was already open. Chinpingon returned to his room and closed the door. He glanced at the stack of books on the table and the bedding on the bed. They had all been touched, and there were only a few clues. In Chinpingon's eyes, it was very abrupt. He sighed and felt a little helpless. Fortunately, there were still some things missing. Chinpingon did not live here before. He stayed in an inn and asked for a big room where he could practice his fist and sword. Later on, he searched for a Taoist temple to no avail. His state of mind became more and more irritated. For the first time, Chinpingon stopped practicing his walking stance and swordsmanship. In order to save money, he moved here and would only occasionally practice the sword furnace stance. Chinpingon lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. It was not a good idea to always be like a headless fly. Chinpingon had benefited greatly from his time on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the 2 battles at the Eagle Fortress, and especially the self-destruction of the evil cultivator's alchemy room. Spiritual chi poured out like a flood, and Chinpingon had benefited greatly from going against the flow. Chinpingon was now in the 4 realms of martial Tao, and there were signs of the bottleneck loosening. However, he still felt that he was lacking something. Chinpingon had a vague intuition that as long as he was willing, he could quickly cross the threshold of the 4 realms of martial Tao. However, Chinpingon still hoped to have a more solid foundation. If he really couldn't do it, he would do as Lu Tai had said. He would go to the martial saint's temple to try his luck. He had to find something to do. Otherwise, Chen Pingan was afraid that he would become moldy. Chen Pingan decided to stay in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom until the end of summer. If he could not find the temple, he would return to the Aquarius continent and focus all his energy on the 7 realms of martial arts. Cui Dong's grandfather was at the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan was very confident. He might be able to bring forward the 10-year agreement with Ningyao by a few years. However, Chen Pingan was still a little afraid. He was afraid that the arrogant and invincible barefoot old man would threaten to polish him to the 5 realms or 6 realms of martial arts. Back then, the 3 realms were already so painful. Chen Pingan was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by the old man, and the kind that would be painful to death. Chen Pingan held the back of his head with both hands and slowly closed his eyes. He did not know if Alliance and the legendary invincible Daoist number 2 in the sky beyond heaven had a true victor. He did not know how high the tallest mountain and the largest river Lu Xianyang had seen on his long journey to the Qin clan of Yingyin. He did not know if Li Baoping was happy studying at the Cliff Academy. He did not know if Gu Ken was bullied at the book Slip Lake. He did not know if there was another book that held a grudge against others. He did not know if Miss Ruanxiu still liked to eat the peach blossom cakes at the Dragon Rider Alley shop. He did not know if Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia had met new friends during their travels. They could go through fire and water together to vanquish demons and devils. He did not know if Fan Air had met a girl he liked in Old Dragon City. Chen Pingan was actually thinking about something and fell asleep just like that. With the flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the blade strengthening gourd, Chen Pingan was not too worried about the journey. The owner of this house was from 3 generations. There were 5 people in total. The old man liked to go out to find people to play chess. He was weak in chess and even worse in chess. He liked to make a fuss. The old woman's words were harsh and her face was gloomy all day long. It was easy for Chen Pingan to think of Granny Ma in the Apricot Blossom Alley. Of the young couple, the woman did some needlework at home and did the housework. She was scolded by her mother-in-law every day. According to the old saying in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the man was a bag dealer. He carried a big bag and went everywhere to buy junk. He tied a small drum around his waist and shouted loudly in the streets. If he was lucky, he could pick up valuable old objects and sell them to the antique shops he was familiar with. He could make a lot of money with the turnover. The couple looked ordinary, but they had a good-looking child. He was 7 or 8 years old and had red lips and white teeth. He did not look like a child in a shabby alley. Instead, he looked like a young master from a rich family. When he went to school, it was said that he was very popular with the teachers. He often watched his grandfather play chess with others. He would sit there for more than half an hour without saying a word. He watched the game without saying a word. He was a real gentleman, very much like a young teacher. Regardless of the size of the neighbors, they were all close to this child and often made fun of him. Who did he like more, the little girl from the alley next door or Miss Lu from the school? This child often just smiled shyly and continued to watch the game silently. After Chen Pingan fell asleep, a little thing emerged from the ground and climbed onto the table. It sat next to the mountain of books and began to doze off. Little Lien was obviously proficient in the earth escape technique. It was silent and extremely fast. Before coming to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, Chen Pingan played with it several times. Sometimes, he would urge the horse to run wildly, or run dozens of miles in one breath. When he stopped the horse and stopped, there would always be a little guy poking its head out of the ground and giggling at him. Whether it was Chin Pingon practicing his stance, boxing, or swordsmanship, it never disturbed him. It always watched from afar. Only when Chin Pingon waved at it, it would come to Chin Pingon's side. It climbed up the golden cloth on the robe and finally sat on Chin Pingon's shoulder. One big and one small, they enjoyed the scenery together. As for the snow coin, it was temporarily placed with Chin Pingon. Chin Pingon only took a short nap. Soon, he was awakened by the movements in the courtyard. The old woman was nagging, the woman was murmuring, the old man was exercising his voice, and the child was reading the contents of the books in the morning. Only the young man was still sleeping soundly. Chin Pingon sat at the table and gently picked up a book. The little thing also slowly woke up. It was confused and stared blankly at Chin Pingon. Chin Pingon smiled and said, "Go to sleep." The little thing quickly got up and ran to Chin Pingon's side to help him open a page of the book. Chin Pingon was used to it. The books on the table were newly bought after leaving Lu Tai and Eagle Fortress. At that time, Lu Tai said that only by reading first-rate books could one hope to become a second-rate person. When it came to reading, one couldn't ask for perfection. One shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. One should read intensively, chew slowly, and truly swallow all the subtleties of a classic into one's stomach. Those beautiful images, penetrating principles, and the spirit hidden between the sentences and chapters all turned into one's own use. Only then could one be called reading. If one flipped through millions of books, one would at most become a two-legged bookcase. At that time, Chin Pingon was enlightened. If it weren't for Lu Tai's reminder, he really might have bought a good book and read it carefully. However, the sea of books was boundless and his life was limited. Chin Pingon not only had to practice his fist and sword, but he also had to look for a Taoist temple. It wasn't easy for him to have some free time left, so he should indeed use it to read the best books. Lu Tai gave him a list of books, but Chin Pingon treasured that piece of paper. He didn't buy books according to the list. Instead, he bought the classics of the Confucian quasi-sage. It was a pity that the old scholars' books couldn't be bought on the market. Chin Pingon wanted to read the 3 and 4 books and compare them. From an emotional point of view, Chin Pingon was naturally most inclined to Mr. Chi's teacher, the old scholar who loved to drink and talk when drunk. However, liking, admiring, and respecting a person wasn't a problem. If one thought that person's words and actions were all right because of this, there would be a big problem. Was the old scholar's knowledge high? Of course, it was very high. According to the young Cui Dong, he was so high that all scholars felt that he was like the sun in the sky. Then, did Chin Pingon have the right to think that the old scholar's reasoning wasn't the most reasonable? It seemed like an ant trying to shake a big tree, but in fact, it was because there was a quasi-sage and there were classics left behind by the quasi-sage. Chin Pingon once told Ning Yao's parents that to truly like a person, one had to like the person's bad points. He also told the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, "If I'm wrong, remember to remind me." However, in the depths of Chin Pingon's heart, of course, he still hoped that after reading both sides of the debate between the 3 and 4, he could sincerely feel that the old scholar's words were more correct. Then, the next time he drank with the old man, there would be something to talk about. Chin Pingon sat upright and still, reading very slowly and softly. Every time he reached the end of a page, little Lien would quickly turn to a new page. Then, she would return to the table and sit between Chin Pingon and the books on the table, imitating Chin Pingon's upright sitting posture. She pricked up her ears and quietly listened to the sound of reading above her head. In the courtyard outside the house, which was filled with the smoke and fire of the marketplace, Chin Pingon, who was wearing a white robe and carrying a sword and a gourd, was like a strange person far away on the horizon. When he came, he didn't feel close, and when he left, he didn't feel nostalgic. It was fine as long as he paid. Not far from Zhuangyuan Alley, there were wine shops and brothels, as well as temples with Sanskrit chants. Although they were close, they were as far apart as the heavens. Chen Pingan could often see monks carrying alms bowls out of the house. Although they were thin, most of them had serene faces. Even if they didn't wear a kasaya, one could still see that they were different from the common people in the marketplace. On the other hand, the brothels and wine shops were often noisy at night. The whole street was filled with a strong smell of cosmetics, and it often didn't stop until the early hours of the morning. Although the people there, whether it was the guests drinking wine or the women toasting wine, were all dressed in brocade and silk, once the joy came to an end, most of them looked haggard. Chen Pingan saw the women several times after sending the guests out of the brothel. They went back to remove the cosmetics on their faces. At dawn, they walked out of the brothel's side door and went to an alley crowded with vendors. They sat there and drank a bowl of porridge or wonton. Some of the women ate and fell asleep on the table. Every moment of sex was worth 1,000 gold. It was like borrowing money from God and had to be paid back. Some of the vendors who were familiar with the brothel women liked to talk dirty. Some of the women didn't care and said a few perfunctory words in order to save a few copper coins. There were also some who were particularly serious. They were used to being submissive and flattering, so they directly scolded the vendors. The vendors shrank back. When the women left, they began to scold them for being nothing more than dirty goods in the flesh business. How could they have the face to pretend to be virgins? The next day, the brothel girls who had scolded him came as usual. The hawker who had been scolded yesterday would still sneak a peek at their small, white hands that were exposed under their sleeves. They were as white as pork on the chopping board. Compared to his old, yellow-faced wife, they were like heaven and earth. He really didn't know how these juicy women were raised. Just thinking about how he had to spend half a year of his hard work just to touch their breasts, he could only sigh. The Nanyuan kingdom had been without war for hundreds of years. Guotai was peaceful. Generations of emperors ruled the kingdom. It was neither virtuous nor evil. Therefore, there was no night ban in the capital. The heroes of Jianghu carried their sabers and swords casually, dressed in fine clothes and riding horses. The government never cared. If they met on the road, they would get off their horses. Both sides would greet each other politely. If they had a good relationship, they would drink together. One would talk about the promotion in the officialdom that made people feel helpless, and the other would talk about the soul-stirring fights between the masters of Jianghu. In order to find that Taoist temple, Chen Pingan would wander around the capital every day. He saw all kinds of people in the city and also saw some strange things hidden in the city. As long as they didn't provoke him, Chen Pingan didn't want to pay attention to them. Lu Tai once said something. At that time, he didn't feel it deeply. Now, the more he thought about it, the more it lingered. After going up the mountain and practicing Taoism, one would feel that there were more and more strange spirits and otherworldly items in the world. Chen Pingan closed the book. 2 hours passed just like that. He was ready to go out and continue his stroll. Although Chen Pingan's state of mind became more and more irritable while searching for the Taoist temple, Chen Pingan did try to calm down. In fact, he made a lot of efforts. He went to all the big and small temples, burned incense and worshipped Buddha. He walked alone in the quiet path under the shade of the trees. Every time he went to a temple, he recorded it on a bamboo slip. Chen Pingan went to the small temple on the side of Zhuangyuan Alley the most. The temple wasn't big. Including the abbot, there were only a dozen people. Over time, he became familiar with them. Every time Chen Pingan felt uneasy, he would go there and sit. He didn't necessarily talk to the monks. Even if he just sat alone under the eaves and listened to the tinkling of the wind chimes, he could pass the time of a hot afternoon. The Nanyuan kingdom worshipped Buddhism and devalued Taoism. In the capital and other places, there were many temples. The incense was flourishing, and Taoist temples were rare. There was not a single one in the capital. In the past few days, a shocking secret had spread throughout the capital. One of the 4 great temples of the Nanyuan kingdom, the White River Temple, had a huge scandal. The White River Temple had always been famous for its abbot's profound Buddhist teachings and the golden body of an arhat. After each generation of eminent monks passed away, they were able to leave behind an undecaying body or a sarira. The other 3 temples were inferior in this aspect. This was also seen as proof that the Nanyuan kingdom's Buddhist teachings were prosperous, far surpassing the neighboring countries. However, not long ago, there was a senior monk who had been appointed as the abbot of White River Temple the year before last. His glory was limitless, but one day, he ran out of the temple and went straight to the Supreme Court to complain. After hearing the story, the officials of the Supreme Court looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that this old monk had accused White River Temple of poisoning his food and plotting to pour mercury into his corpse after his death. Not only that, he had also exposed that the monks of White River Temple had committed grave crimes, including deceiving wealthy ladies of the capital to have children. There were 6 major crimes in total. This case was too shocking. It directly alarmed the emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom and he ordered a thorough investigation. As a result, of the 300 monks of the White River Temple, more than half were imprisoned and the rest were expelled from the capital. Their identities were removed and they could no longer be monks. As for the other 3 temples, they still had a transcendent status. After all, their roots were deeply rooted. However, it implicated many small temples that were not well known. For example, the Temple of Heart beside Zhuangyuan Alley. Recently, the number of pilgrims had decreased significantly. The abbot of the Temple of Heart was an old monk with a strong local accent. He had a benevolent appearance and was tall and big. Although he had been in the capital for 30 years, the old monk's accent had not changed. He also did not like to nag about the profoundness of the Buddhist teachings. Most of the time, he would chat about trivial matters. Every time he went to the temple to sit, Chen Pingan would have to spend a lot of effort to understand. Chen Pingan had a good impression of this old monk. Although he saw through him, he did not expose him. The old abbot was a cultivator, but he had not yet entered the middle 5 realms. Chen Pingan left the alley and went to the Temple of Heart. He planned to meditate there and practice the sword furnace stance. In just 2 li, Chen Pingan had already passed by a martial arts school and an escort agency. Inside the high wall of the martial arts school hung a plaque with the words "Magnificent Mountains and Rivers." Every time he passed by, he would see a group of men humming and joking. They were probably practicing their martial arts. The streets outside the escort agency were often crowded with escort carriages. Young men and women were arrogant and high-spirited. The elderly, on the other hand, were much quieter. When they occasionally saw Chen Pingan, they would nod and greet him. At first, Chen Pingan would cup his hands and return the greeting. Later on, when they met, he would take the initiative to greet them. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds, the elderly lost interest and did not even look at Chen Pingan. After the incident, Chen Pingan figured out the crux of the matter and laughed involuntarily. Most likely, they had thought of him as a powerful person in the beginning. Later on, when they found out where he lived, they looked down on him. His overly courteous etiquette made the Jianghu veterans of the escort agency think that he was an embroidered pillow. Chen Pingan felt that it was quite interesting. There were many martial arts schools and escort agencies in the capital. Those sects of the Jianghu who had made a name for themselves all liked to set up their halls here. They had grand gates and large courtyards that were not inferior to the residences of the nobles and officials. There was no need to be concerned about etiquette. On the other hand, there were very few rumors about chi cultivators. Even the imperial tutor was only a Jianghu grandmaster. However, the most interesting thing was the people in an inconspicuous house. Almost all of the men and women who entered and left were martial artists. However, they deliberately hid their identities. They dressed plainly and did not speak or smile. Chen Pingan even saw a master who was highly likely to be at the 6th level of martial arts. Beside him was a young lady wearing a veil hat. Her face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was graceful. She should be a beauty. Unknowingly, Chen Pingan began to view the world in a different light. When he arrived at Heart Affinity Temple, there were very few pilgrims in the temple. Most of them were elderly residents of the neighborhood. Therefore, the monks and acolytes in the temple were all frowning. The main reason why Chen Pingan had been visiting more frequently recently was because he sensed that the old abbot's lifespan was coming to an end. Today, the old monk seemed to know that Chen Pingan was coming. He had been waiting in the corridor of a side hall for a long time. There were 2 round seats made of cattail grass and the 2 of them sat facing each other. Seeing that Chen Pingan was hesitant to speak, the old monk went straight to the point. He smiled and said, "Among the generations of abbots of White River Temple, there has been a true golden body. It is not like the rumors outside that they are all liars. There is no need to refute the 1,000 years of history of White River Temple." It was good that he saw it. However, the prerequisite was that the old monk saw it first. The old monk smiled again. "It is just that after this poor monk died, I wanted to burn a few sariras to add some incense to this temple. Now, it seems that it is difficult. I will have to deliberately hide it for a period of time." Chen Pingan asked doubtfully, "Is this also considered Buddhism's karma?" The old monk nodded. "Of course. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, White River Temple and Heart Affinity Temple have never interacted. It seems like karma is blurry, but in reality, it is not so. In Buddhism, no matter how big the world is, it is all tied together." This was the first time the old monk mentioned Buddhism in front of Chen Pingan. The old monk hesitated for a moment and smiled. "Actually, there is karma between the 2 temples. It is just that it is too mysterious and subtle. It is too small." This poor monk is not confident of saying it out loud. "You will have to experience it for yourself." The 2 of them chatted casually. There was no need for them to follow the rules. In the past, the old monk would often be interrupted by the acolytes. They would talk about trivial matters in the temple and would ignore Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan would also often bring a few bamboo slips or a book to read and carve words. He did not feel that it was rude. Today, Chen Pingan did not bring a book. He only brought a thin bamboo slip and a small carving knife. Chen Pingan was never tired of the old. The carving knife was given to him by the shop when he bought the jade token. The old monk was in a good mood today. He did not mention Buddhism too much. He talked casually like before. He talked about the 4 arts, the emperors, the common people, and the various schools of thought. He talked about them casually as if they were normal. Time passed slowly. The old monk laughed and asked, "Can an evil scholar or official who has a bad reputation for 10,000 years write beautiful words and a poem that is popular among the people?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." Would a famous person or general whose name has been recorded in the annals of history have some hidden flaws that others don't know about? "Yes." The old monk smiled. "That's right. Don't go to extremes. When you reason with someone, you are most afraid of, I want to be reasonable. You are most afraid that once you have a bad relationship with someone, you will not see the good in them. In the imperial court, the fights between the parties, even those that are seen as the fights between gentlemen, still cause so much trouble. That is because gentlemen and virtuous people are also wrong in these matters. The old monk continued. But in the imperial court, if you are weak and talk about these principles, you will most likely die a horrible death. It was not the first thing one had to decide at the beginning of a book. Finally, it was the word attainment. To educate the common people, to spread Buddhism to the world with a bodhisattva's heart, to cultivate a peaceful life, these could all be done according to one's own preferences. The old monk's expression was serene. After listening to Chen Pingin's narration, he put his palms together and lowered his head, Amitabha. Chen Pingan looked at the little oriole perched on the cornice. It was sizing up the little novice monk who was cleaning the temple. Chen Pingan retracted his gaze. The old monk smiled and said, "If the temple is not there, the monks are there. If the monks are not there, the sutras are there. If the sutras are not there, the Buddha is there. If the Buddha is not there, the Dharma is there." Even if the temple of Axayan lost a monk and did not have a single sutra left, as long as someone still has the Dharma in their heart, the temple of Axayan will still be there. The old monk turned his head and looked at the quiet courtyard again. There was only the rustling of the little novice monk sweeping the floor. The old monk's vision blurred and he muttered, "I seem to have seen a lotus flower bloom in the human world." Chen Pingan was silent. The old monk lowered his head and moved his lips slightly, "I'm going." From afar, the little novice monk looked towards the corridor. He hugged the broom and complained to the old monk, "Master, the sun is so hot. Can't I clean later? It's so hot." Chen Pingan turned his head and pointed at the old monk who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Then, he put a finger to his mouth and shushed him. The little novice monk quickly shut up and was secretly happy. I like to be lazy. So master likes to sleep too." He tiptoed to the main hall to cool off under the eaves. The little oriole plucked up its courage and flew to the little novice monk's shoulder. The little novice monk was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and made a face at it. The little oriole was so scared that it quickly fluttered away. The little novice monk touched his bald head in a daze and felt a little guilty. The old monk, who was already dead, sat on the round seat made of cattail grass in the corridor. He maintained his slack sitting posture. However, it was as if he had raised a breath of spirit for this small world. Chen Pingan thought of a sentence from Lu Tai for no reason. The dead sleep. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.